kun maukka on kapiaineen, kuulin Carolinas lähteneen. Meni Metal Gearin joukkoon sillai vituksien. Syytän sua daedolon re. Re. Jaa. Metallogearos. Osaako tämmöisiä näin pelatakaan vuonna nakkia papu? Kai se kaikki toimii. Äänet toimii, kaikki toimii, muutakin toimii. Kop. Joo. Katturekardi ei vielä sano päättä mennä eläkkeelle, mutta käy se kahta puoliin ilmestyy. Sekin aika. Hei vaan Jampekin, mukavaa Birdie on da. Bluepointin tekemä PS3 HD Edition. Voi Harry Gregson Williams. Toi vielä tonne ja... Sit kun mä saan vielä kaikki muut näkyviin, niin mä oon aika tyytyväinen. Nahai. Hei vaan Chili Peikkokin mukava Bury and Die. Hyvin peitty ainakin Harry Gregson Williamsin musiikin alle toi nesteytysääni. Loistavaa. Ai niin, mä taisin unohtaa aktivoida jonkun jutun, mutta haittaneeko tuo, jos ei seikkailuhettet oo päällä? Haittaako se ketään oikeesti? Voihan saatana. Kaikki pilalla. Kiitetäänkö tässä ollenkaan muuten Norihiko Hipinoa mihistään musiikeista? Onko se kaikki vaan mukaan Harry Gregson Williamsiin? Paska puhetta. Haluu itse pelata tää uusiksi, miksi spoilaat? Jaa, no me pistetään pelivaihtoon sit. Mitäs me sit pelataan? Pistetään hetkinen, oliks siellä se Yellow Taxi Goes Roomi vai? Mikäs me sit pelataan, jos ei saa Metal Gearikaan pelata? Voi pölle. Pelataan me seuraavat Zelda sit vaan. Hei vaan Von Armagettekin vaan morjens. Ja hei vaan Aamu ja Daidova. Teki vaan sen traileriteeman kanssa. Ei, kyllä sit Gregson Williams teki tietääkseni näitten välianimaatioiden musiikit ja Norihiko Hipino teki kaikki pelimusiikit. Mun mielestä se meni jotenkin niin päin. Sons of Liberty. Eiks tää olekaan se Substance-versio? HD. Pelimusiikki se ei oo tehnyt. Ei se niinku pelin aikana soivia musiikkeja ei oo tehnyt, mutta kaikki välianimaatio, sinematiikki ja noin musiikit se on tehnyt. Mun mielestä siinä oli joku tämmönen jako. Voin olla kyllä toki väärässäkin. HD Edition. Snake Tail. Mikä on Transferring? Mikä tämmönen meno? Ups. Radar-tyyppi 2. Joo, toi on ihan vakio. Real Time Gutskenes. Letterbox vai fullscreen? Kai me halutaan fullscreen. Haluaisin vaan pelata tämä. Oh shit. Pitääkö me oikeesti laittaa peliin? Pelataan me seuraavat Zeldasit vaan sittenkin. Jos tulee Daedalonille pahaa mieli, kun pelataan tämmösiä. I am very sorry. Mikäs se seuraava Zelda olikaan? Se oli joku Oracle of Agesi vai? Oracle of Agesi tai Oracle of Seasonsi. Laita maukan mutelealla ignoraajaksi. Se on ihan normipäivä silloin. On vielä normals. Okei, siellä ei ole mitään kauheammin mitään erikoisia. Mitä spesiaalista löytyy? Basic Actions, Previous Story. Oho, pitäisikö pitkästä aikaa katsoa? Ghost Babelista on kumminkin jo muutama kuukausi. Huhtikuussa me taidettiin se pelata ja viime kerran me pelattiin varsinaista Metal Gear Solidia viime vuoden. Mä just sen tarkistin, oliko se viime vuoden lokakuussa? Basic Actions, mitä täältä löytyy? Onko tää joku videokin? Beginner, oho! Onko täällä oikein videot näistä? Aim in first person view and use the directional button to aim and shoot specific spots. Enemy weak points and spots are at various heights that you normally cannot shoot. Keep a close look at players' moves and learn how to survive a harsh battlefield. Ai tässä on tämmönen manutska. Mä en oo koskaan katsellut. Vai oliks PC-versiossa, ettei ollut tämmöstä manuaalia siinä ollenkaan? Koska PC-versio oli vähän köpöinen aikoina. You can also punch in first person view. Ai jaa vai? Heitä. With no weapon equipped, use the left stick and the weapon button near an enemy to throw him. Sometimes this will knock the enemy unconscious. Mitkä on napit? Mä näitä muista ollenkaan. Pelat VR-missionit 100%, niin ei tuu spoilereita tässä striimissä. En mä nyt mitään VR:ää osaa pelata. Review Stories. New York Mirror. Okei. In the darkness of Shadow Moses, the unofficial truth author Nastasha Romanenko reviewed by George Franklin. Some topics in the recent American past have the immediacy and the power that still engage our collective imagination. Names like the Grassy Knoll or Roswell roll off our tongue with deliberateness reserved by most other nations for holy lands. With this new non-fiction account from Nastasha Romanenko, Shadow Moses, the scene of a nuclear siege 2 years ago, is set to join their ranks. Official history states that the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal facility on a lonely outpost in the Fox Islands, Alaska, was the work of a radical right-wing group. Their demands for the release of group members incarcerated in federal penitentiaries were never met, and the incident was speedily resolved by the successful deployment of a commando unit. BS, the author asserts. Romanenko says that she served as an advisor to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team and deconstructs what she claims to be a cover-up story by the government with precision. According to the author, Shadow Moses Island was nothing less than the US Army's testing grounds for a top-secret weapon known as Metal Gear Rex, an all-terrain bipedal tank with advanced nuclear capabilities. As for the facility's takeover, Romanenko alleges that it was the US military's own shadowy wet works force, known as Foxhound, that staged an armed insurrection in a bid for Rex's possession. The government responds to this crisis by sending in a lone operative, a former Foxhound member known only by the code name Solid Snake, into Shadow Moses. His infiltration is aided by a remote mission control team consisting of an unidentified Colonel Campbell, a Foxhound medical chief Naomi, a radar and electronics expert Mei Ling, supposedly a teenager, and the author herself. Once on the island, Snake joins forces with Metal Gear's developer-turned-prisoner Otacon to eradicate the weapon of mass destruction. Among the other remarkable characters that make an appearance in Romanenko's expose is another Foxhound commando, a revolver virtuoso called Shalashashka. Shalashashka, miten toi lausutaan, voi perkele. Hei vaan Sirakkinen. Hei vaan, mukavaa perjantait. A.k.a. Revolver Ocelot. One of the most controversial allegations in the book deals with this figure's connection to a disavowed Russian militia led by a Colonel Gurlukovich. Romanenko paints a bleak picture of a 1,000-strong, highly disciplined army with nuclear weaponry operating covertly within the American border. Even more irresistible, the conspiracy scholars and students of recent histories heard thinly veiled suggestion that the whole affair was planned from the beginning by certain forces inside the US government. The US Army and the usual suspect of federal agencies have issued a statement denouncing the book as a complete fabrication. However, with a number of detailed eyewitness accounts that back up the author's assertions cropping up daily on the web, the denials serve more to enhance the book's growing reputation. Shadow Moses is an engrossing read for casual and serious readers alike, and promises to involve readers in a meaty debate over the truth of the matter for many years to come. Excerpted from the literary review column All Booked Up, the New York Mirror. Okay. Ai se avaa mä ajattelin kanssa, että on niin suuri menu, että pakko avata lisääkin tätä. Voi joku. Ei oo maukkapsykoosia todellakaan. Ei oo maukka. Siis psykoosit pois, hyi. Hyi. Mitä siis on, herra? En tiedä, vatta kasvaa ja perse soi. Mä tiedän, ei oikein mitään muuta. Vatsa kasvaa ja perse soi. The shocking conspiracy behind Shadow Moses. Olitko Saimin pelannut kakosta? Olemme tämän 2 kertaa pelannut läpi. 1 kerran Kusipaskal PC-versio vuonna Nakki ja Papu. Ja toisen kerran joskus Pleikkari 2-versio silloin, kun Metal Gear Solid 4 oli ilmestymässä Pleikkari 3 vai? Jossain silhujakoilla. Sitten on pirusti aikaa, kun mä oon tän viimeksi pelannut. En muista mitään kauheammin. Mutta se PC-versio oli ihan aika tuskaa. Näppis hiirikombolla ainakin aikoinaan. En suosittele kenellekään. Ainakaan sitä alkuperäistä. Se taitaa olla kyllä fanien korjaama nykypäivä, ja nykyään löytyykin se Konami-paketti, mikä onkin kaikille alustoille. Jopa Commodore 64 tietääkseni. Hei vaan TPL Voterikin, mukavaa Bury and Tide. By Gary McGolden. The island of Shadow Moses lies due north of Alaska's Fox Islands deep in the Arctic Circle. Tässä on 129 sivua vai? Pikkunen tekstipläjäys. Tuleekin hiki. Mä luulin, että jossain Planescape Tormentissa voi olla paljon tekstiä, mutta tässähän on tekstiä enemmän kuin perkeleesti. Sori, nyt tuleekin muuten lukuhetki ja pitkä pläjäys. Ihan vaan kiusan vuoksi, koska miksipä ei. The island of Shadow Moses lies due north of Alaska's Fox Islands deep in the Arctic Circle. Above one of its rocky cliffs stands a cabin normally used for meteorological surveys, and it was here that I found myself seated on a chair with my hands bound behind my back, and a burlap sack covering my entire head. A blizzard rages outside, and the cabin was a dark, silent patch somewhere inside the storm. I could sense at least 4 men around me. They had been interrogating me for what felt like hours now. The burlap sack is pungent with the traces of coffee beans. In the biting cold of the cabin, images of Brazil come to me unbidden. Alleys coiled through the vivid, untended profusion of flowers, children with skin like frothy chocolate, sunshine capable of burning out the cornea, erupting between palm fronds. I can feel my senses starting to fail. The man in the front of me asks for the 2nd or the 100th time. I'm going to ask you again. What's in the optical disc? Told you. I don't know. I just found it, okay? You are lying, you bastard. A fist explodes into the pit of my stomach, bringing up a peanut butter sandwich of many hours ago along with the rusty taste of blood. The relentless beating and numerous knife cuts of the past hour have my whole body screaming with pain, but I refuse to tell them what they wanted. I had too much invested at this point, too many days of dangerous investigation into the story of a lifetime. There was no way I was going to give it all up at this point. That's enough, a voice spoke up from somewhere in the back of the cabin. We have the disc back. Just get rid of him so we can get out of this place. Even in my current sorry state, I was still a journalist. He had said, we have the disc back. That meant that my hosts were the original owners of that optical disc. The last piece of the puzzle was in its place. I knew beyond a shadow of doubt that everything recorded on the disc was true, and that the conspiracy I had suspected did in fact exist. At that moment, I heard a window shatter. The raging storm outside seemed to gain entry to the cabin in an instant, and I heard thin screams from the captors that encircled my chair. The next second they had already fallen heavily onto the floor. The brief confusion ended before I regained enough presence of mind to even panic. Whoever was now here, whatever had happened, my tormentors were obviously out of commission. But now I could hear measured footsteps approaching across the floor. If this person had just saved my life, who was it? Or was I about to share the other's fate? The footsteps came to a halt in front of me, but strangely enough, I did not feel any sort of a presence nearby. The burlap was slowly lifted from around my head, pulled off by an unseen hand. The stinging night air cooled my face, and my eyes gradually regained focus in the darkened room, and I could finally see who it was that stood before me. Just out of the sight of most of its citizens, a massive conspiracy determines the working of this nation. Weapons of mass destruction secretly developed by the military, Super soldiers re-engineered into war machines through genetic manipulation. A killer virus that only targets specific individuals with deadly accuracy. Tanks that walk rather than roll and carry a nuclear payload. A covert organization, the third and the most powerful political party, my encounter with which landed me in this chair in the Alaskan winter. All of these are a part of the truth I found sealed within the optical disc, and I intend to share what I have learned in the pages to follow. That includes everything I now know about our government, and the secret arena where an even greater power pulls the strings. This is the truth many have glimpsed but never dared to talk about. Everything detailed in this book actually happened, and after I lived it, my world was no longer the same safe place I knew. Neither, I promise, will be yours if you have the courage to keep going. Hei vaan Jerrodi, morjes, mukavaa perjantaita sinnekin. Tervetuloa kirjan lukupariin, kirjanluvun pariin. It all began a month ago. The postman rings. A month before my dramatic escape from death on Shadow Moses, I was having late breakfast in my apartment in New York. Ever since an alien abduction episode in my childhood, I'd been plagued by a persistent ringing in my ears. A large patch of mud was my undoing. I slipped, fell, and was knocked unconscious. When I came to, it was already dawn. Later, I was trying to see the bump on the back of my head in the mirror when I saw it instead. A small hole, about the size of a pinprick, had been made behind my ear. You learn a little something when you watch as much TV as I did. There was no doubt that I had been abducted by a passing UFO, and had spent the hours while unconscious with alien beings. Unfortunately, no one in the area recalled seeing a UFO, and not a single person had the sense to listen to my story. I realized now that this was the day I decided to uncover truth for a living, and become a journalist. But back to the present day. It turned out that the ringing wasn't in my ear, but from the doorbell. The thing shrieked somewhere south of a baritone bat sonar, barely within the range of human hearing. Blame the mangling it took from a particularly displeased visitor. Outside the door was the mailman, and in the mailman's hand was a thick manila envelope. On the envelope was a label, addressed to me. A letter bomb. I pressed my ear against the envelope and concentrated hard, but not a tick from the thing. Of course, no one uses analog watches in bombs these days. That's why they call it the digital age. In fact, why would there even be a watch in a letter bomb? The point is that the unlucky recipient opens it and the bomb goes off, which means that it's actually the completely silent envelopes that are dangerous. I knew that opening that flap would send my eggs to the big omelet in the sky, but you don't get to be an investigative journalist for thinking inside the box. I tore through the bottom of the envelope instead. No! The contents of the suspicious envelope dropped to the floor with lightning speed. In this world, you can never be too careful. Let this be a warning to you readers. When circumstances compel you to open an envelope from the bottom, turn it upside down first. As a rule, I discovered objects fall down, and this is what happened to the contents of my lethal envelope. Straight down into a half-eaten depth of a delivery pizza forgotten on the floor. I don't recall when exactly this food item arrived on these premises, but the thing was definitely a museum piece by now. Niin varmaan luenkin kyllä, joo. Niin varmaan luenkin, hei vaan Noankoori ja Tsampa. Mutta mä en lue 129 sivua millään heleellä äänellä, koska se tekee hallaa äänihuulilla. Se tekee oikein vitusti hallaa äänihuulilla. Se on niin helvetin vaikea tämmöisenä syvääänisenä miehenä puhua heleellä äänellä, koska siitä tulee vähän semmoista köpöstä. Fortunately, it wasn't a bomb, but an optical storage disc, now liberally smeared with peanut butter. The disc was the kind that comes in a clear plastic casing, through which the rainbow sheen of the circular unit shone. I gazed into it a while, thinking of the UFO from that fateful day. Anyway, I fished the optical disc out, noting the lack of a label. A quick wash at the sink got rid of the crud it had accumulated. The disc was drying by the window as I hunted through the now harmless envelope for clues. A single sheet of Xerox paper was stuck to the inside and it read, "From the desk of Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine." Onks tommonen oikea lehti? Ei nää taas saattanut mikään ihan Helenääni olla, jos olisi tämä nimen oikein. Niin tää oli kyllä jonkun journalisti Garin kirjoittama, mun mielestäni tämä toinen pätkä. Ainakin siellä alussa oli joku Garin nimi tai joku vastaava. Mikä? Gary McDougall vai mikä olikaan. I'm mailing you this optical disc that was sent to the edit department. It's right up your alley, see if you can turn up something more. We'll do a book if you get enough stuff together. This is your chance for a comeback, so don't screw it up. Max is an old friend, and used to manage most of my book deals way back when. We hadn't seen each other much since I gave up writing. Not that he has the right to tell me about comebacks and screwing up, but I find myself growing excited by the prospect of writing another book. But there was a problem, and it was a big one. How the hell was I going to get to the disc's content? The shocking truth within. My next-door neighbor is a starving college student, and I hit him up for the use of his computer now and then. I banged on his door and screamed repeatedly until he shoveled up to the door half asleep. Once inside, I made a beeline for the piece of junk and stuck the disk into the drive. The icon appeared on the display with a gentle whir. The file name read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses." But an urgent click on the icon only brought up an error message. What nefarious scheme was this? What secret encryption was preventing me from accessing the data? I clicked again and again with the same result, and started to gnaw on the keyboard in frustration. The starving student came running over, wailing about his equipment. He typed in some Moon Man language, avoiding patches of my spit, and a frighteningly cheerful application startup screen appeared on the display. Then lo and behold, I finally laid my eyes on the dense mass of text, the contents of the disk. At the very top it read, "In the Darkness of Shadow Moses" by Nastasha Romanenko. The starving student was being scholarly and trying to read the text over my shoulder. I knocked him out with a punch to the solar plexus and devoured the file's content. It was like a blow to the head with a frozen tuna. My brain was reeling from the shock. The file was full of wild stuff, top-secret conspiracies, incredible genetic experimentation, cold-blooded military deployment of classified weapons. This was the most incredible stuff I had ever come across. Hei vaan Beipo, hei vaan Worsten. Mukavaa perjantait. Tervetuloa kirjaluvun pariin. En huomannut, että se oli 120. Se näkyy mun takaan ikävä kyllä toi, mutta tässä on 129 sivua ja mä olen vasta 27. En ole koskaan lukenut näitä, niin nyt on hyvä aikaa lukea. The unofficial facts according to the disc. Most readers should be aware of the series of strange military actions involving an island farther down of Alaska's Fox Islands some 2 years ago. The island was called Shadow Moses and received a series of well-documented but never explained visits of obvious significance. USS Discovery, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, was ordered away from its designated training area and was confirmed offshore of Shadow Moses Island. It joined an E-3C AWACS that had already and suddenly been deployed to the area with none other than Jim Hausman, the National Security Advisor aboard. 16 hours later, 6 F-117 Nighthawks with the full payload took off from the Galena AFB for Alaska. Various theories were placed into circulation by the media at the time. Some journalists insisted that it had been a foiled invasion attempt by a foreign state. Others suspected a coup d'etat by a part of the US military. I myself wrote an opinion piece for a magazine explaining the Shadow Moses was the Ellis Island for the Greys. This diminutive grey race is after all the most famous of our alien neighbors, notorious for having secret bases all over planet Earth. Jumalauta, kunnon Fox Mulder-teoria. But according to this file, we had all been off our marks. What had instead unfolded on Shadow Moses was the most major terrorist incident in history, an apocalyptic scenario born out of a government-developed Superman project and a doomsday weapon of the same origin. On that fateful day, the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses had suddenly been seized by an irregular operation squad called Foxhound, aided by a group of next-generation super soldiers. And what they threatened was no less than a nuclear strike against the mainland United States. So how is it that we're still alive? Apparently we have a man known only as Solid Snake, and his solitary infiltration of the disposal facility, to thank for it. Believe it or not, this is only the tip of the iceberg as far as the Shadow Moses incident is concerned. The disc contains many more horrifying facts such as a major government conspiracy, a classified weapon described as a walking nuclear-capable tank, and advanced genetic manipulation projects. Many of these hidden dealings were discovered by Solid Snake as he carried out his mission, and it is now my job to relate these facts to you, the readers. But is it still a little too premature to do so? The content of the disc may after all be nothing more than fiction, or even a delusion. After all, who exactly is this Nastasha Romanenko? Eva Huksai, morjes, mukavaa perjantaita. Muistako väärin vai tuliko tämän e-boksin jälkeen vielä pätkeitte Nastasan kirjasta, joka oli jotain 300 sivua? Oho, meillä on oikeasti lukuhetki koko striimi. Tässä menee sitten oikein helvetin pitkä aika. Vai niin? Kuka tän on kirjoittanut? Onko tää pelkkää Kojiman teksti oikein helvetistä, vai kuka tässä on käännöstiimissä ollutkaan? Niin vähän kuin nyt kirjoitan vähän tulla Lorenpaskaa taustalla. Voi joku, pelkkää kirjanluku. Uhu. In search of Nastasha Romanenko. A quick search of the web turned up a few illuminating facts about this elusive writer. Nastasha Romanenko was at one point with the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. At the time of the Shadow Moses incident, she appears to have been a freelance military analyst, having already resigned from the agency. Nuclear and weapons technology will certainly be right up her alley, and in the disc she states that she took part in Solid Snake's mission support. Her exact role was a member of NEST, Nuclear Emergency Search Team, providing field expertise via the radio. Her intimate involvement in the mission gives her a complete and clear grasp of the facts surrounding the case despite the government's successful cover-up. A look at Romanenko's curriculum vitae and body of papers makes her anti-nuclear stance more than obvious. That, along with all the other facts about this person, suggests that unless she suffered a sudden chemical imbalance, or is plotting a second career as a Hollywood screenwriter, Nastasha Romanenko does not indulge in expounding conspiracy theories for its own sake. All very interesting. So, where is Nastasha Romanenko now? I decided to give Global Elements Incorporated, the book's publisher, a call. Below is a complete transcript of the conversation. Me. Hello, listen, you leftover carnival prize, what do you know about a woman named Nastasha Romanenko? Whoever it was, hey, your village called, they want their idiot back. And what's your language, freak? Click. Clearly, they are hiding something. Why else the abrupt response and the hasty hang-up? I was on the trail of something important, something dangerous. If the content of the disc was true, this Nastasha Romanenko was definitely the woman who knew too much. Her life will be in danger, and she must either have gone to ground or was already dead. That brief telephone conversation spoke volumes. There was a contract out on her life. If this was the price of speaking the truth as described in that disc, the picture was complete. But was everything she wrote really true? I went back to my apartment and packed a bag. I was headed for Shadow Moses. The coldest place. I took a plane out the northernmost domestic airport and went to see my cousin John D. John D is a hardcore Alaskan and a big-eyed tuna fisherman. When I asked him to drop me off at Shadow Moses Island during one of his trips out to the sea, he turned pale and a nervous tick started up at the corner of his eye. Shadow Moses? Are you nuts?
All the other guys say their place is crawling with the military. If you get even close to the shore, they shine these huge searchlights in your face, and some of my buddies even got interrogated once. I felt a sudden chill of fear along with the certainty that I was on the right track. You're a wuss, you know that? Try being abducted by a UFO, that'll teach you what's really scary. I got a family, you know. I'm not about to go messing around with the man. Okay, you get me as close as you can then. I'll swim the rest of the way. Swim? You're gonna turn into frozen tuna treat. Don't worry about that. I have an idea. We sailed out for Shadow Moses Island that day.
Ei vaan Losterkkikin mukavaa perjantai. Nyt tulee taas tämmösiä miroronttitiedekysymyksiä. Mitä vittu? Laukaisualusta, joka näyttää T-Rexiltä telepatia ja vampyyrin voimat YMS harhojen projektion voimat. Mä ottaisin kyllä jälkimmäisen. En mä kyllä välttämättä mitään T-Rexin robotteja kaivaa. Mä voisin ottaa harhojen projektion voimat. Olettaen, että se pystyy vaikuttamaan kaikkiin eläviin olentoihin.
The trip to Shadow Moses. It was colder than the dairy section and the boat pitched like a subway derailment on caffeine. I shook constantly from the cold, dredged peanut butter into the sea, then downed some more to keep warm. A few days passed in this pleasant fashion until John D., drawing lines on his charts, turned to me. I'm sorry, man, but this is as far as I can go. If you really want to do this thing, you're going to have to find your own way. There were at least 20 miles to Shadow Moses according to the chart, but John D. was already a blubbering wreck, and I didn't have the heart to strong-arm him. I steeled my nerves. It's okay. Help me get ready. The plan was brilliant. I'd gutted a supersized tuna and stuffed some inflated balloons inside along with a small oil lamp to keep the interior toasty. I would cover the length of my body with the fish and dog battle my way to the island. Any oxygen shortage could quickly be remedied thanks to the balloon, and my landing would appear to be nothing more than a large dead fish swept ashore. All I had to do was slip out of the tuna undetected and investigate the hell out of the place. Absolutely brilliant.
Ei se kyllä kuulosta siltä, että se on kauhean brilliant idea kyllä tommonen.
I bore the fish's stink of the tuna skin with proper journalistic aplomb and walked to the edge of the ship's deck. The Arctic wind was numbing even through the wetsuit, but I bade John D. a hearty farewell and jumped in the sea. But right then, disaster struck. Actually, it was the tuna spine. Its bony mass conked me hard on the back of my head from the force of the landing.
Voi ei.
I tried to right myself, but I was jammed tight against the balloons. The tuna started to sink rapidly, and I kicked my legs wildly as about a gallon of seawater rushed into my lungs.
Monta sivua tässä oli? Odotas. Tjum. Noi, nyt sä näet sivumäärät. Tää on kuulemma vielä pieni, kun toi Huksain sanoi, että tässä on vielä joku toinen kirja, mikä on joku 300 sivua pitkä. Tästä tulee kestämään jonkun aikaa. Ihan rauhas vaan. Ottakaa ihan iisistä. vaan. Jalat pöydällä vaan ja keittäkää jotain kuumaa kivaa ja kuunnelkaa. Kuunnelkaa ihan rauhassa vaan. Mä tuun nimittäin lukemaan kaikki ihan vaan mielenkiinnosta.
Tosa. To add insult to injury, the lamp fell over, shedding its cover. I could feel the heat of the exposed flame dangerously close to my face, and smell the singed hair. This is why I hate traveling. But after what felt like hours, I found myself ashore on Shadow Moses Island. Let's take a moment here to review what happened on the island on that fateful day. Romanenko's disc provides a complete answer. Shadow Moses was no ordinary weapons disposal facility but served as a secret military training ground, among other things. On that day, the Wetworks commando unit known as Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces Group were conducting joint exercises. Foxhound is an irregular squad of elite soldiers, equipped and armed to the teeth with the latest technology. They were long-time and strictly behind-the-scenes players throughout recent history, engaging in sabotage, selective assassinations and other covert military operations. Wherever the United States could not officially intervene, whether it was a civil war, regional unrest, or other types of low-intensity conflict, Foxhound was there. It's unlikely, however, that an average citizen has ever heard of them before. These commandos remain a top-secret government project.
Kiitos.
And then there's the Next Generation Special Forces Unit. This is a cutting-edge anti-terrorist force newly organized to cope with terrorist incidents specifically involving weapons of mass destruction typified in nuclear, biological and chemical warfare. They draw heavily from former mercenary ranks and are on a diet of rigorous VR training guided by the Force 21 concept. The result is combat capability, which is rumored to surpass even those of the Delta Force and Dev Gru, formerly known as SEAL Team 6. Most frightening of all, these soldiers have supposedly been manipulated at the genetic level to increase their combat performance. They were the purebreds among the dogs of war, and they turned on their masters with a surprising demand. Having seized the civilians that were on hand, they demanded that the government turn over to them the body of Foxhound's founder and combat genius, the so-called Big Boss. The government had 24 hours to comply or a nuclear strike would be initiated. But what would motivate them to make such a demand, and how did they intend to make good their threat of a nuclear launch? With these questions still unanswered, the government decided on a seemingly reckless course of action. For this daunting task of stopping a nuclear strike and freeing the hostages from the clutches of these ultimate soldiers, they sent in a single man. His name was Solid Snake. No other than a former member of the now renegade Foxhound and a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. Your reaction is probably one of the incredulity. Just one guy? You may wonder. They decided to gamble the future of the entire world on a single mercenary? I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. But there is more to this mission that meets the eye, as I was later to discover. Solid Snake's remote support team. Snake was delivered to the island by USS Discovery, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine. He may have been the lone field operative, but there was a distinguished mission control team in contact with him by radio. The overall control of the mission rested with Colonel Roy Campbell aboard the USS Discovery. As a former commander of Foxhound and Snake CO during the 1999 Zanzibar land standoff, he was forcibly called out from retirement to deal with this latest crisis. Also aboard the Discovery was Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineering expert with the commercial biotech firm ATGC Incorporated. She was in charge of Foxhound gene manipulation program. Mei Ling, the architect of the mission's state-of-the-art radar and communication systems, was the third team member, apparently something of an engineering wunderkind. She developed this next-generation communication technology while still a student at MIT. At the time of the mission, she may have still been in her teens. MacDonald Miller, a former Foxhound survival instructor, was the only land-bound member of the mission control team. Unlike the other four, Miller was working out of his home in Alaska at his own request. Lastly, Nastasha Romanenko, the author of the In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, rounded out the team as an expert on nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. Hey vaan another gamer, morjes. Enkäs mä ite joskus aikanaan käskenyt tää lukemaan ne varsinaispelin alku, kun tulee tää vuoro. Jos sä sanoit sen silloin joskus Ghost Babelin tai Herran pieksut joskus Metal Gear Solidin läpipelun aikaan, niin mä en muista niin kauas taakse. Olen pahoillani. Mut hei vaan Snowman ja Another Gamer ja Esal ja Bo Domonikin vaan morjes. Mukavaa perjantaita. Ja Hightechkikin sieltä vielä takavasemmalta. Hei vaan. What terrorist acts were committed here, the hostages and what they tell us? The first task faced by Solid Snake upon his infiltration of Shadow Moses Island was the rescue of the hostages. 2 of the captives in particular were considered top priority, but neither survived the mission. Though Snake successfully freed both men, they died suddenly in an identical manner. At the time, the mission control team tentatively attributed the deaths to heart attacks. A diagnosis that was to prove starkly incorrect.
En muista milloin se oli tarkalleen, itse kanssa luin nää etukäteen, koska kaheli. Kahelius on ihan hyvä asia joskus silloin tällä. Aina pitää vähän lukea. Ainakin lukee vielä ääneen, niin se petröttää hyvin kieltäkin, ei voi mitään muuta. Mut raskasta se on kyllä. Menikö Paavo jo läpi? Se meni läpi, juu. Saloseudun kovin äijä. Aika löysältä tuntuu kyllä mun mielestä. Hei vaan anna suidakin mukavaa perjantaita. Ja hei vaan kyllä.
The first hostage was Donald Anderson, the head of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the R&D body of the US Department of Defense. The organization is responsible for planning and overseeing the development of new weapons technology. The other VIP hostage, Kenneth Baker, was the president of Armstech, one of the largest and most powerful defense subcontractors in the country. An overseer of the US's war technology and a powerful arms producer don't just happen to meet in an out-of-the-way military outpost. No one reading this account can fail to realize that these 2 had no business in a nuclear weapons disposal plant. And since neither Anderson nor Baker was in the habit of enjoying winter picnics, Romanenko's assertion that there was a new weapon secretly being developed on the island rings all the more true. According to her, there was indeed such a weapon, and it was close enough to completion to warrant a field test. But what exactly was this new weapon? The mother of all weapons. Metal Gear. I'm not sure it's a term that many of you have heard. I know it only as a kind of a journalistic urban legend while I was still a beat reporter. It was a phantom bipedal tank that moved with unprecedented speed across difficult terrain such as mountains, desert, and swamps, firing nuclear warheads from locations that were previously impossible. Once this weapon rolled off the assembly line, nuclear strikes could be made from almost any adverse terrain, and the tactical nuclear map for the whole world will be rewritten. This nuclear-capable bipedal tank is said to have lurked in the wings of both Outer Heaven of South Africa and Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One theory holds that the development had progressed to a working prototype stage, but the weapon never materialized on the world arms stage. In a strange coincidence or a causal connection, it was none other than Solid Snake who saved the world from the threat of Metal Gear during both incidents. But history does indeed repeat itself, and the specter of Metal Gear rose once again in the state-of-the-art weapons development program on Shadow Moses Island. When I reached this point in the narrative, I suddenly checked myself. Wasn't Metal Gear's time effectively over? Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union late last century, the idea of mutual assured destruction and the arms race to maintain this dangerous status quo had been fading into obsolescence. Voi vittu, vaikea sana. The START II treaty signed by both superpowers had already started to chip away at the nuclear stockpile even back then. In fact, the disposal facility at Shadow Moses had been built to disarm and temporarily store many of these same warheads. With the very idea of nuclear weapons under serious scrutiny, why would the military invest in the development of a nuclear-capable tank? Or was there something more to this weapon? The nature of the beast. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Metal Gear Rex, the newest of its kind. Almost 45 feet in height, equipped with Vulcan cannons and laser array and shielded by a cutting-edge composite armor, rendering the unit practically impervious to even heat. High-explosive anti-tank warheads. And I haven't even gotten to the truly scary part of this thing. The crown jewel of this Shadow Moses Metal Gear was its railgun technology. The gun was designed to fire nuclear warheads clear of the atmosphere, where they would automatically align themselves to the target and ride the optimal trajectory back down to Earth. So what, you may think? There's a big fat missile flying from the sky. Who cares where it came from? Just shoot the damn thing down. But here's the catch. You won't be able to find any of Rex's warheads, let alone shoot them down. Don't believe me? The facts bear me out. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases from launch to impact. The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase that concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the fourth and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems are alerted to incoming ballistic missiles by detecting the rocket burn during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing, with a range of over 3,000 miles rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles. It reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of a Metal Gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply. It also wouldn't matter if the whole world knew that a nuclear missile would be launched from Shadow Moses Island. The missile defense system was helpless against a new breed of ballistic missiles. This was exactly what the terrorists counted on in unleashing Metal Gear Rex and its all-powerful nuclear weapon against the world.
Mitenkäs tollanen nuke oikein tarkalleen hakeutuu maaliin, jos ei siinä ole minkään sortin työntövoimaa omasta takaa? Niin paitsi, että se ampuu sen, sen railgunina sen suoraan sinne atmosfääriin ja sieltä sitten lähtee niinku dig. Kai siinä on joku muutettu maalihakusysteemi. Mä en tiedä. Sun täytyy kysyä Kojimalta. Kai siinä joku ihan logiikkaa. Kai siinä ihan oikeasti joku logiikkaa. Joo, tässä on vielä, hetkinen, 129 sivua tässä on maksimis, me ollaan sekin 6 tässä kohtaa. Mä en tiedä, että se tulee 3. kirja varmaan auki vielä. Ja DKC, tää on 3. läpipelu. Ensimmäinen läpipelu on PC alkuperäinen julkkari vuodelta Nakki ja Papu. Toinen pelu on Metal Gear Solid 4 julkaisun alla. Vähän ennen, aika paljonkin varmaan ennen Metal Gear Solid 4 julkkari. Sitten on perkeleen pitkä aika, kun mä oon viimeksi pelannut Metal Gear Solid 2 ja 3 ja saatikan 4. Ainoat, mitkä tulee virkin läpipeluna, tulee olemaan sit nää käsikonsoli Metal Gearit. Peacekeeperia lukuun ottamat vai? Eiku mikä olikaan tää yksi, mikä tuli PSPlle silloin? Onko se Peacekeeperi? Voi pylly. Se varsinainen Metal Gear Solid 4, eiku mitä 5 periaatteessa. Käytännössä varsinainen 5 Kojiman mukaan. No kumminkin. Iten aikoinaan Pekkari 2 päässyt tästä Finalbossiin läpi. Se on vähän, muistaakseni vähän semmoinen säätöhelvetti kyllä juu. Eikö se ollut se miekkailutappelu siellä jossain vapauden patsaan päällä? Mitä helvettiä se oli? PS Vitalla oli Peace Walker ja PSPlle oli Portable Labs. Eihän siis Peace Walkerihan tuli PSPllä. Vitallehan ei täytyy tulla muuta kuin nämä HD-versiot Metal Gear Solid 2 ja 3. Peace Walker oli kyllä juu PSP-peli ihan täysin puhtaasti 100%. What I finally saw inside the fortress. Anyway, I trudged through the caves sweating under the weight of my trusty tuna. Soon the rocks gave way to smooth walls and a row of bright lights.
I had finally arrived. This was no doubt the cradle of insurrection, that military facility which Solid Snake so brilliantly penetrated the eye of the storm that threatened to engulf the world. Fortunately, there was not a soul to be seen. I could, however, hear a faint cry amidst the whistle of the wind. "Gary, help me!" I couldn't believe my ears. How could anyone on a remote island that I'd never visited know my name? I took a good cautious look around and saw a familiar figure among the steel pillars in the corner. It was John D. My cousin, who'd so carelessly pitched me overboard into the sub-zero water only a few hours ago, was now sitting on the ground tied to a post. What had happened? "Help, Gary!" I trotted over to where he was calling pathetically, the tuna heavy on my back. He smiled weakly when he saw me. "What the hell happened to you, John D?" I asked, crouching down next to him. "I don't know. Right after I left you off, this black helicopter came around." "A helicopter?" "Yeah, it's kind of squarish black one. The next thing I know, I'm tied up here. Gary, why are you still wearing that fish?" Was there more to this as I'd suspected? Who was responsible? The military? Or that mysterious group mentioned in the disc, the one whose authority outstrips even that of the President of the United States? My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden gunfire. I instinctively pulled the tuna over me again. "Gary, you gotta help me! Untie me, will ya?" Where was the shooter? The bullets were wildly ricocheting off the post, making it impossible for me to pinpoint the origin. If I stayed put, I was dead meat. What should be my next course of action? "Untie me, man! Gary! Don't call me Gary, I'm just a tuna!" Voi vittu. I started to run, dodging bullets and springing up the stairs. I was unstoppable, speeding away like a gazelle in a large fishkin. "Farewell, cousin John D. There are responsibilities greater than your safety that I must shoulder. Mine is a high and lonely path." Solid Snake versus the Army of Darkness. Onks tää Evil Dead 4? Tää kuulostaa eeppiseltä elokuvalta. Galatonin 70-luku pahviluotat on uusinta hottiin muodissa. Juu, ja teknologisesti hyvinkin kovi. Hieno crossover olisi. Juu, Solid Snake ja Ashi vetämässä vähän porukkaa pataa. Deaditei poikki ja pinoa. Ja sit siinä sivussa vähän Metal Gearikin vähän poikki ja pinoa. Olisi aika mielenkiintoinen kyllä. Let's take this moment to review Solid Snake's footsteps. The nuclear weapons disposal facility that he had infiltrated was crawling with terrorists, and engaging the enemy was unavoidable. This was a battlefield, no mistake about it. Snake's progress had been impeded at every step by the patrolling squads of super genome soldiers, and such formidable foxhounds as Psycho Mantis, the master of psychokinesis and mind-reading, the chameleon-like decoy octopus, the chain-gun-wielding giant Vulcan Raven, and Sniper Wolf, one of the best marksmen in history. The following is a profile of individuals whose involvement with the government conspiracy seems to be the most intimate. The information should help make the terrifying truth about this case more clear. Revolver Ocelot. An ex-Spetsnaz also known as Shalashashka. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he found lucrative contracts as a mercenary in conflict-ridden regions throughout the world. His activities led to his recruitment by the US government and his entry into Foxhound. As his codename indicates, he is a brilliant marksman whose preferred weapon is a revolver. Ocelot challenged Snake when he came looking for Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech Incorporated. But the battle never reached the conclusion Ocelot wanted due to the sudden intrusion of the stealth camouflage-clad cyborg ninja. The ninja's sword cut a deadly arc right through Ocelot's right arm, and Ocelot retreated in agony. Agony. The Russian sharpshooter also served as a liaison between his terrorist band and a Russian militia led by the renegade Colonel Gorlukovich. According to Foxhound leader Liquid Snake's master plan, the Russian militia would join them on Shadow Moses after the nuclear strike had been launched. They would then commence an all-out assault on the rest of the world from their safe retreat on the island. With nuclear missiles that could neither be detected nor defended against, over 1,000 first-class Russian soldiers, next-generation genome commandos, and the combat skill and tactical cunning of Foxhound, this new army's objective was nothing short of World War III. The Ninja. The mystery figure equipped with the reinforced exoskeleton and stealth camouflage confounded Snake as well as the terrorists with his superhuman strength and agility. His interest seems not to have been what was happening within the facility. Evidence suggests that he was there solely to engage Snake in battle. It was through such an encounter that Snake realized the identity of the ninja. His name had been Gray Fox, and he was supposed to have been killed by Snake, his best friend. This may seem surprising, but the dead coming back to life is a fairly routine occurrence. There are examples throughout the world to prove the fact. When Roland Grace's grave was relocated in 1952, there were deep gouge marks discovered on the inside of the Hungarian farmer's casket lid.
Onko se joku oikea tyyppi toi Roland Grace? Nyt tulee liikaa tämmöistä vähän omituista faktaa.
It looked as though the dying man had tried to claw his way out of the coffin. On a brighter note, a Japanese man called Jinemon Natakama walked out of a stalactite cave in 1914. A full 10 years after he had gone missing while exploring the same cave. His family was doubly astonished to discover that he had apparently not aged a day since they last saw him.
Onks tääkin joku faktatyyppi, tää Jinemon Natakama? Kuulostaa kyllä urbaanilegendalta.
All this makes complete sense to me, and it should to you as well in a moment. 2 words. Pyramid power. I have no doubt that Gray Fox was forced to undergo the same revival process by military scientists in the course of their horrific genetic experiments. Liquid Snake. I know exactly what you're thinking as you hear the name of the man who led the Shadow Moses uprising. And my answer is yes. Solid Snake, our hero, and Liquid Snake are none other than twin brothers. They are not, however, twins in the usual sense. This is yet another manifestation of the US military's dangerous love affair with genetic engineering. The 2 snakes are fighting machines created through the so-called Project Les Enfants Terribles. The rumors that the government is attempting mass production of super soldiers are numerous and persistent. Just the other day I came across something called the People EO, a humanoid combat droid. Development on the outer shell had gone off without a hitch, but the unit had to have a human being inside to function, which decreased its utility somewhat. The military finally realized the fact late in the game and pulled the plug. There was also a plan to use a well-known psychokinetics DNA material to breed an army of gifted soldiers. Unfortunately, someone pointed out that there is indeed no spoon, at least not in a normal combat situation. Solid and liquid snakes, however, were successfully created from their father, Big Boss's genetic material. They were literally born to be extraordinary soldiers. And it was no surprise that when they finally met, the result will be a titanic confrontation.
Pysy hyvin teemassa, kun katsoo tässä samalla Ylen dokkari Roger Mooresta. Oho, onks hyvä dokkari? Tosin et sä katsoo vielä loppuun asti, niin vaikeatinkin sanoa. Hei vaan hemuli, mukavaa perjantait. Ja Detector Mangi kans, mukavaa.
What I saw on the roof. I hauled myself and the tuna up the steps dodging the invisible sniper. The spiral staircase seemed to go on forever. Just as I was about to keep up the climb, I saw the exit on the roof. I pulled open the door and lurched into the faintly lit gloom. The sub-zero wind felt soothing on my overworked body. I laid the tuna down and sat down next to it, trying to catch my breath. The enemy may pursue me even here, but I had nothing left in me to run with. I pulled out my hip flask of peanut butter and bourbon and took a long swig. The fiery liquid slid down my throat, hot and thick. Peanut butter is my Waterloo. When I was a kid, I was a wuss. I was a wuss who couldn't eat a peanut butter like other red-blooded children. One day, I Decided to confront this weakness of mine and put myself on a peanut butter overload. Anything I put in my mouth had to have peanut butter on it. I piled the stuff on everything from chili dogs without onions, my favorite dish, to spearmint gum to my first girlfriend's lips. The inevitable result was that I came to hate peanut butter. If I didn't much like it before, I now loathed it with abandon. If I could gather the entire world's supply of peanut butter and dump it into the Bermuda Triangle, I would. As it is, all I can do is eat as much of the stuff as I can. Peanut butter, I will always hate you. How does that song go? And I will always hate you. Oh, no, that's not it. Will always... It must be another song I'm thinking of. Can't remember. Snow is starting to coat my shoes. Where was my tuna? Oh, there it is, right next to me. Bright light in my eye. Now I remember what day it is. June 24th. The anniversary of my UFO abduction. Why am I so sleepy? And what is that sound? It was a chopper. A squarish black one, and it was coming closer. Fox die. The secret assassination virus. If you recall, I wrote that the two hostages, the DARPA chief Donald Anderson and Armstead President Kenneth Baker, died of a heart attack while they were being rescued by Solid Snake. The actual cause of their death, however, was a specially engineered assassination virus called Fox die. Fox die is a retrovirus that kills only a select people. Its development was passed on to Naomi Hunter from her predecessor. Once Fox die finds its way into its target system, the person dies almost immediately. It's practically a viral equivalent of spontaneous human combustion. Dr. Hunter had injected Solid Snake with this virus, and as he unwittingly made contact with his targets one by one, they fell prey to the retrovirus's power. But the decision to infect Snake was not hers. That order, in fact, came directly from the Pentagon. The Defense Department's goal. The true objective of the DoD was to selectively assassinate the perpetrators of the terrorist uprising. All Snake had to do was to come into contact with the targets. The mission objectives he was actually given, namely to stop the nuclear launch and rescue the hostages, were nothing more than a smokescreen. By simply sending Snake in as a disease vector, the Pentagon stood to reclaim their expensive investments. Metal Gear and the bodies of the genome soldiers with little risk of damage. The Pentagon also believed that Fox die would successfully cover up the incident by the virtue of its lethality. However, Naomi Hunter's re-engineering of the virus cast grave doubts on the reliability of Fox die itself. Even though the nature of her manipulation was unknown, the Pentagon decided to take extreme measures to counteract this development. The bomber on the horizon. Alarmed by the news of Dr. Hunter's tampering, the then Defense Secretary Jim Houseman personally took over as the mission's commander and headed for Shadow Moses on an AWACS. Around the same time, a bomber took off from a base in Galena, Alaska, carrying a payload of surface-piercing B-61-13 tactical missiles. The Defense Secretary had decided on a more direct approach to cover up, fighting nuke with nuke. It was a rationale that smacked off a return to the arms race, and Snake was furious. He had already succeeded in destroying Metal Gear Rex, and the terrorist incident was over for all intents and purposes. Was a nuclear airstrike to be his prize for accomplishing all this? As it turned out, the airstrike never happened. Somebody had countermanded Jim Houseman's orders. You may think that the only person with the authority to override the orders of the Secretary of Defense was his Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. But like most things in this account, the truth is far from obvious. The hand that stopped the nuclear strike was that of a shadowy secret society. But what kind of a group is it whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? The face of the enemy. When I came to, I was sitting in the weather station cabin with a burlap sack on my head and my hands tied behind my back. So this is the way it ends, I thought dimly. I haul myself all the way out of this pimple on the Arctic and die at the hands of an invisible executioner without finding out the thing. One of my captors moved in closer and started to rummage through my inside chest pocket. I cursed inwardly. This was where I carried Nastasha Romanenko's disc, the entire account of the Shadow Moses incident. My policy is, the best way to ensure that something doesn't get stolen is to have it with you at all times. Clearly, I needed to re-evaluate that one. The man easily found and seized the disc. "What is this?" he demanded. "Whatever it is, it's worth more than you." I responded with as much menace and dignity as the burlap on my head allowed. Well, that is something. What followed was both highly tedious and painful. Nothing of great significance was said until that electrifying statement, "We have the disc back." We have now come full circle since the start of my account and caught up to the point where it originated. It was unclear how the disc had gotten to Max Smithson at Mega Surprise, but my captor's words indicated that the disc had originally belonged to them. Either that or they were the ones who wanted it the most urgently. I took my courage in my hands and opened a dialogue with them. "Yo! You guys happen to be that secret society whose power outstrips even that of the American presidency? Answer me, you artificial coloring on a cheap drugstore candy cane!" This had the exact effect I'd hoped for, namely to send them into a violent fit of rage. I must have hit pretty close to home. The contents of the disc were as good as verified. This was indeed the secret society whose power outstripped even that of the American presidency. In my delight, I hardly paid attention to the obscenities that were being screamed at me, nor to the distinct sound of a gun being pulled out of its holster. It was then that the cabin suddenly erupted into controlled chaos. It seemed only seconds from the time the window was smashed into the moment I realized that my captors had been decimated, and I was alone with my savior. Who was this human whirlwind? I was ready to lose my lunch from the curiosity and the terror. I could taste the peanut butter in my mouth. I could hear the enigma walk up to me and lift the burlap sack off my head. I concentrated on the hammering of my heart for a moment, then slowly looked up. There was nobody there. I could see nothing, sense nothing. But someone was untying the ropes, biting into my wrists. Invisible hands placed themselves on either side of my head in a strange parody of a coronation. They deftly removed the bandana I had earlier fashioned into a clumsy bandage for my bruised head. The faded piece of cloth was not my own, but the flotsam found on the beach. I reached for the unseen figure with my shaking hands, but with one quick flick of the bandana, it was gone. But there were more surprises to come. As I gingerly moved my stiff body, I felt an unfamiliar bulk against my chest and discovered the precious optical disc miraculously recovered. Not only that, but there were enough backup copies to fill me with awe and pop the stitches on my flimsy pocket. I thought of my mysterious savior, possessed of superhuman fighting ability, invisible and capable of burning discs in an instant. There was only one possible explanation. He had to be an alien, probably the little grey kind.
Se on ainoa järkevä selitys. Hei vaan Alluti, hei vaan MacPixel.
Life after Shadow Moses. And so I came in from the cold to my hole of an apartment in New York, my trusty tuna beside me.
Ja hei vaan Timodus.
The landlord mentioned that my neighbor, the starving student, had gone missing recently. It could be that I was nosing around the wrong information from his machine. If I ever see him alive again, I should apologize. I'm currently banging out this manuscript on an antique typewriter. This is the truth as described on the optical disc, and as elaborated and verified by my own experiences on that fearsome island. As this account draws to a close, my thoughts dwell more and more on Nastasha Romanenko, the woman who risked everything by recording the facts of the incident on this disc. I think it was her way of giving voice to the victims of this mission, the casualties of nuclear weapons throughout modern history, and to all the lives disrupted and damaged by an elaborate government conspiracy. Her will was passed on to a counterculture journalist in New York City. That's me. And the truth is now out there for all to see, just as she dreamed. Readers, the responsibility to disseminate the facts of the Shadow Moses incident is now yours. What will you risk to know the truth? Publishers afterward. This non-fiction work was based on the factual account written by Nastasha Romanenko, a military analyst who allegedly took part in a secret mission to counter a terrorist incident on Alaska's Shadow Moses Island. Her account was published in its original unabridged form as In the Darkness of Shadow Moses after the successful publication of this volume. Gary McGolden, the author, is a journalist and a non-fiction writer who is best known for his past bestseller, The Telekinetic Powers of the Loch Ness Monster, the True Energy Source of UFOs. The details of McGolden's adventures on Shadow Moses remain uncorroborated. But there are serious doubts as to his tuna-aided landing on the island. There is in fact ample evidence that he was swept out to another small island several miles south of Shadow Moses and failed to realize the fact. McGolden has seemingly vanished into thin air following his manuscript's arrival at our humble offices. While this has been a source of great pleasure to our accounting department, I sincerely hope that this notoriously fickle but talented writer is hard at work on the follow-up to this volume. Though certain aspects of the book require further fact-checking, this alone should not dissuade you of the veracity of many of its main assertions, nor should you dismiss the contents of Nastasha Romanenko's disc outright. Instead, readers should approach this account with an open mind and a sense of adventure, much as Gary McGolden did when he first received the disc in the mail. I should note, however, that Gary was mistaken about one thing. I never mailed him that disc. Max Smithson, Editor-in-Chief, Mega Surprise Magazine. Pitkä teksti. Tuleeko se oikeasti kuin 300-sivuinen juttu seuraavaksi? Onko se oikeasti? 324. Nyt on kyllä. Jesus Kristus. Tässä menee koko striimi, kun me luetaan nämä kirjat. 324. Enkä edes kuseeta. Kattokaa vaan kite. 324. Eikä varmaan yhtään kuvaa välissä. Ihme, jos mulla on ääni tallella tämän jälkeen, kun mä luen tämän koko paska. Katsotaan, miten käy. Oho. Tässä menee sit Tässä menee nyt. Tässä menee kyllä hetki aikaa. Olkaa kärsivällisiä. Hei vaan Jansaloni, morjes. Mukavaa perjantai. Tervetuloa kirjanluku hetkeen. Me ei päästä Metal Gearin pelosen ollenkaan. Me luetaan 324 sivua. 324 sivua In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, The Unofficial Truth. Omalla äänellä, koska mä rupeen tekemään mitään nastasääntä, ikävä kyllä. I dedicate this book to the casualties of Shadow Moses as well as to all those who suffered the tyranny of the nuclear weapons and the Richard Ames. Nastasha Romanenko. Prologue. Shadow Moses Island. XXXXNXXXXV. Koordinaatit on hyvät. Even the local fishermen rarely venture to this outcropping of land. Yet the incident of all incidents took place on this remote isle, north of Alaska's Fox Islands. A number of confirmed facts undermine the US government's denial of the entire affair. Among those are the sudden appearance of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine USS Discovery of Shadow Moses, far away from its designated position, and an official record that shows that a squadron of 6 fully armed F-117 Nighthawks departed from Galena Air Force Base for Alaska a scant 16 hours later. In another possibly related event, an E-3C AVAX on emergency deployment to the Alaska area is said to have had none other than the then National Security Advisor Jim Hausman as its onboard VIP. What exactly happened on Shadow Moses? There was no lack of rumors to account for this series of unusual military activities. An armed incursion, a coup attempt by a branch of the military, and other theories made its way to the public table. I can state unequivocally that none of them came close to the truth. What actually took place was the single greatest terrorist incident in modern history. It was an act of political violence on a scale the world had never seen, a blow that threatened to send the Damocles sword of nuclear warfare into a freefall. Most significant of all, the attack stemmed from several so-called black projects, which the US government had been conducting in top secret, away from public scrutiny. I have in my hand 2 optical discs. One contains the entire record of events that took place on Shadow Moses Island that fateful day, the takeover of a nuclear weapons disposal plant by an armed group. Other key points of this incredible record are the identification of the perpetrators as the government's own genetically enhanced next-generation commandos and a covert special forces squad, Foxhound, with a long dark history of secret intervention.
Harmi, kun tää kirja on käytännössä kokonaan fakta, eikä ole mitään hassu niin kuin tuossa edellisessä. Niin tuolla oli vähän huume kuin alieni hörheilyä ja kaikkea muuta. Sekoilu sui välissä. Voi. Mutta tää on hyvä esimaku kyllä. Sitten kun joku historiallinen päivä, kun pääsee sen, että pelaa Baldur's Gate 1 kokonaisuudessaan ja 2 ja hyppää sinne Planescape Tormenttiin, niin tää on hyvä treeni. Koska siinä on tekstiä.
The existence of one Metal Gear Rex, a bipedal nuclear-capable tank whose development was one of the most classified projects of all time. The discovery of a massive government conspiracy. The activities of a former Foxhound operative who single-handedly took on this daunting situation and averted the crisis. A man who is known only by his codename, Solid Snake. The other remaining disc holds the details of Project Foxdie, a massive cover-up which the US government planned and executed in order to prevent exposure. There are, after all, forces within the US government who seek to maintain the military power structure established in the last century, and will not hesitate to resuscitate the terror of nuclear arms in order to achieve that end. My intent is to expose their activity and the entirety of the Shadow Moses affair through this book. Only then can we hope to free the coming generations from the damnosa hereditas of the 20th century nuclear arms race. I looked up from the mass of documents at the sound of the doorbell. On the monitor in front of me was a half-finished status report on the resurgence of nuclear arms development in a certain Middle Eastern state. The UNSCOM, United Nations Special Commission, had officially requested a survey by the UN weapons inspectors and had been refused entry. Tensions were once again running high in the Gulf. As a military analyst whose specialty was nuclear arms, I was under contract from a think tank to produce a study of the situation. It was due the day after the next, and interruptions were definitely not welcome. I ground out my cigarette in the ashtray and stepped out of the study. All visitors to my house are checked via surveillance camera and then let in through the heavy gate. The property itself is surrounded by a high wall. It may seem like overkill for a beach community, but security is a necessity in greater Los Angeles, if only to keep out the legion of swimsuit-clad tourists. However, there was nobody to be seen at the gate. It was either a prank or the camera was malfunctioning. Reluctant to investigate but feeling unsettled nevertheless, I headed back to the study and sat back down at the computer to continue my work. Kieli menee solmuun. Just then, someone spoke behind me. "You always were a little careless." I spun around, kicking my chair over. There was a man standing at the entrance of the study, slouching in a well-tailored suit. "Richard!" He caught my eye and grinned. Ignoring my surprise, he strolled into the room, gazing around at the pile of books and papers. "And still as disorganized as ever." He shrugged his shoulders in a familiar gesture, triggering a wave of memories laced with bitterness. Richard Ames and I were married, once upon a time. We were both young and working for the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. We spent much of our brief marriage in disagreement over virtually every issue, and just as I came to realize that our union was a mistake, he disappeared from my life. A while later, I received the paperwork for divorce from his lawyer. There was a generous alimony offer involved, which I refused. Not only did I find the thought of owing him anything intolerable, I also wanted to prove that he was not the only one who could walk away without an explanation. The divorce was finalized without us ever meeting face to face, and we were legally strangers once again. In the 5 years since, I quit the DIA and became a freelance analyst. I had not seen Richard at all, nor even heard of his whereabouts. "How did you get in here?" I demanded. After all, attempting to scale the wall or force the front door would immediately trigger the security system, but he refused to be ruffled. "If you're going to use a flimsy lock like that, may as well not bother. I'd recommend a more professional security setup." "Does the term breaking and entering mean anything to you, Richard?" "You know, law isn't my field of expertise," he replied nimbly and peered over my shoulder at the report on the computer display. "Radioisotope projectile separator. Uranium-235 production feasibility for high-speed gas centrifuge. This must be about that Middle East nuke development. Looks like your career is going well. That's great." I pushed Richard aside and asked him flatly, "What do you want?" He took a step back and regarded me with a slightly mischievous smile. "What? You afraid I came back to give us another chance?" He let the silence linger as if to relish my reaction. Then suddenly formal, he continued, "It's an official request from the DIA." He placed a folder on the desk. "I am asking for your cooperation as a member of NEST. NEST stands for Nuclear Emergency Search Team, a group that operates on the Department of Energy budget. It was established in 1974 to provide technological support to the FBI in areas of intelligence, investigation, site securement, damage containment and medical response during incidents involving criminal threats of nuclear weapon use. Call it a band of experts on nuclear terrorism, if you will. NEST consists of independently contracted scientists from federally funded research entities like Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore, and military specialists from groups dealing with nuclear arms issues. I happen to be one of the latter group." Richard was opening the file folder. "You've heard of Shadow Moses Island, I assume?" I nodded assent. I had indeed heard of the remote place north of Alaska's Fox Highlands. Though it was hardly public knowledge, the island was home to a nuclear weapons disposal facility. According to the terms of the START II Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, the total number of tactical nuclear warheads owned by the US and Russia were reduced to somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 in the later decades of the 20th century. The outcome was a massive number of warheads in need of a disposal when there was already a shortage of storage space for radioactive materials. As a result, warheads had to be kept somewhere before they could be dismantled and their radioactive elements extracted for long-term storage. The Shadow Moses facility was the answer. It was the crystallization of the forces of nuclear proliferation, political engineering that gives preference to delaying a solution rather than producing one and a hidden military agenda to preserve what it could of the old nuclear stockpile. Richard took out several photographs from the folder and handed them to me. They all appeared to be satellite captures of the nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses Island, perhaps acquired from the NRO, National Reconnaissance Office. There were multiple human figures around the building structures. Richard broke the silence. "The disposal plant was seized by terrorists." I looked up sharply at the news, but his next words left me speechless. "And the ringleaders are Foxhound members." An irregular team of the best commandos the military has to offer, armed with cutting-edge technology. That was Foxhound, the best of the best, and completely unknown to the public they ostensibly serve. Their function was to intervene in the kind of low-intensity conflicts the US could not officially touch. They were the shadow soldiers of numerous regional conflicts and civil wars, shaping history with sabotage, selective assassination, and other covert acts of war. Richard had more to say. It's not just Foxhound that's involved in this. Foxhound was conducting joint exercises with the Next Generation Special Forces, and they are a part of the takeover as well. The Next Generation Special Forces is an aggressive anti-terrorism squad deployed to counteract of political violence involving weapons of mass destruction, such as nuclear, biological and chemical warfare methods.
Ding.
Collapse. The combat philosophy is derived from the one used for Force 21, and most of the recruits come from a mercenary background. The men are intensively trained in VR environment, and their combat capability is estimated to be well beyond even those of Delta Force or the Night Stalkers. While the government categorically denies the accusation, there are persistent rumors that the men have been genetically enhanced to increase tactical advantage. Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces. They were without a doubt the most skilled group of fighting men produced by the US, and they had hijacked a nuclear arsenal. Richard had more bad news.
There are also civilian hostages involved. 2 of them happen to be the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech Incorporated. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency is the research satellite of the US Defense Department, charged with planning and leading the development of new weapons technology. AT happens to be one of the top 3 defense contractors in the country. There is no such thing as a coincidence, especially the kind that involves the head of these 2 organizations meeting in an out-of-the-way nuclear weapons disposal plant. I decided to be direct with Richard. There was something going on in that disposal facility, I take it. Let me guess, a demonstration of a new weapon.
How should I know? Shadow Moses is also a prime Northern Lights observation locale, you know.
Whatever Richard knew, he wasn't telling, but his evasiveness only confirmed my suspicions. Whatever was going on, this was no ordinary terrorist incident. With that in mind, I moved on to another point. What are their demands?
They want a body. Not just any corpse, though. They want Foxhound's founder, Big Boss. Legendary soldier, best fighting man of the 20th century, the whole works.
His body? Why would they want something like that so badly?
No idea. But unless they have it within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear strike.
Richard glanced at the watch coolly.
So we have about 19 hours.
You don't seem too worried.
The DoD is already working on the situation.
Just as I'd suspected. Richard always has a plan in place and the machinery in motion before opening up to someone else. All he asks from others is approval after the fact.
Shadow Moses is completely locked down. We had to rule out deploying an entire assault team. Instead, we are inserting a single operative to free the hostages and prevent the nuclear strike.
Impossible.
Possible for Solid Snake.
Solid Snake? The former Foxhound, a legend among mercenaries for single-handedly bringing down the fortress cities of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. Yes, with Solid Snake in the picture, there was a possibility of success, but still.
USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine, is already in place with Snake aboard.
So the plan was already a go. I looked Richard in the eye and held his gaze. And what do I have to do with all this?
He grinned. Snake may be a legend, but he knows jack about nuclear weapons, which is why I'm asking you to be a part of mission support. We'll have you set up in no time.
Right on cue, 2 men started to move a large piece of hardware, apparently communication equipment, into the study. Richard nodded towards the bulky load.
I'd like you to be available to Snake for consultation via satellite link-up.
Hei vaan Tommia ja Keki, morjes, hello. Hey son. As soon as the equipment was in place, an engineer type started to make adjustments. I could see another group of men setting up a satellite dish in the backyard. They were all in civilian clothes, but not a few of them had the build and the oddly fitting jacket that marked them as armed military personnel. Clearly, refusal was not an option. But there was still something that puzzled me. Nest has a small investigative team, SRT, on standby at all times for immediate response. They were stationed at Nelly's AFB in Las Vegas, just over in Nevada. Clearly, they were the natural choice for this assignment,
And if not the SRT, the DIA also had a number of qualified nuclear weapon specialists. Richard had started to direct his men on where to set up the equipment, but I interrupted him. "Why me?" He turned and answered without missing a beat. "I need people I can trust. There's too much at stake." It was a lie. The Richard Ames I knew trusted no one, but it was clear that whatever the reason, he did not intend to tell me. "It's a good thing I was in. What would you have done if I weren't?" "You have to be somewhere. We would have located you." "I'm sure you would have."
"So are you in?"
I took a deep breath. "Of course."
I don't enjoy being a pawn, especially Richard's, but I had no intention of standing by whilst nuclear terrorism was in progress. A nuclear strike takes an untold number of lives all in the blink of an eye. Adults and infants, women and men. It kills indiscriminately. If there was a chance that I could do something to stay the hand on the nuclear button, I had to do it.
"So everything is set." Richard slapped a fist into the other palm. "Insertion was a success. Snake is on Shadow Moses." Richard walked into the study with the update he'd just received from one of his men. The study was almost unrecognizable, thanks in part to the racks of communication hardware. Cables snaked across every square inch of available space, and engineers and DIA agents were coming and going in controlled chaos. The place looked like what it now was, a temporary mission control room. Richard laid a hand on my shoulder. "You should be hearing from him soon. You are clear on how to use the radio?" I nodded assent. While the engineers were busy setting up the equipment, I had been briefed on its use as well as the mission. Snake had been delivered to the general area of Shadow Moses Island by USS Discovery, an Ohio-class nuclear submarine. He was then ejected from the submarine on a swimmer delivery vehicle, SDV, which he abandoned once within the range of underwater listening devices located near the disposal plant.
Siirakkinen, kuule. Haluatko nähdä sivunumerot? Oikeassa kulmassa lukee, kuinka monta sivua tässä on. Tässä on kuule vielä. Kyllä me luetaan. Tässä on vielä muutama sivu. Luetaan. Täällä on tämmönen lukuhetki. Kuule. Missä seikkailuhetki? Se on kato Tuoppio, joka kerta kun joku kysymys on seikkailuhetki, niin se siirtyy aina muutamaa päivällä eteenpäin. Et milloin pistää sen takaisin. Mä en muista kuinka kertaa sitä kysyttiin tuossa Paavo Pesusinen kohdalla, mutta siinä tuli jo valmiiksi aika monta päivää esiin. Että sinne pohjaan. Niin. Joka kerta kun joku kysyy, niin sinne tulee muutama lisää. Digi. He would swim the rest of the way in the freezing cold Bering Sea water. This last leg of the insertion struck me as nothing short of suicidal until I learned that Solid Snake was outfitted with a state-of-the-art sneaking suit and had been injected with a compound designed to prevent the onset of hypothermia. In addition, while Snake would be the only field operative involved, he would be in radio contact with the support team during much of the mission. The members of this support team drew from a wide range of backgrounds. The mission control officer was Colonel Roy Campbell, who would remain aboard the USS Discovery. I knew him by reputation alone. He was a former Foxhound commander and Solid Snake CO during the quelling of the 1999 Zanzibar Lands uprising. He had retired soon after, but from the looks of things, he had been called out of retirement for this mission. Dr. Naomi Hunter, a genetic engineering expert on a temporary assignment from the Gentech giant ATGC, was also on the team. She had apparently been leading the bioengineering program for Foxhound. Richard matter-of-factly confirmed that both Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces had been undergoing genetic manipulation to enhance their combat capability. I have a difficult time grasping what we have come to. Modifying a person's essential genetic structure for the sake of creating a better soldier. Also aboard the Discovery was Mei Ling, the inventor of the new radar and communication system deployed for this mission. She was something of an engineering wunderkind. Se on hyvä, kun toistan näitä tiettyjä sanoja ja muita juttuja, mitä siinä aikaisemmassakin tekstissä oli. Aivan samoilla sanoillakin vielä. Olikohan se Patrick Startasaloikka ollut hyvä peli? Niin se vähän Goat-simulaattorin tyyppinen fysiikkapelleily. Siitä mä en tiedäkään mitään. Kukaan ei ole puhunut sitä oikein mitään milloinkaan. Tämä on semmoinen Goat-simulaattori juttu. Hei vaan Helgairikin, mukavaa perjantaita. An MIT student who managed to turn the current protocol of secure communication completely on its head. The last of the support team was McDonnell Miller, a former survival instructor for Foxhound. Unlike the rest of us, he had volunteered his services upon receiving news of the incident on Shadow Moses. Like myself, he was working via satellite link-up from his home in Alaska. The five of us were more than equipped to support Snake from our respective areas of expertise, but Snake was still the lone field operative and the mission was a desperate one. Despite that, Richard maintained that this was the most workable plan produced by the DoD situational analysis. In hindsight, perhaps I should have suspected something then. The signs of a conspiracy were there, cleverly disguised as it was in a seemingly reckless mission plan. But we failed to see it, and both Solid Snake and I were to regret our folly bitterly. "It is time, Nastasha," Richard called out as the call signal came on. The line was already live as I nodded to him and took my position. I could feel myself growing keener, more on edge. "This is Nastasha Romanenko. Good to meet you, Solid Snake. You the nuke expert that the colonel was talking about." The voice that responded over the radio was above all things calm. Here was a man operating alone out of a deeply hostile territory, and I could sense nothing resembling tension or impatience in his tone. Instead, it was as level and unruffled as someone answering a routine telephone call at their office desk. Impressed, I continued on. Sori, mä en liikaa viitin nesteyttää, koska se tekee kans hallaa äänihuulilla. Se on kans hämärä juttu. Pitää olla just eikä melkein. Jos sä menet liikaa, se on paha, liian vähän se on paha. Pitää olla keskellä. Kylmä vesikin on vähän huono siihen jatkuvaa höpinää. Sori. Pistit huonon aikaan nesteytyksen. Näin just tähti, ollut lonkka reisi kipeä kohta 2 viikkoa. Venyttelin tässä, kun sain ohjeet fyssarit tekee venyttele niin höpöt näin tähtiin. Mut älä venyttele liikaa. Siinä on kans se, että kipu on ihan ok, mut liikakipu on pahasta. Se pitää olla just eikä melkein sekin homma, että malttii kans sit sen homman kanssa. Koska ihmisillä on paha tapa tehdä asioita aivan vitusti liian kovaa, ja sen jälkeen ne on vielä enemmän paskana kuin ne on aikaisemmin ollut. Ja sitten ne rupeaa väittämään, että tämä homma ei toimi. Correct. If you have any questions about nuclear technology, all you need to do is ask. My department is military analysis, so I should be able to provide support with weapons information as well. I was called into this mission as a nuclear emergency search team, NEST, consultant, and I'd like to emphasize that my cooperation was freely given. I have no intention of allowing any nuclear strikes on my watch, let alone the rogue kind. Let me work with you on this one. You get to the point fast, don't you? There is a missile that's about to fly. A nuclear strike can never be someone else's problem, and I'm not good at standing around twiddling my thumbs. Not that I can do little more than advise in this case. That fact was all too obvious. Snake was the one who was putting his life on the line in Alaska, and I was safe and sound in California. All I could do was talk over the radio. Snake's voice became less abrupt. It may not seem like much, but it's enough. No one's asking you to come out here and fight. That's my job. Anyway, Nastasha, I'll be counting on your help. It was a strangely comforting voice, a voice that inspired trust. Same here. As I answered, I resolved to myself to do everything in my power to help him complete this mission. The nuclear weapons disposal plant on Shadow Moses dates back to 2002. It was built solely for the purpose of temporarily storing nuclear warheads slated for disposal. I started to brief Snake on the background of the disposal facility, running through the points he needed to know. My first short exchange with Solid Snake ever, I was beginning to understand why he was called the man who makes the impossible possible. The icy calm in the face of insurmountable difficulty, the absolute confidence, made it suddenly seem possible that he would pull off this deadly mission. He had the power to make me believe. I grew conscious of Richard's case. What?
Oh, just that you have a kind of glow about you when you're working. I like it.
A glow? Funny, you used to call it workaholism in the past. You found it very unappealing, I recall.
Time flies. People change their minds.
It's called nostalgia. You'll dislike it again soon enough.
Perhaps. Richard continued to look at me. Solid Snake certainly managed to live up to his reputation. He adroitly wove his way through the enemy's patrols and infiltrated the nuclear weapons disposal plant, where he made contact with Donald Anderson, the DARPA director. Throughout the mission, we had radio monitoring capability over Snake's every movement thanks to his internal nanomachines.
Nanomachines?
It was through this access channel that I learned a shocking fact. Donald Anderson, discovered in solitary confinement by Solid Snake, confirmed that the terrorists had full nuclear capability and that Shadow Moses Island was the site of a field exercise for Metal Gear.
Kylmää vettä ei suositella juoda, jos lukee tai ääninäyttely tekee työkseen. Juu. Pitäisi olla semmoista sopivan lämpöstä. Hunajalla varustettu ehkä. Jotain tämmöistä teen tyyppistä jotain juotavaa. Joka vaan vähän niinku... Mitä? Miksi sitä Hetkinen. Öljyä vähän niinku kurkkuu, voisiko sanoa. Oma liikkuminen olikin liian iso määrä ja liian kovaa. Siinähän toi lonkka menikin. Juu, sehän on tää Mutta se just kun ei maltaisi ottaa hitaammin, vaan kun haluaisi vaan mennä. Niin, ja sitten tulee tää, että sit joutuu ottamaan hitaammin ja joutuu ottamaan oikein helvetin vaan hitaammin. Kaikki pitäisi tehdä semmoisella niinku järkipäässä, mutta helpommin sanottu kuin tehty.
Metal Gear. The very mention of that name sent me reeling. It was the ultimate weapon. A nuclear-capable bipedal tank that could launch a rapid and accurate nuclear strike from virtually any terrain, from mountains to marshlands to the desert dunes. It could bestow the dubious privilege of initiating a missile strike from sites that were previously out of the question as launch locations. For that very reason, analysts had long predicted that if brought to fruition, Metal Gear technology would rewrite the tactical map of the world. There are speculations that this unholy grail of weapons development was being pursued late last century in the South African fortress state of Outer Heaven, than in the ultra-nationalist sovereignty of Zanzibar land in Central Asia. One source went so far as to claim that the working prototype had been produced, but the weapon never made it onto the world military stage. Instead, it was destroyed by a special forces operative.
Kaakaa juomaan vissiin ok äänellä. Joo, mut sekin, että ei kylmää, ei kuumaa. Just semmonen niinku, ehkä huoneen lämpöinen ihan ok. Pitäisikö se olla kehon lämpöinen, mä en tiedä.
The squad in question was Foxhound, and the operative was a man codenamed Solid Snake. I briefly wondered if it were some strange quirk of fate that had brought Snake into this latest incident, but I knew Richard too well. Snake had to have been called in because of his past battles. Whoever had planned this mission had been thorough, and the more I realized the fact, the less I liked it. A few years ago I interviewed a high-ranking DoD official and led the conversation to the subject of Metal Gear. His response at the time was that the US had very little interest in developing a weapon like Metal Gear, not that he officially admitted that such a thing as the Metal Gear existed, on a purely hypothetical level, if such a technology were available. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, nuclear arsenals built to enforce the idea of mutually assured destruction had lost its justification, and the deterrent argument was losing ground. In the current multilateral world order, rife with smaller regional powers, as he put it, development priority lay with cruise missiles and smaller weapons with lower lethality that could be carried by stealth bombers. He also went on to know that Metal Gear, with its affinity for rough terrain, would be extremely difficult to discover and destroy. Hence, it was the perfect nuclear strike system for rogue states. He was deeply concerned that if such non-democratic sovereignties were to get a hold of Metal Gear technology, the resulting upset in the balance of military power would lead to a massive rupture in world order. It was a fear that I myself shared. An artifact of the Cold War. The devil's candy, created by nuclear proliferation. That was what Metal Gear seemed to be. So why was this weapon, a cutting-edge technology that was politically long obsolete, being developed once again on American soil? It was possible that the Defense Department wanted to restore last century's nuclear strategy to the national agenda. Or did this new Metal Gear have something that set it far apart from Metal Gear as I knew it? Anderson had more to say. Metal Gear's launch key consisted of two separate passwords, one held by Anderson himself and the other by Kenneth Baker, the president of Armstech. Anderson's own password was already in the terrorist hands, and he feared that the same was true for Baker's. A renegade foxhound psychic, codenamed Psycho Mantis, had literally read Anderson's mind and obtained the key. The bottom line was that the terrorists could activate Metal Gear and launch the missile whenever they pleased. The worst-case scenario had come true. However, Anderson revealed that there was still a way to prevent the nuclear strike. Kenneth Baker alone had the emergency override key that could be used to re-enter the launch code and cancel the missile launch. Even if the terrorists had already completed preparations for a strike, the override would reverse the process. His only hope now riding on obtaining the override key, Snake attempted to leave the cell area with Anderson in tow. We heard the terrible cries over the radio at the same time Snake did. Anderson had suddenly started to clutch at his own chest in agony, and before we could even recover from our initial shock, he was dead. Dr. Naomi Hunter, monitoring the situation from on board USS Discovery, tentatively diagnosed the cause of death as a heart attack. Snake walked out of the cell alone in search of Kenneth Baker, leaving behind what had until recently been Donald Anderson, chief of DARPA.
All right, what exactly is going on here?
I confronted Richard as soon as I confirmed Snake's safe departure.
What kind of sick weirdo raids this channel?
Tervetuloa kirjanlukuhetkeen, Nonti. Kiitoksia raidista. Tervetuloa kirjanlukuhetkeen. Oikeassa alakulmassa lukee, kuinka monta sivua on vielä jäljellä. Me ollaan luettu jo aikaisemmin tässä joku hetkinen. Varmaan 160 sivua, 2 eri juttua. Täällä on tämmönen Loren-lukuhetki. Voi. Hei vaan Mipstu, Ninuliinu, Humppadumpa ja Nonti tosiaan. Mukavaa perjantait. Moi, pitää mennä. Hei vaan Serpa. Dodiu. Ei oo seikkailuhetki päällä. Ja nyt tuli taas muutama päivä lisää, kun kaikki valittaa siitä. Ei, ja pysyy pois. Joka kerta, kun joku kysyy, niin tulee muutama päivä lisää, että se pysyy pois. Ei oo helppoa.
You know the situation. There was a Metal Gear field exercise being conducted on Shadow Moses. Foxhound and the Next Generation Commandos were in charge of the exercise, and now they are threatening to use the Metal Gear to launch a nuclear strike.
Koska seikkailuhetki tulee takaisin? Katsotaan varmaan syksyllä 2026 tällä kyselyllä. Tällä kyselyllä. Oho, tuliko päivä? Hei, päiviä. Siis monikossa päiviä tulee lisää joka kysymyksestä. Ai seikkailuhetki? Ei oo kyllä, ei. Eikä näytä, katsotaan ensi syksyllä. Hei vaan Retkukin vaan morjes. Ja nyt Coolio. Ja Super Low Profile, mukavaa perjantaita.
And now they are threatening to use the Metal Gear to launch a nuclear strike.
Apparently I didn't know about that particular situation.
If you say so.
I glared at Richard, but he didn't turn a hair. He knew as well as I did that I could not abandon the mission. Even if I did refuse to cooperate further, there was an entire group of DoD personnel around me that would not permit that to happen. I briefly closed my eyes and brought the recent events into focus again.
What happened to Anderson? Why is he dead?
This time I could see a trace of reaction in Richard's eyes.
It's hard to say from our end. Naomi thinks it was a heart attack, but I'll have his medical records pulled just in case.
He turned and left the study, presumably to give orders to that effect. The sounds and the voice being broadcast from the radio told me that Snake was moving deeper into the complex in search of Kenneth Baker. Snake found the Armstech president in one of the underground levels. Kenneth Baker was bound to a steel girder, along with multiple packets of C4 explosives. Before Snake could free Baker, he came face to face with the originator of this trap, a foxhound operative called Revolver Ocelot. It seemed that he had anticipated Baker's rescue attempt upon receiving news of Snake's arrival.
According to Naomi Hunter, the former director of Foxhound's genetic manipulation program, Revolver Ocelot is a former Spetsnaz. He moved into Oman, Otriad Milici Osoboko Nachenia, the Interior Ministry Riot Squad, aka Black Berets. Lausuinko mä edes lähellekään oikein? Voi joku. Otriad Milici Osoboko Nachenia. Voi perkele. And the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, a successor to the KGB's first chief directorate, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but was unable to adapt to the new regime and dropped out. Onko Kojima kirjoittanut nämä kirjat itse? Olettaisin. Olettaisin, juu. Ehkä, en ole varma kyllä. Ketä tässä on? Ketä tässä mahtaa olla kaikki kirjoittajatiimis mukaan? He cut a swath through the world's hotspots as a mercenary before being recruited by Foxhound. As his codename indicates, Ocelot is a master marksman with a marked preference for revolvers. We could hear the gun battle between Snake and Ocelot over the radio. Ocelot was using an antique single-action army revolver against Snake's SOCOM pistol. The first single-action army revolver was manufactured in 1873. A small number of them are still in production today, but strictly for collectors and antique weapon fanciers. Using this outmoded weapon for live combat is unheard of. But Ocelot seemed to invest the vintage gun with diabolical powers. He would purposefully fire against walls and the floor, weaving a tight web of ricocheting bullets around Snake, gradually hemming him in. All we could do was silently monitor the battle. However, Snake was slowly but surely gaining the upper hand by dodging the ricochets and exploiting the revolver's lengthy reload window. Finally, just as Snake was about to deliver the decisive blow, an explosion rang out. "My hand!" Ocelot's scream came a second later, followed by more explosions. "What the hell is going on?" Richard cried. The controller in charge of the data sent in by Snake's nanomachine started a running commentary. "We don't know yet. I'm seeing a life sign other than those of Snake, Ocelot, or Baker." Explosions continued to boom out over the radio. "The unidentified fourth subject is knocking down girders. No sign of firearm use. Whatever it is, it's moving fast." The controller's voice rose with excitement. "The speed is well above anything a human being should be able to handle." The situation was chaotic. I could make out Ocelot's voice through the roar of collapsing metal.
"Stealth, camouflage. Someone left the job only half done. As for you, we'll continue this later."
It seemed Ocelot had left the area. The explosions went on one after the other as girders crashed to the ground. In the midst of the collapse, Snake confronted what we could only guess was the fourth life sign.
"Who are you?" "I am like you. I have no name."
It was not human, but an artificial machine voice that answered. In spite of the metallic tones, there seemed to be in that voice an unspeakable pain. Baker's labored groans could be heard over the conversation.
"You have a reinforced skeleton?"
Suddenly, the possessor of the metal voice let loose an animal howl. The shattering screams at the communication speaker screeching, and I instinctively covered my ears to shut out the maddened sound. The cry went on and on, then cut out as abruptly as it had begun. In the ringing silence, the controller's voice floated out thin and hollow. "The fourth subject has disappeared." The words brought us out of a state of shock. "Can we track him?" "Negative. He's vanished. No traces." "Collect as much data as you can." "I have the full results on information relayed by the nanomachines. There's an electromagnetic pattern that resembles a stealth camouflage signature."
Stealth camo. And reinforced exoskeleton?
Richard muttered deep in thought.
"Not everything is happening according to plan, I take it?"
I inquired with some sarcasm.
"It's within acceptable deviation. The mission will go on as planned."
For a split second his eyes betrayed his disquiet. Then he quickly recovered his characteristic arrogance.
"You just concentrate on your job."
Snake had called the fourth life sign the Ninja. I could not help but wonder about the identity of the name's bearer and what it was that accounted for the superhuman abilities he had just demonstrated. Far away on Shadow Moses Island, Snake was attempting to raise the shaking Kenneth Baker back on his feet. We could hear Snake asking him about the nuclear launch code, knowing the answer even as he spoke. Baker banefully acknowledged that he had volunteered the information. His arm hung broken and useless by his side, presumably Ocelot's handiwork. According to Naomi Hunter's intelligence, Revolver Ocelot had served as a special interrogations consultant in the Soviet gulags during his days with the Spetsnaz. In other words, he was an expert in torture. There was no way that the weapons technology executive, an untrained civilian, could withstand the techniques of coercion developed in the cells of Lubyanka. He now had confirmation that the terrorists possessed both launch keys. The situation was more desperate than ever. Baker's response to Snake's queries about the emergency override key was almost as grim. He had entrusted a soldier, a woman who had refused to join the mutiny, with it while they had been sharing the cell. I caught Snake's sudden murmur. The Colonel's niece. The Colonel was presumably Campbell, and Snake seemed to know something I certainly did not. I stole a glance at Richard, but his expression was as closed as ever. He no doubt had known from the outset about the presence of Campbell's niece on Shadow. Snake was pressing Baker, asking him whether there was a way to stop the launch without the override code. The executive gave him a name, Dr. Hal Emmerich. If it were indeed the case that the launch codes were in hostile hands and the strike sequence had been started, it stood to reason that the only person who may know of a way to cancel the launch was the chief of Metal Gear's development program. Snake promised to search out Emmerich. Baker handed him a single optical disc. It contained, he said, all the data from the training exercise. What exercise data? He had to be referring to the Metal Gear exercise. I saw Richard raise his eyebrow sharply. Baker, oblivious to the frenzy of speculation he had remotely set off, continued.
There is no need to feign ignorance. You were sent to retrieve this, and we both know it.
I was now even more puzzled than ever. If Metal Gear was being developed on Shadow Moses, surely the research data was backed up somewhere outside of the Armstead lab. Not only that, but why would the president of the company have been carrying the data himself? I was apparently not alone in my disconcertment. Snake took the disc, obviously uncertain. It was clear that he, like myself, had not been briefed on the existence of the disc. The disc safely out of his hands, Baker's tones became pleading.
You have to stop them. If the truth got out, 80 would be finished. I would be finished.
But Metal Gear technology is already a known factor.
But the core technology is, but that's not...
Baker trailed off, suddenly pale with pain.
Oh, God! What did you do to me?
We could hear his labored coughing as he gasped out.
It can't be. That thing. Damn Pentagon bureaucrats. I get it now. You son of a...
He tried to lunge at Snake, but reeled back in fresh wave of pain. Still clutching his chest, he fell down dead. It was too similar to the last moments of Donald Anderson's life, and the fact had not escaped Snake. He was immediately on the radio with Campbell.
Colonel, you'd better be listening real well. This one dropped dead too.
Snake demanded an explanation, but neither Campbell nor Dr. Hunter could provide an adequate one. Snake was clearly dissatisfied, but Campbell directed Snake to cooperate with his niece, Merrill. The only way left to prevent a nuclear strike was to obtain the emergency override key, and the key was in Merrill's hands. Snake walked away from Baker's body in search of the elusive commando. Kenneth Baker had been colluding with Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, to secretly develop a new Metal Gear on the government's so-called black budget. My later investigations revealed that regular payments in the tens of thousands of dollars had been made to corporate account of a firm for which Anderson's wife ostensibly acted as a consultant.
Joo hei, meillä on näin monta sivuja jäljellä. Tuolla oikeassa alakulmassa näkee hemuli. Meillä on noin monta sivua vielä jäljellä. Tää on pitkä tovi. Tää on pitkä tovi. Pitkä. Vielä on noin 224 sivua luettavana. Tiki. Ostensibly acted as a consultant. Missä kohtaa me oltiin? Later investigations of the regular The armstead payoff into this dummy company had started several years ago. The total amount is difficult to estimate, but there is little doubt that Anderson had been bribed to the tune of an astronomical sum. Even the government black budget had limits, however. I recalled a rumor from some years before the Anderson payoff started. The CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, at the time had a classified pet project, and the scuttlebutt was that it involved the construction of a completely new type of battleship. Just what kind of a ship was never revealed, since the entire program fell apart after the CNO suddenly passed away. The unexpected death coincided with Armstead's launch of the Metal Gear development program. The black budget earmarked for the CNO's little project must have been freed up by his death. The question was whether it had been freed up for allocation to the new Metal Gear development. The manner of the CNO's death was officially ruled as a suicide. But I could not help recall the theories to the contrary that had made its rounds back then. Whatever the background, Anderson and Baker's deaths could not be a coincidence. Anderson's dying words included a reference to the Pentagon, and I was certain that there was more to it than met the eye.
So now Baker is dead as well? Are you looking into his medical records too?
I asked Richard.
We'll do that, just as a precaution.
He did not seem particularly disturbed.
It may have been for the best anyway. Having to babysit a senior citizen with a broken arm sure wasn't going to help Snake with his mission.
You haven't changed a bit, I see.
What?
That bad boy act of yours. You only talk with an insensitive jerk to divert attention from something. I wonder what you're hiding.
Richard turned away. Nothing. There's nothing to hide.
Having successfully made radio contact with Merrill, Colonel Campbell's niece, Solid Snake agreed to put off a rendezvous with her in favor of rescuing Dr. Hal Emmerich, the chief of Metal Gear development. He reached the lab just as the ninja was attempting to attack Dr. Emmerich, and the two fighters immediately squared off. Snake and the ninja launched into a silent hand-to-hand combat, a balletic exchange of blows that seemed almost to serve as a private dialogue. Bleh, bleh. The fighting seemed interminable to us as we followed over the radio, but just as in the last encounter, the ninja suddenly let loose an inhuman howl and vanished in the maelstrom of its ragged echo. It was our second encounter with the ninja, and we were as in the dark about him as ever. But Snake had recognized something during their battle, and he raised Campbell on the radio.
It's Gray Fox. The ninja is Gray Fox. I'm 100% sure.
That's impossible. You took him in Zanzibar land. We could hear the perturbation in the Campbell's voice.
Naomi Hunter suddenly cut in.
Yes, he was supposed to have been killed, but he wasn't.
Dr. Hunter revealed that her predecessor at the helm of Foxhound's genetic treatment program, one Dr. Clark, had been conducting human testing. Gray Fox, the alpha soldier of Foxhound and the only member allowed the Fox designation, was the subject. After he had been shipped back from Zanzibar and mortally wounded, his superior physical abilities and combat skills had marked him as an ideal test subject for genetic manipulation and skeletal reinforcement experiments. He was listed as killed in action, but kept alive in a lab. I could not help but note with some surprise the emotional tone in which the normally collected geneticist described these events. When Snake asked why she had not volunteered the truth of the ninja's identity earlier, Naomi had only a terse reply.
It was classified information.
According to records she had seen, the subject, Gray Fox, had died in an accidental lab explosion 2 years ago. I turned to Richard.
Is this true?
What's true?
The accident in the lab.
It's true. The cause of the explosion was never determined. Dr. Clark died in the accident, and the only remains they could find of Gray Fox were fragments of the reinforced skeleton.
So Naomi wasn't the only one who knew about this and didn't say anything?
It was classified information, Richard mimicked.
Snake secured Dr. Emmerich after the ninja's departure.
Amazingly enough, the engineer had believed Metal Gear to be a portable tactical missile defense system rather than a nuclear-capable tank. It was a peculiar irony that the chief developer himself had been unaware that the project was one of offense rather than defense. On discovering that he had been deceived, Dr. Emmerich volunteered his expertise to Snake. He mentioned his grandfather's involvement in the Manhattan Project and the ethical turmoil the man had carried with him to the end of his days as a result. Ironically enough, the older scientist's son, Hal Emmerich's father, was born the day the atomic bomb had found Hiroshima. 3 generations. Sometimes I wonder if nuclear warfare is our personal albatross, an inherited pathology. We could hear the pain and the regret in Dr. Emmerich's voice. He seemed genuinely upset that the technology he had developed purely for the furthering of knowledge and betterment of mankind had been exploited for weapons development. You may call me harsh, but I felt little sympathy for him. Technological and scientific innovation need not to have direct bearing on nuclear or virological research to contribute to the making of weapons of mass destruction. After all, the ninja was born of genetic engineering and cybernetic research, which could easily have healed a civilian rather than improved upon a soldier. A scientist cannot plead naivety, voi helvetti, to the practical products of their own research. The consequences must be anticipated, and the ethical burden of a newly developed technology must ultimately rest with the individual researcher. I wonder if Dr. Emmerich would ever realize that onus. Freed from the laboratory where he was being held, Emmerich clothed himself with a stealth camouflage of his own making and promised to keep out of sight. With the stealth camo he could easily evade the terrorist surveillance. His rescued charge safe, Snake departed for a rendezvous with Merrill. Snake's objective was to meet with Merrill and re-enter their launch code using her override key, outwitting the foxhound psychic psycho Mantis all the while. To this end, he headed towards the hangar where Metal Gear was being stored. The best laid plans. Merrill was ambushed on the way by the foxhound sharpshooter Sniper Wolf. Hei, tässä ei mainita ollenkaan muuten Vulcan Ravenia. Eikä sitä tankkitappelua, ainakaan vielä. Tuleeko se vasta myöhemmin vaan se pakastin tappelu? Sniper Wolf. Snake, attempting to rescue the wounded commando, was himself captured. He was taken to the terrorist command post still unconscious, stripped of all his gear. However, his cochlear implant radio passed unnoticed, and we could hear the terrorists conferring about the incapacitated operative. We gathered from their talk that the preparations for the nuclear launch were complete. Richard was unusually intent on identifying the individual terrorists in the room. From the voices involved in the conversation, we confirmed the presence of Sniper Wolf, Revolver Ocelot, and the leader of this uprising himself, Liquid Snake. What little I knew of Liquid Snake was troubling, and it came entirely from a slim file folder Richard showed me just prior to mission commencement. The man with the same designation as Solid Snake was recruited into Foxhound after Solid Snake's departure from the unit. His fighting skills were formidable, and he quickly rose to leadership position in Foxhound's field operation team. His real name, place of origin, and other information remained classified. Only a single photograph accompanied the documents, and I had not been able to contain my astonishment at the sight of it.
"It is not a mistake. That is Liquid Snake," said Richard, echoing my thoughts.
Kuka siinä mahtaa puhuttua about how?
But how?
The face in the photo was the spitting image of Solid Snake. "I wouldn't know. But once the two snakes run into each other, something may come out."
His words were non-committal, but Richard's tone spoke volumes. And now the two snakes, Solid and Liquid, had indeed come face to face. But Liquid had little to say. "So long, brother," he called out before turning and walking away. The voice was full of hatred, but there was also something in it that seemed to confirm and gleefully anticipate another meeting. Why this was as mysterious to me as the reason he called Solid Snake brother. I would not find out the truth until a little later. What awaited Snake after his brief encounter with Liquid was Ocelot's KGB-tested interrogation techniques. Ocelot apparently had no interest in extracting information, but rather appeared to be enjoying the acts of torture for their own sake. Snake's ragged gasps echoed from the radio in the silence of the control room. The heart rate and other physiological data transmitted by his nanomachines graphically demonstrated the extent of his suffering. All we could do was listen and wait. After Ocelot was done, the battered Snake was taken to a cell. Campbell soon established radio contact with him, but Snake had some hard questions for his former CO instead. He had realized that Metal Gear was a nuclear delivery system, and for once, Campbell was at a loss for an answer.
So, you did know about this all along?
Snake rasped out bitterly. Campbell continued to be silent. It was all the confirmation Snake needed.
You should have told me. I'm sorry. Pawns don't need to know. Is that it? You've changed.
Campbell had no rebuttal to Snake's barbs. According to Campbell, even the president had apparently been unaware of the existence of Project Rex until the day before. To make matters more complicated, he was due to meet with the Russian president the following day for the formal signing of START 3. The treaty stipulated further reduction of the nuclear arsenal, picking up where START 2 left off. The agreement would reduce the number of Russian and American tactical ballistic missiles to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500, and the signing was a historic event that had been made possible by a long and arduous process. If the fact that a new nuclear weapon was being developed by the United States were made public, there was a significant chance that the signing would never take place. Worse still, the loss of confidence in America's commitment to non-proliferation could create international turmoil. The government clearly had every reason to keep the situation under wraps, and there were ample indications that the terrorists had counted on the fact. The timing of this takeover as well as the 24-hour deadline said as much. Campbell continued to plead his case with Snake.
Snake, you've got to stop them. Sing it to someone else. You're the only hope we have. All right then. Tell me what this new warhead is about. I told you. I don't know. I don't believe you. If the situation is so desperate, why don't you accept their demands? Give them Big Boss's body. It's just a corpse.
That is not an option. Campbell was floundering under the barrage of Snake's questions.
Is there a reason you can't comply with that demand? A reason you haven't told me?
Naomi broke in as Campbell fell silent. The president's passed a number of policies that severely restrict genetic engineering on humans. He can't afford to have the public know about the military's use of genetically enhanced soldiers.
Is that really all there is to it?
Campbell did not reply. I received a call from Snake soon after, captive, alone in enemy territory, unable to trust his own mission controllers to tell him the truth. There was little I could say to help a man in Snake's situation.
Capture does not mean defeat. Stay vigilant for a chance to escape. And don't give up.
I had doubts about the effectiveness of these words coming from someone with no combat experience, but it was the best I could offer. We had no choice but to trust in Snake's abilities. As I closed the radio channel, I caught Richard studying me.
Yes?
You are very passionate about this job.
Do you object? It's the job you forced on me, after all.
No, but I admit that I am a little jealous.
Ah, the jealousy act. Yes, I know that one too.
Richard averted his eyes.
I wouldn't call it an act. No, forget it.
He lit a cigarette, Chesterfield, the same brand as Humphrey Bogart.
You still smoke the same brand.
You know me, once I decide I like something I can kick the habit. Cigarettes, line of work, woman, everything.
He didn't look at me as he replied. The torture was conducted again and again solely for the purpose of breaking Snake. He held out each time, but his strength was steadily ebbing, and the voice we heard over the radio was growing more labored.
Naomi, talk to me. I need something to distract me.
What do you want me to talk about?
Anything.
I'm not good at finding things to talk about.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? That's not so easy.
You got any family?
It's not a very happy story.
I don't have any family. I guess there was one person. Was someone who called himself my father.
Where is he?
Dead. I killed him.
Onpas vaikeet muuten tämmöisen muutaman 100 sivun jälkeen niin yrittää vetää Solid Snakea. Perkeles. Yllättävän hankala. Tosin kun joku helvetin pöpö taustalla muutenkin, niin vähän hankaloittaa muutenkin tätä hommaa. Voi. Vai onko pöpö edelleenkin päällä, niin se onkin hyvä tietää. Voi. I was even more taken aback by what Campbell volunteered next.
You are talking about Big Boss.
What? Big Boss was your...
No reason you should have known, Campbell elaborated to Naomi. It was 6 years ago in Zanzibar land. Snake and I are the only ones who know about it now.
Oh God, was Big Boss really your father?
Naomi still seemed disbelieving.
That's what he said, and that's all I know.
You knew and you still killed him?
Yeah.
Why?
Naomi asked fiercely. There was a pause before Snake answered.
Because that's what he wanted, and what I wanted.
But it's still patricide.
Yeah, I know. My personal nightmare too.
Snake's voice was the faintest we had heard.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Maybe. I can't deny that it felt good to lose myself. It's easy to do that in Alaska.
After a moment of silence, Naomi confided in a low voice.
I don't really have a family of my own either. I have a brother who put me through college. That's it. He's not a biological brother, and a lot older than me.
Where is he now?
Naomi's reply was deeply pained.
He's gone.
There was a deep sorrow in her voice, and I thought something more.
A stepbrother who put her through school. I wasn't told about that, Richard muttered.
There was suspicion in his voice and puzzling enough, a hint of anger. I opened the personal profile on Naomi. Naomi Hunter, born New York City, 1980X. PhD in genetics, recruited by the industry giant ADGC soon after completing doctoral program, moved to California's so-called biotech Bay Area, led several genetic therapy programs until recruited by Foxhound to fill the post of chief geneticist as a result of her accomplishments in this field. Parents died in a car collision when Naomi was 2 years old. One brother, 10 years her senior, a U.S. Marine, killed in training-related accident when Naomi was 17. Richard thought for a moment, then scribbled something in his notebook. Summoning one of his men, he tore the page out and handed it to him.
Wire this message to the skipper of USS Discovery, and make sure Campbell doesn't know about it.
What are you plotting now? I knew even as I asked that Richard would not respond.
The torture was repeated time and again, but Snake managed to take advantage of the guard's waning vigilance and escape.
The location and the fate of his fellow hostage Merrill eluded us. Evading the intense manhunt that followed, Snake still refused to stray from the course that led to the Metal Gear hangar. What drove him? Guilt for Merrill's capture and an urge to avenge her? A sense of duty to the mission? The will to stop the carnage of a nuclear strike? None of them seemed to apply to Snake. He was an enigma. We could do little but watch over him as he ran, wounded and exhausted. After successfully taking on Sniper Wolf as she re-emerged for an ambush, Snake closed in on the Metal Gear hangar only to discover Vulcan Raven blocking his way. The giant Foxhound operative armed with a fighter-playing Gatling gun was a daunting enemy. In the end, however, Snake eventually prevailed. The stricken Raven leaning against the wall started to speak as Snake approached him. There are some breeds of snakes that nature never intended. I think you and the boss belong to one of those. Go and settle it with him. I'll be watching how it ends.
The dying raven then dropped the bombshell.
I'll give you one clue. The man who died in front of you wasn't the Daba chief. It was Decoy Octopus, one of us foxhounds. He was a master of disguise. I guess the Grim Reaper was the only one he couldn't fool. Is he dead?
Raven did not answer Snake's sharp query. Snake tried another tack.
Why go to all that trouble and impersonate Anderson?
Raven smiled faintly.
That's all the clue you are going to get. Everything else you'll have to figure out yourself.
A few minutes later, Vulcan Raven died. Richard was Jack-Reened. So that's how it was. They had us completely fooled.
Why would Octopus impersonate Anderson?
I asked.
I don't know. Maybe to get information out of Snake?
That would mean that they knew Snake was coming.
Richard stubbed out a cigarette without answering. His face was expressionless, but I knew exactly what he was thinking. We had a leak. While Richard and I were talking, a call was made to Snake.
Snake, it's me. Master?
Master. Puppets. Muhtukki naama ja korvii vetämä. Kyllä. Kyllä. Mitä on muhtuk?
Snake answered. It was apparently Master Miller. I need to talk to you about Naomi Hunter. Turn the monitoring off.
Miller had barely finished his instruction before Campbell cut in.
What about Dr. Hunter?
Miller made an exasperated sound. It was clear that he had not intended Campbell to hear what he had to say.
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's trying to catch up on her sleep.
Okay.
Campbell turned his attention back to Miller.
What were you saying about Dr. Hunter?
All right. Maybe it's better that the Colonel hears about this now, Miller said resignedly.
Go on,
urged Snake. That is not the real Naomi Hunter you are working with, Colonel.
What?
Campbell raised his voice, astounded. Miller continued coolly. Naomi Hunter does exist, or rather she did. She went missing in the Middle East some time ago. This imposter must have gotten a hold of her identity somehow. There were a number of ways to obtain someone's social security number and commit an identity theft, certainly. But Dr. Naomi Hunter, an imposter?
Who is she really then?
Campbell was agitated, but Miller remained cool as ice. Probably a spy.
A spy?
Yes, sent in to ensure this mission's failure.
Are you saying she's one of the terrorists?
Campbell's tone was disbelieving, but Snake backed up his former instructor.
I don't want to believe it either, Colonel, but it's true that she's a Foxhound personnel.
So it would not be surprising if she took part in this insurrection, Campbell finished dully, as though Snake's words had crystallized his own doubts. Or she could be working for another organization, Miller suggested.
Another? No, that's not possible.
As Campbell trailed off, Miller spoke up, his tone ruthless. Take her into custody, Colonel.
What?
It's clear that Naomi Hunter is working against us. Interrogate her and find out what her objective is.
If she really is their spy, we're in serious trouble,
Campbell murmured. Miller pounced on the gravity of the colonel's tone.
What are you talking about?
Nothing in particular. Campbell tried to recover himself. Campbell, did you give her access to some other line of classified information? Campbell remained silent, but Miller pressed on. Does it have anything to do with the way the Darba chief or the Armstead president died?
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
Clearly Campbell knew something. It was equally obvious that he had no intention of revealing what he was privy to. Perhaps sensing the fact, Miller dropped the pursuit abruptly. In any case, it's too dangerous to retain her in the mission.
Oh, hold on a minute. She's an integral part of his mission. In fact, we can't afford to proceed without her.
Campbell was being too insistent about Dr. Hunter's value. I had to wonder if it was indeed the case that he had trusted her with highly classified information. Snake was also suspicious.
More secrets, Colonel? Give me time. I'll have her background and movements rechecked.
That was all Campbell could say.
Hurry! Find out what she wants as quickly as possible.
Miller was unrelenting.
Of course.
Campbell agreed reluctantly.
Snake, just give me some time.
Time is something I wasn't given a lot of.
Snake growled britterly. Voi. Innostuin aloittamaan tässä samalla Outlawsin remasterin. Kyllä maistuu vaikka siitä jo kauaa, kun alkuperäisin vetäisin läpi. Miltäs remasteri maistuu? Miltäs remasteri maistuu? Onko se ihan hyvää Night Divea vai bugist Night Divea? Hyvältä. Noniin, okei. Mä ajattelin, että mahtaako se olla sen takia toi, että kun Force-enginen homma, niin ei oikein ota edistyäkseen, että onko siellä ollut taas tää Force-enginen päätyyppi, joka sitä koodaa, niin ollut auttamassa Night Divea, kuten Dark Forcesinkin kanssa, tuleekohan sieltä sitten vaan semmoinen, että saa periaatteessa sen paremman versio sitten myöhemmin, kun se taas aloittaa sen Force-enginen päivittelyn. Ja sitten varmaan näkee ja kuulee.
What is the deal? I said to Richard. Is Miller right about Naomi?
I do not know, to be honest. It's obvious there were things in Dr. Hunter's past that I didn't know about. I'm having them go over her background again.
Richard was visibly upset, a rare occurrence. I suddenly wondered there had been something between him and Naomi. Richard lit a cigarette and continued in a more composed tone.
But if what Miller said about Naomi is true, it raises questions about him in turn.
Why do you say that?
He's supposed to be in his cabin in Alaska.
So I hear.
How did he manage to find out so much about Naomi by himself and from the middle of nowhere, when the DIA investigators couldn't?
Richard called one of his men over and ordered them to look into Miller's activities.
You check up on even one of your own? I asked as the agent hurried away.
How do you know he's one of our own? Richard shot back, blowing a stream of smoke.
Should I assume you don't trust me either?
You are the one who doesn't trust me. Never have, he said quietly and ground his cigarette into the ashtray.
Snake had finally reached the Metal Gear hangar and stood in the shadow of the machine's 50-foot-tall bulk. But considering Metal Gear's state-of-the-art composite armor and Snake's limited arsenal, it was improbable that he could destroy the tank while evading enemy patrols. The most practical avenue of attack was to re-enter the launch code using the override key and thereby cancel the scheduled nuclear strike. As Snake methodically searched for the code entry interface, Emmerich radioed in. He had been making himself useful by breaking into Baker's protected files. From these he had pieced together the true nature of Metal Gear and its prototype warheads. According to Emmerich, the weapon used a built-in railgun to fire the ballistic missiles clear of the atmosphere. The missile would then automatically realign itself and re-enter the atmosphere on its designated trajectory toward the target. I understood exactly what all this meant, and the knowledge left me cold. Normally, ballistic missiles go through 4 phases of launch to impact.
Tää tulee samat tekstit kuin siinä aikaisemmaksi.
The first is the boost phase, which consists of the time between the missile's launch and the point at which it leaves the atmosphere and exhausts its supply of rocket propellant. Following the burnout, the rocket enters the post-boost phase, which concludes with the separation of the re-entry vehicle that contains the warhead. The third stage is the mid-course phase, in which the re-entry vehicle separates and achieves a controlled descent back into the atmosphere. The warhead's re-entry into the atmosphere and its arrival at the target mark the fourth and terminal phase. Current missile defense systems detect incoming ballistic missiles by scanning for the rocket burn that takes place during the missile's boost stage. However, Metal Gear's missile technology employs a railgun rather than a conventional rocket propulsion to achieve boost stage acceleration. As a result, there is nothing for existing missile defense systems to detect. The railgun's effectiveness is nothing short of amazing. With a range of over 3,000 miles, rivaling that of mid-range ballistic missiles, it reliably homes in within 170 feet of the target 50% of the time, placing it in the same class as high-end ICBMs. The ability of a metal gear to conquer virtually all terrain means that the railgun can launch a stealthy nuclear strike from almost any spot on the globe. This invisible attack would make it impossible for anyone to pinpoint the origin of a given missile even in the event of a strike. Without a clear aggressor to retaliate against, the concept of mutual assured destruction falls apart. Without the fear of MAD, the existing rules of nuclear non-engagement would no longer apply, and the world would fall into chaos. Snake had a few things to say to Campbell after learning the truth. He knew as well as anyone that if the fact that the US had been developing a new breed of nuclear weapons were made public on the eve of Star 3, negotiations would break down and the US would suffer a devastating embarrassment. Did you know about this, Colonel? I really am sorry, Snake. You really have changed. I won't offer any excuses. Snake, you've got to hear this, Dr. Emmerich broke in, ignoring Campbell. The new missiles were complete in simulation only. That's why they had to perform this exercise, to get the field data that would back up their simulation results. How did the exercise go? Snake asked. Emmerich's reply was discouraging. It seems to have gone better than they expected, but I can't find any of the data. There isn't a trace of the thing on the entire network. You think it's backed up somewhere, but zilch. It's on the optical disc that Baker gave me. You means you still have it? Campbell exclaimed hopefully. No, Ocelot took it, Snake replied bitterly. It must have happened when he was a hostage. Did this mean that Ocelot had known of the existence of the exercise data beforehand? This doesn't look good, Campbell murmured, deep in thought. I glared at Richard. You knew about this too, didn't you? Knew what? The small matter of this new nuclear weapon technology. Richard shrugged. If I told you, would you have cooperated? You probably would have tried to link it to some media contact, and that would have forced our hand. He left it at that. Would he have had me killed in the interest of national security? Something like that, I supposed. In the world Richard inhabited, preserving secrets always merited higher consideration than human life. But I was a privy to that secret now. What would happen once the mission ended? I felt a chill go down my spine as I considered the possibilities. Richard was quietly puffing on his cigarette. He had too many men with him, working for him every moment. There was no way I could simply walk out of this house. But I had something up my sleeve as well, and I was not about to let myself be exploited without a fight. I looked over at my PC. The screensaver had kicked in, and geometric patterns flitted across the dark monitor. I slipped my PDA into my pocket and headed for the bathroom to send some mail. One of Richard's men trotted over with a slip of paper. Richard studied it, and after some consideration raised Campbell on the radio. What can I do for you, Major Ames? Campbell's tone was openly hostile, but Richard paid no heed. Colonel Campbell, I'd like you to start interrogating Naomi Hunter. Interrogate her? What are you talking about? Campbell said sharply. There are suspicious points about Dr. Hunter's background, as you've heard. I've therefore sent one of my men over there to talk to her, but she seems reluctant to cooperate. Richard lit another cigarette. But she's taking a nap, the colonel insisted. Actually, she's not. What? In reality, she's been taken into my agent's custody. How dare you? Campbell barked angrily. Richard was unfazed. If, as Master Miller charged, Naomi Hunter has falsified her identity as in communication with the enemy, there are serious repercussions. I trust you understand. Fox die, Campbell groaned. Fox die? This was something new. This mission was like an onion, with layer after layer of secret intent.
She won't talk to my agent. She may talk to you. Find out from Naomi who she is and what her objective is. Absolutely not. I don't take orders from you, and I'm having Dr. Hunter freed immediately. What makes you think you can do such a thing? Replied Richard, exhaling a cloud of smoke. There was a long silence. Who exactly the hell are you? I could hear the barely suppressed rage in the Campbell's voice. The DIA wouldn't have the authority to send a man into a Navy submarine and hold someone prisoner. Richard did not answer. Campbell continued. And that's not the only thing. Nothing has been done through the usual channels, including the way you induce Snake and I to cooperate. This mission isn't even official business, is it? So who else can mount such a major operation? Campbell suddenly broke off, as though struck by something. Is it possible that the Patriots? He murmured. Richard ignored Campbell's outburst. Does it matter what I am? It doesn't change the fact that your life, not to mention your precious Meryl's life, is in my hands. Isn't that right? This time it was Campbell's turn to be silent. I had never suspected that his participation in the mission had been arranged by force. The colonel was literally fighting for his and his niece's life. Think it over carefully, Colonel. Richard's voice was the coldest I had ever heard, and there was no reply from Campbell. And Snake has no need to know about any of this. We need his full cooperation at this point. Just tell him that Naomi was a terrorist spy and was apprehended while sending them a coded transmission. Do you expect me to betray a friend, keep him in the dark? Campbell objected furiously. A friend? Are you referring to Snake? Richard smiled coolly. Do you really think he considers you a friend anymore? He had hit a sore spot. Campbell had no answer. Richard moved in for the kill. You've already lied to him too many times. Against my will, under your threats. Campbell was roaring, but Richard barely seemed to register his anger. Certainly, but that's not an issue. You were, after all, giving him false information and relaying false orders to him of your own accord. Then there's Foxdie. I could almost see Campbell grinding his teeth in frustration and rage. Do you still have the right to call yourself his friend? There was nothing Campbell could say. You will cooperate with us. Understood? Understood. The transmission ended. Who are the Patriots? Richard looked away towards another direction at my query. What are you talking about? Don't BS me. He turned towards me, his gaze was icy. Nothing you need to know about, by the way. By the way, not that I need to remind you, but don't mention to Snake things that don't concern him. And if I do? Richard's stony silence answered my uncompleted question. I was too far into this business, and suddenly seemed to sense danger everywhere. What do you intend to do with me once this mission is over? Nothing. Don't expect me to believe you. Richard allowed himself a brief, oddly sad smile. I suppose I can't. In the meantime, Snake was inching towards the launch code entry interface. At that point, he received a call from Master Miller. Snake, we need to talk about Naomi Hunter. The Colonel's looking into that. Turn the monitoring off. All right, it's off. Mission control is out of the loop. You want to tell me what this is about? Snake believed that he had switched us off, but I could still hear everything. Radio malfunction? I guess not. Someone had made sure that nothing could get past mission control ever. I had a more than good idea who that someone was, but Master Miller obviously did not. Sorry about that. I didn't want Campbell to overhear. What is this about? Snake repeated. I have a new contact at the Pentagon. He told me that the new assassination tool had been recently developed under DIA guidance. I looked over at Richard, but he pretended not to notice. Assassination tool? Snake was asking. Snake, have you ever heard the term Foxdie? I tensed. There was that word again. First Richard, then Campbell, now Miller.
It seems to be a virus that can target specific individuals. I don't know the details, Miller continued. Richard remained expressionless next to me. So, what are you getting at? Snake raised his voice slightly, sounding annoyed by Miller's roundabout methods. They share common features. What shares common features? Their deaths. The Armstead president and the Darba chief, or I guess I should say decoy octopus. They both died of what looked like a heart attack, you're right? Yeah? Well, it seems that the death by foxdie virus looks like a case of heart attack. After a moment, Snake spoke up. Are you saying that Naomi was the one who set this up? Snake, think. Did Naomi give you any kind of a shot? The nanomachines, Snake murmured. Snake had in fact been injected with nanomachines and anti-hypothermia compound before the start of the mission. Was Miller suggesting that there was a killing virus in the mix as well? Hei vaan alttiiri, morjes, mukavaa perjantait. Joo, me luetaan kirjaa. Me ei kyllä varmaan päästä pelin puolelle kauhean äkkiin, kun tässä on vielä sivui muutama. Me ollaan luettu kaikki muut näitä kirjoista jo, ja tuossa on vielä muutama hassu sivu vielä lukematta tätä hommaa. Ihan vaan piruttaa, koska miksei. Mut hei vaan alttiiri. One thing's for certain, she's in the best position to perform this kind of sabotage, but we still don't know her motive or objective. What about the Colonel? Snake asked after a lengthy silence, his tone brooding and full of doubts. I do not know, and I don't think he's interrogated her yet either. All right, I'll ask him. Once he was off the radio with Miller, Snake called up Campbell. Colonel, any new developments with Naomi?
I've just had her taken into custody.
What?
Snake said incredulously. She was sending a coded transmission to an Alaskan location. I don't want to believe it, but she's definitely one of the terrorists. Campbell sounded anguished.
Are you sure?
There is very little doubt. She's being interrogated right now.
What kind of interrogation?
I don't want to resort to force, but we don't even have Theo Pendothal on hand.
Let me know if you learn anything.
Unaware of the machinations behind this latest development, Snake ended the communication.
I longed to tell him the truth, but knew that Richard and his men would never allow that to happen. Despite his growing doubts, Snake continued to penetrate deeper into the hangar. He had almost reached the code interface when a call suddenly came in. Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi! Naomi! Snake exclaimed in surprise. What are you? Richard tensed and leaned forward. I managed to get to another transmitter. The Colonel and the others haven't noticed yet. Naomi whispered rapidly. Naomi, is it true? What the Colonel says? Yes, but not everything I told you is a lie. Some of it was the truth. Her voice was sorrowful. Who are you, really? I do not know. I don't know what my parents looked like even, or what they were called. I bought the name I used, the whole identity with hard cash. Remember I told you why I was so fixated on genes? That was the truth. Because you wanted to know who you were. That's what you said. Yes, I don't know what I am. My ethnic background, age.
Jesus.
Naomi. There was a pause before Naomi started speaking again in a rush. I was picked up in northern Rhodesia in the 80s. I was an orphan. Rhodesia? During all the guerrilla warfare? Zimbabwe used to be a British colony, you know. There was a sizable Indian population there then. Maybe that's where I get the color of my skin, but I'm not even sure of that. Naomi, why dwell on the past? If you can understand who you are now, isn't that all that really matters? Understand what I am myself? No one could ever understand me, least of all myself. Naomi's voice was suddenly defiant. I was always searching for myself, alone, until I met my brother and him. Your brother? Snake asked. Yes, Frank Yeager. What did you say? Snake was taken aback. He was a child soldier too.
He found me almost dead of starvation on the bank of the Zambezi and fed me from his own small ration of food.
Child soldiers. It is not rare for children to participate in war as combatants in many of the most conflict-ravaged regions of the world. That is especially true for those developing nations where minors account for the majority of the entire population. A harsh regimen can and does turn innocent children into the most brutal of soldiers. In many cases, various drugs are used to numb the natural fear response. The result is an obedient killing machine whose bravery marks them out for posting to the front lines of the fiercest battles and the scouting duties in the minefields.
Yes, the man you destroyed is my brother, Frank Jaeger, my own family,
Naomi said quietly.
That's impossible. Grey Fox is your brother?
Snake could not hide his perturbation.
We managed to survive hell together, all because he protected me. He was everything to me. He was the only witness to my existence, and the only one who made me feel like a real human being.
Grey Fox brought you to the States?
No, we met him in Mozambique.
Him?
Something seemed to click within Snake.
You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He led us here, finally made us free. But Frank went with Big Boss back to the wars, and when he came home to me, he was...
Naomi broke off. The silence spoke of smoldering anger, of irreparable loss. Voi perkele.
I promised myself that I would get you. You broke my brother. You as good killed him. That's why I joined Foxhound, because I knew that I would run into you sooner or later.
Well, you've got your chance now.
Snake seemed to be taking all this in stride. He was no doubt accustomed to being the target of the enmity of others.
Yes, I waited 2 years, you know.
Just for a chance to kill me?
Exactly. 2 whole years, waiting for you and no one else, yearning for revenge. It's almost like being in love.
You still hate me?
I wouldn't say that.
There was a trace of hesitation in Naomi's voice.
There are some things about you that I misunderstood.
Was it? Did you kill your predecessor?
That geneticist who was using Grey Fox for his experiments.
You mean Dr. Clark? No, it was Frank that killed him. I covered up the whole thing, kept my brother safe.
An uneasy silence fell.
Is the ninja, Grey Fox, here to kill me?
I don't think so. Frank is here to fight you, nothing more. I couldn't make sense of it at first, but I think I know now. A kind of a duel. He lives only for that, I think.
Fox,
Snake murmured, as though remembering the man who had once been his comrade.
Tell me something, Naomi,
he said a short while later.
It's about Fox die, isn't it?
Noin päin.
It's about Fox die, isn't it?
She said in a low, pained voice.
It is a retrovirus. Kills only the designated person by first infecting the macrophage. Fox dye is engineered with an oxygen chain that responds only to a specific DNA pattern.
The oxygen is what recognizes the target DNA sequence?
Once the recognition oxygen responds, Fox dye repurposes the macrophage's cellular structure to create TNF-alpha.
Naomi had regained her old calm as she fielded Snake's question.
What does that mean?
It's a type of cytosine, a peptide that triggers cell death. The TNF-alpha travels through the bloodstream to the heart, where it binds to the receptors of cardiac cells.
And that causes a heart attack?
The affected cells undergo rapid apoptosis, and the owner of that heart dies.
Apoptosis? I remember that. Programmed cell death for damaged cells,
Snake murmured. The tense silence descended once again.
Naomi.
Yes?
I know you programmed me to die.
Naomi remained silent. Do I have any time left? Still no answer. Naomi, you have every right to take my life, but I can't die just yet. I still have work to finish.
You have to listen. I am not the one who decided on the use of fox dye.
Naomi burst out. Not you.
It was a part of a mission planned to infect you with fox dye. I wanted to tell you that.
Naomi broke off, then suddenly made up her mind to continue.
I am not being honest with myself.
Naomi?
What I really wanted to tell you was, Snake,
Naomi was struggling for words when suddenly a male voice barked behind her. Freeze! Step away!
No!
Naomi cried out sharply. She must have been spotted by one of Richard's toughs. I could hear the sound of a scuffle over the radio.
Snake!
With that last gasp, Naomi faded out of earshot. Naomi! Snake called out, but it was Campbell that answered him. Snake, I can't permit you to communicate with Naomi. What are you talking about? She's officially out of the mission. What did you do with her? How was infecting me a part of the plan? Colonel, let me talk to her. I can't do that, Snake. She's been confined. Colonel, you sold me out, didn't you? I could hear the rage in Snake's voice. Don't waste your energy thinking about things you can't change, Campbell said, his voice carefully guarded against any emotion. Stopping the Metal Gear is your first priority, and don't forget that. I can't believe Naomi was Grey Fox's foster sister, Richard murmured pitifully.
Are you happy? You know who she is now after all.
I wouldn't say that. Richard's expression was complex.
She said she wasn't the one who deployed fox dye.
I decided to risk putting out the feeler. Richard said nothing, and that told me everything I needed to know.
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. I was taken aback by his ready admission. Fox dye was one of my projects.
And Naomi?
Was a top-notch professional. The fox dye research had hit a brick wall when she pitched herself to us. She'd somehow heard that we were looking for a genetic engineering expert. As soon as she joined the team, the project took off in a major way. Richard paused and plunged ahead. I assigned her to lead the development effort. When the virus was finally engineered, it was she that named it fox dye. What I thought was dedication to the work was actually thirst for vengeance. She didn't let that slip, not once, he murmured ruefully. I knew what his relationship had been with Naomi when I studied his face.
You were seeing her.
She was using me, he corrected and gave a hollow laugh. At that point, one of his men came tearing over. After an urgent whisper, Richard's face grew grim.
What happened?
Master Miller wasn't Master Miller. Richard was visibly shaken.
What?
The man I sent to investigate Miller just reported in. He found Miller murdered in his home, up in Alaska.
Who was it that we were talking to then?
But there was no one who could provide an answer to that question.
Ja seuraavan kerran käyttää nämä suolaan näköjään mausten voice. Kana on kyllä vähän semmonen, että se kyllä vähän vaatii mausteet kyllä oikein helvetistä. Melkeinpä loppujen lopuksi. Etenkin jos sit vielä käyttää mausten voita, kyllä. Tuntuu ainakin siltä, että se on hyvin usein semmoset, että sitä saa kyllä lorottaa oikein perkeleestä.
Retrovirus makes you wanna play all retro games?
Onks tää retro-peli? Voi ei. Ei vaan Harley Quinnsikin, morjes. Kohta ollaan niinku alle 100 sivun vielä. Muutama sivu vielä, niin päästään viimeisellä 100 sivulla. Voi perkele, on tää pitkä blörinä. Kumpa kello? 14.54. Huhhuh. Tässä on hetki aikaa höpötelty. Tää on enemmänkin tekstiseikkailu kuin Harley Quinnsi. Tää on tekstiseikkailu. Me ollaan luettu jo varmaan joku, mitä? Melkein 400 sivua tekstiä tässä. Tää on tekstiseikkailu. 3 tuntia, juu. Ihmekään, että alkaa olla ääni vähän semmonen, että tuntuu vähän karheuttaa kurkun pohjaa.
Around the same time on Shadow Moses, Snake had finally made it past the enemy's defenses and successfully re-entered the launch code. But something was amiss. As the launch code was accepted, an alarm was triggered. Launch code entered, an electronic voice intoned. All systems ready. Stand by for missile launch. Snake stared around him aghast. "No! I just overrode the launch authorization!" he cried. His questions were answered by an unexpected source when the radio call came in. "Thank you, Snake!" It was Miller, or rather an imposter who had taken the murdered man's identity. "The launch preparations are now complete. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now." "Master, what's going on?" "We are very grateful to you. Not only did you bring the key, you just entered the launch code for us as well." "What?" "We never did get his part of the code from the Darba chief. Even Mantis's abilities couldn't break through, and Ocelot managed to kill Anderson off before we could try anything else." A Snake listened in horror. Miller continued. "You see, we couldn't launch the missile, not even a warning shot. We were dead in the water with nothing to back up our demands." "Master, what are you saying?" "With the launch code out of our reach, we had to fall back on another plan. We decided to have you work for us, Snake." "What?" "Having decoy octopus impersonate the Darba chief was a part of it. We were trying to extract information from you, but Foxdie got to him first," Miller said savagely. "Are you saying this whole thing was fixed?" Snake asked through clenched teeth. And it was all to get me to unlock the launch sequence." The terrorist's mocking laugh rang out. "Did you think you got this far thanks to your own abilities? Think again." "Master, what about you? Are you a spy?" The other continued as though he had not heard Snake's question. "But everything is ready for the launch now. Once they get a taste of the new warhead, the White House will have to hand over the antidote, and they'll have nothing on us anymore, ever again." "Have nothing on you? What do they have on you now?" "The Pentagon's already accomplished what it set out to do with you. It happened right there in the torture chamber. You are the only one who's in the dark. It's not fun, is it, Snake?" "Who are you?" "I'll tell you, if you manage to get to me." "Where are you?" "Very close, Snake. Very close." Campbell suddenly broke in. "Snake, that's not Miller." "Hello, Campbell. It is a little late for that," the imposter said mockingly.
"Master Miller's body was discovered at his home. He's been dead 3 days. We didn't know sooner because the communication was down. According to mailing, the transmission is originating inside that base."
"Then who are you?" "You have been talking to me all along," the man responded. "Snake." His voice suddenly changed, and I knew who it was. So did Snake. Liquid Snake broke off communications and started to run. Metal Gear had already been activated by the time Snake reached it. Kato, 100-page mark, huhu. Liquid was about to climb into the pilot's seat when Snake called out to him. The barrel of his SOCOM pointed straight at Liquid. "Liquid! Are you going to shoot your own brother?" Liquid remained languid. "Why did you impersonate Miller? To manipulate you, of course," Liquid said conversationally as though the two were discussing the weather. "It worked too. You did exactly what we needed you to do." Snake's indignity was compounded by Liquid's next comment. "I am sure your masters at the Pentagon agree." "Why do you keep mentioning them?" "You don't even question the orders that you are giving anymore, Snake? Where's your pride? A warrior reduced to a pawn." Liquid sighed exaggerately. "All this stopping the nuke, rescuing hostages, it's a charade." Charade. Charade, just nimenomaan. "Charade!" Snake was taken aback. "All the Pentagon wanted was the effect of meeting between us," Liquid explained, obviously enjoying Snake's reaction. "That's how the Armstead president and decoy were gotten rid of." "Can't be." "Actually, it can be. The point was to selectively kill us off and retrieve our extremely expensive genetically engineered corpses along with Metal Gear. You were sent in by the Pentagon merely as a Foxdie vector." Snake was in shock. That's
Insane! And Naomi, was she working with the Pentagon all along?
That's what they thought. But it seems she wasn't quite as soft as they read her to be.
What do you mean?
I have ears at the DOD. Naomi apparently managed to make some tweaks to the virus right before the mission. Her motive and objective are unknown. I heard Richard's impatient grunt beside me. Is that what you had Naomi arrested for? To discover why she did what she did? Snake challenged. Very good. It is disappointing that it was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill revenge scheme. We still don't know what kind of changes he introduced to Foxtide. Varmaankin, on se varmaan Liquidilla puhuu. Ei muista nää. Liquid fell silent for a moment, then continued. But enough of that. I've already added Foxtide antidote to my list of demands to Washington.
There's an antidote?
Snake asked in surprise. There should be. Hunter would be the only one to know, but even that may not be necessary.
Why not?
You've successfully infiltrated the facility. We've all been infected with the execution virus according to their plan. Octopus and the Armstead president died of it for certain. But neither myself nor Ocelot, not to mention you, have shown any signs of infection.
You're saying there may be a flaw in Foxtide's targeting program?
Who knows? But as long as you're healthy, I'm safe. We share the same genetic code after all.
So we are.
Twins, yes, but not in the ordinary sense. We are the flip sides of a counterfeit genetic coin. Enfants terrible. Liquid's voice grew hoarse with anger. You lucked out. They handpicked all of our father's superior traits for you. Snake was silent. His father, Big Boss, was a part of the past he wanted to leave behind, a past tainted by the crime of patricide. But Liquid was not finished. Everything that was undesirable, I got. Or should I say that I was everything undesirable? Left over from the creation process that was designed to produce you. The only reason I came into being was so that you could be born.
How could I be the superior specimen?
Oh, but you are, and I am the dregs. You couldn't begin to understand what it was like starting out life as genetic garbage. The hatred and rage in Liquid's voice shook us and left Snake speechless. But it was me that our father chose, Liquid said slowly and purposefully.
Is that why you're obsessed with Big Boss? Some kind of twisted love?
Love? Hatred, my brother! He chose me knowing that I was biologically inferior. Now I'm about to pay him back for that crime. Liquid laughed, mocking Snake's bewilderment. You couldn't understand that either. Someone who got the chance to kill his own father wouldn't. You managed to deprive me even of that revenge. But I will accomplish what our father dreamed of and never achieved. That's how I'll kill him. By surpassing him. Liquid ended his proclamation by leaping into Metal Gear's cockpit. Snake fired a burst from his SOCOM, but the bullets ricocheted off Metal Gear's armor.
Damn!
Snake gnashed his teeth as Liquid called out mockingly from the cockpit. Snake, count yourself lucky. You get to die by the greatest weapon the world has ever seen. It is the least I can do for my brother. Metal Gear, already in activation mode, started to stir. A high-pitched noise, like the whine of a turbo engine, began to sound as Liquid's voice boomed out of the amplifier. I'll give you an advance showing what the rest of the world will learn soon, that the 21st century will belong to a devil they don't know. Metal Gear struck at Snake like a living thing. Its state-of-the-art composite armor was virtually impregnable to all but high-yield explosives like heat, high-explosive anti-tank. But Dr. Emmerich had advised Snake to take out the radome and knock the sensors offline in the bid for survival. Snake struck again and again, but he was fighting a difficult battle, giving Metal Gear's immense firepower and agility. Finally, one of Metal Gear's huge feet lashed out towards Snake in a crushing blow. "It's time to die, Snake!" Liquid called out. The foot hit the floor with a deafening crash. Snake, however, had escaped. Someone had pulled him out of the foot's path at the last second. "Get out of here now!" The voice was a familiar one. "Gray Fox!" Snake cried out. The ninja, or rather Gray Fox, launched a fiery arc towards Metal Gear, destroying the radome. The tank froze in a confusion for a second, and Snake and the ninja found cover during that brief lull. "Why, Fox? Why are you helping me?" "I am a captive, Snake. Death is my prison. You are the only one who can release me," Gray Fox replied, his voice clear and sane. "Fox, don't involve yourself in this business anymore. Think about Naomi. She's destroying herself trying to avenge you." "Yes, Naomi." "You are the only one who can stop her," Snake urged, but Gray Fox's reply was discouraging. "No, I can't. Why not?" "I am the one that killed her parents." Gray Fox's stark words stunned Snake. "I was just a child myself and I couldn't stand to kill her too. I took her with me because it was the only way I could think of to assuage the guilt. I raised her to satisfy my half-baked conscience, but she gave me the love and respect I didn't deserve, called me her brother." "Fox." "We may have looked like a happy little family, but I was terrified every time she looked me in the eye, that she would see the truth. Tell her for me, will ya? Tell her that I'm the one who took her family from her, not you." Many former child soldiers are permanently traumatized by their horrific war experiences. It was possible that Gray Fox's compulsions, whether it be taking in his victim's orphaned child or returning again and again to the battlefields with Big Boss, had its roots in his childhood scars. "There you are!" Liquid called through Metal Gear speakers. A concentrated volley of Vulcan cannon fire followed, the rounds closing in on Snake and the ninja. "It is almost time to finish this," Fox cried. "I'll slow him down." "Fox!" Before Snake could stop him, Gray Fox leaped out into the open and went for Metal Gear. We could hear the roar of Metal Gear's Vulcan cannon. Gray Fox's reinforced skeleton gave him a faster reflex and he dodged the volley. But the next second, his body had been plucked by Metal Gear's massive jaw. "Fox!" Snake's shout reverberated throughout the hangar. Metal Gear's engine revved louder and Fox's reinforced skeleton creaked audibly. "How long will his bones hold out? Snake, are you going to abandon him?" Liquid taunted, but Fox was far from dead. "A cornered fox is one of the most dangerous animals." Laser fire burst from the Fox's right arm and Metal Gear's radome exploded. Liquid was now blind, since Metal Gear's cockpit was completely sealed from the outside. "They didn't give you a fox rank for nothing, old comrade, but this is where it ends," Liquid's unamplified voice called out. He had apparently discarded the cockpit hatch to use his own eyes and ears in lieu of sensors. The next thing we heard was an explosive crash. Was Gray Fox now under Metal Gear's foot? My fear was confirmed by the ominous and unmistakable sound of Fox's reinforced exoskeleton creaking under pressure. At the same time, we heard Fox's gasping voice. "Finally! I can finally die! And with you as my witness! After Zanzibar Land, they took away the fight from me! I wasn't dead, but didn't feel alive! So futile! For such a long time! But finally, it's over!" Fox's voice was down to a whisper now. "Snake! We are not just tools for politicians and generals. All I did with my life
was fight, but at least it was my choice. Goodbye, snake."
With a dull crunch, his reinforced skeleton finally gave way. "Fucks!" Snake screamed. Liquid laughed. He was a fool. It was over the moment he begged for death. He ground Foxy's battered corpse underfoot with metal gear, then bellowed. "Do you get it now? You can't protect anyone, let alone yourself. Die!" Metal Gear's Vulcan cannons roared into action, but with all sensors offline, the fire lacked its previous accuracy. Robbed of his old friend and comrade, Snake gave free rein to his rage. Taking up a Stinger missile launcher, he fired at Liquid, sitting exposed in his cockpit. It was a direct hit. Even the composite armor could not protect against a shot that penetrated into the cockpit itself. Its piloting system destroyed, Metal Gear abruptly spun out of control and pitched towards the ground with a deafening screech. A massive explosion followed seconds later. Snake, caught in the blast, was bodily thrown across the hangar and knocked unconscious. Snake was still out cold, but his radio was online. We could hear smaller explosions from the wreck of the Metal Gear, and the sound of flames greedily sucking up the leaking fuel. Snake showed no signs of coming around. A few minutes later, a sound of footsteps emerged from the general chaos. It was moving toward Snake. There was a faint murmur. "Snake, it is not over yet." It was Liquid's voice. "Snake!" I followed into the radio, but Snake did not stir. "Isn't there any way to wake him?" I asked Richard, but he shook his head. Liquid had reached Snake's side, and to our surprise picked up Snake's limp body. He started to carry Snake, heading in the direction of Metal Gear's prone form. We listened, helpless, in a tense silence. It was Snake's battle. There was next to nothing we could do. Liquid had now climbed onto Metal Gear's back, where he carelessly laid Snake down. He apparently planned to simply wait for his adversary to regain consciousness. "So," Liquid said. Snake was still out of action. "I know you're listening. You have a radio implant in this one." It was clear that Liquid was talking to us. "You think you pulled off Fox Die? Think again. You are never going to kill me with a thing like that. Never!" The knowledge that he was already infected with the killer retrovirus made no difference to Liquid Snake. It was a force of will that commanded respect. "You have no idea how excited I am, knowing that you are still out there. Revenge is a candy I've been deprived of too many times." The hatred in Liquid's voice was chilling. "You! Patriots!" At that moment, Snake let out a groan. He was starting to surface. "He is almost ready. Listen, all of you. When I've settled the score with this one, I'm coming after you next. I'm going to end your miserable lives in a way that'll make even the Reaper's stomach turn." "I look forward to it," Richard murmured starkly. Snake groaned again. He was apparently awake. "Still a light sleeper, huh?" Liquid said to Snake conversationally. "Liquid, you're alive? You won't get rid of me, not as long as you're breathing." "Sorry your insurrection was a bust," Snake commended. "Do you think that I'll give up my fight just because we've lost Metal Gear?" Liquid had not lost none of his confidence. "Your fight?" Snake shot back. "What's your real objective here?" "To make sure that the Age of Warriors comes again. Warriors like us, Snake." "That's Big Boss's bad delusion all over again." "No! His legacy!" Liquid exploded at Snake's words. "All throughout the Cold War, during the times of turbulence, the whole world wanted us, gave us our due. We were needed." He fell silent, as if to mourn for the days that were no more. "That is all changed. Hypocrisy and fraudulent peace are replacing warfare. There is a terrible emptiness that comes from losing an arena for your gifts, and the terror that you will become a dinosaur, no longer useful. You must know that fear better than anyone. Snake had no reply to Liquid's entreaty. I wondered whether Liquid's words had found their mark.
Kumpi nyt puhuu? On se varmaan Liquidi edellä.
The prototype nuclear warheads will provide me with the leverage to acquire my campaign funds. The funds will make more global acts of terrorism possible. Violence begets violence, and this complacent world will erupt into confusion. Violence, mistrust, and conflict will compound each other and create more hatred. And our sphere of usefulness, the ecosystem of war, will grow larger and larger. As long as human beings are around, there will always be war, somewhere in the world, Snake argued. There's no need to create more. It's a question of balance, Liquid responded in a flash. The balance that our father fought for. And that's the only reason you need to do this? It is more than enough for me, and for you too. That is not the kind of thing I want. Not now, not ever. Liquid laughed at Snake's dogged refusal. You're lying. Why do you think you are here? You've been lied to, betrayed by your own team, but you still wouldn't abandon the mission. Why? Snake could not answer. I'll tell you why, Liquid continued. Because you enjoy it. The thrills and the kills. No, that's not. Snake was struggling for words, but Liquid cut in. Are you going to deny it? You've killed dozens of my men today. But that was... The Snake folded. Liquid laughed in contempt. Every time you delivered the kill shot, your face brightened up. No! There's no reason for you to deny your own killer instincts. That's what we were created for, after all. What we were created for. It was all the encouragement Liquid needed to reveal the details of a secret project known as Les Enfants Terribles. It was the 1970s. The US had not yet awoken from the nightmare of Vietnam War when a plan was hatched by key figures in the government to artificially create the ideal soldier. The man selected to serve as the genetic template for the project was the most famous living mercenary of the time, Big Boss. Big Boss was, however, incapable of reproducing, a result of past war injuries. As a result, his body cells were harvested for a cloning attempt. In addition to the existing analog cloning protocol, the program incorporated a so-called super baby technique. The super baby technique involves carefully dividing the fertilized egg whose nucleus had been switched with that of the donor cell. The result is usually 8 zygotes, which are then implanted in a surrogate's uterus. 6 of the embryos are strategically aborted over a period of time in order to boost the growth of the remaining 2. We started out as octuplets, Liquid reflected. Octuplets? Snake was clearly taken aback. 6 of our brothers were killed so that we could be created. We've been causing death and destruction even before we breathe outside air. That left the 2 of us. The 2 zygotes that shared the same DNA. But there was one more sacrifice to be made. One of the embryos was engineered to manifest the full potential of its genetic makeup, at the expense of the other one, which was purposefully relegated to the bottom of the curve. You are what you are, Solid Snake, thanks to the death and deprivation of your brothers. Liquid surveyed the stunned Snake and smiled. But if you think that I am the only sibling you have left, think again. What? The genome soldiers. They were bred from our father's DNA too. The only difference is that they are not analogues of him like we are. Liquid went on to tell an astonishing story. The Human Genome Project concluded late last century. The Les Enfants Terribles project and the intensive study of Big Boss's genetic samples had led researchers to many of the secrets of the so-called soldier genes. The isolated traits for initiative, discipline, and other tactically desirable characteristics had been secretly integrated into the genetic structure of next-generation Special Forces soldiers. All those commandos you murdered on this base were your brothers. The genome soldiers. Incomplete creatures, certainly, forcibly grafted with a piece of Big Boss's genetic sequence, but still family. They share in the family dysfunction too. Their lives also cost someone dearly. How so? Human experiments. Liquid hissed angrily. According to Liquid, the military had secretly started treating its men with the soldier gene when the 1991 Gulf War broke out. The unexplained Gulf War syndrome among the returning personnel was apparently one of the gene therapy's unfortunate side effects. Hei vaan tosiaan Topi chattikin. Tää on hyvä kirja, mitä lukee kyllä kieltämättä. Ainakin tää alkuhomma. Huhhuh. Kauhea tekstiseikkailu. Gary muissa peleissä näin nähty, ei edes mainittu. Harmi, vois mukavasti hörhössä saada jotain huvittavaa aikaa. Onkohan noissa spin-off-peleissä jotain Gary? Tosin ei kyllä sijoitu kyllä mihinkään muualla kuin sinne Metal Gear 1 ja Metal Gear Solid 3 väliseen aikaan, niin mahtaako olla Gary kyllä kauheasti missään? Muuta kuin ehkä jossain sivulauseessa korkeintaan.
That means that those Gulf War babies born to vets are...
Snake asked, stunned.
Exactly. Our earliest siblings. And the next generation special forces were the finished product? Finished?
Liquid sneered.
Hardly. They are defective. We all are. On the path to extinction, if you will. What did you say? You ever heard of the law of biological asymmetry? There's a natural tendency towards left-right asymmetry. On the other hand, species that run out of genetic diversity and are on path to extinction start showing complete symmetry. That's what's happening to the genome soldiers. And to us.
Snake stared at Liquid in bleak shock.
Every one of us is dying on a genetic level. The question is when the decline will start. That's why I need our father's body, to get some answers. You expect me to believe, Snake asked, that you demanded Big Boss's body so you can save yourself and the genome soldiers? Siblings start out life competing, but they always band together against outside threats. Why do you think that is?
Liquid waited for Snake to respond, but the latter said nothing.
It is because they share your genes. And by helping them, the chances of your genes making it to the next generations are bettered. Natural selection favors nepotistic species. The instinct to help our own kind is an inherited trait. Your DNA is ordering you to help these genome commandos,
Snake said skeptically, but Liquid agreed in reverential tone.
No one can go against their genetic destiny. We were born for the sole purpose of recreating our father's DNA in its basest and most ideal incarnations. I will follow my destiny and surpass it. I can break my own biological curse, and that's why I'm going to kill you, Solid Snake.
He spoke quietly, but it was clear that he meant every word. He suddenly called out in a different tone.
Look behind you!
Meryl! Snake exclaimed. Meryl was apparently lying behind Snake. I guessed that she had been brought there before Liquid had carried Snake onto the roof.
Is she alive?
I wouldn't know. She was definitely breathing a few hours ago, though. She kept calling your name over and over again, Liquid said coolly.
Meryl! She's a fool to fall for a man who doesn't even have a name. I do have a name. No, you don't. And no past and no future. That's the way it is for us, Liquid shouted. The only thing we do have are instructions, written in our father's genomes. Liquid, let Meryl go, after we settle things between us. We are just about out of time. Are you talking about Fox Die? No, the Pentagon. It seems that the DoD came to a decision when they heard about Metal Gear's destruction. They are not even interested in a Bonder report at this point. Ask your Shadow Campbell if you want. He likes to listen, doesn't he?
Snake raised Campbell on the radio.
Colonel, can you hear me?
I'm here.
What's the Pentagon up to? You'd better tell me, Colonel.
The Defense Secretary is personally taking control of the mission. He's on an AVAC heading your way.
For what?
An airstrike. Campbell replied bitterly.
What?
Voi. That is not even the bad news. A bomber just took off from the Galena AFB. It's carrying the B-6113 piercing missiles.
Christ! Metal Gear's already been destroyed!
Snake raised his voice.
Doesn't the Defense Secretary know that?
He knows, but because of Naomi's betrayal, he no longer has any faith in Fox Die's effectiveness. Your taking out Metal Gear means that the threat of nuclear strike has been removed, and he's free to ensure a direct and complete cover-up of the whole affair.
By blowing up all the evidence and everyone who knows anything sky high with a nuclear bomb.
Snake finished angrily, but Campbell's next words were unexpected. Don't worry, Snake. I'll hold the airstrike.
What?
It may be a technicality, but I'm still the field controller for the mission. If I call in an order to halt the strike, it should wreak enough havoc with the chain of command to buy you some time. Use it to get out of there. Richard called one of his men over and muttered an order. There was little doubt that it was for Campbell's arrest. Snake and Campbell, ignorant of the roomful of ears who were listening in on their exchange, were still talking.
Colonel, you know what would happen to you.
It's all right, Snake. But you should know something. There was a top-secret internal investigation being conducted into Foxhound these past few months. Merrill was transferred out to Shadow Moses the day of the insurrection, as a hostage to ensure my cooperation.
What the?
Broke off in disgust. Miten?
Now go, Snake.
Are you sure about this? You'll lose everything you've worked for.
I am sure. And this way I get to keep the things that are really important, and that I would otherwise lose.
Colonel!
All right. I'm putting in an order to hold the strike. This is the point of no return. What the hell?
Campbell gasped. It seemed that Richard's men were trying to restrain him. The only thing we could hear over the radio were gunshots and unintelligible noise. I was once again a helpless spectator of a life or death struggle. Mei Ling burst in abruptly as though she had seized the microphone. Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe this.
Tell me what's going on.
Snake, the Colonel!
Mei Ling's voice was lost in the shower of static before she could reveal more. Instead, an unfamiliar male voice started to speak.
This is Jim Hausman, Secretary of Defense. Roy Campbell was just relieved of duty.
Let me talk to Colonel Campbell.
He's been arrested for compromising national security. He'll be charged with treason.
That's insane!
No, but it was Roy Campbell who was insane if he truly believed that he had any real say in this mission.
You!
Snake was seething, but Hausman went on nonchalantly. The nuclear strike will go forward as planned. The sea will take care of what little there is left. It's what the president wants.
So this is an executive order?
The presidency of the United States is a very, very busy job. Let's just say that I take full responsibility for this strike. Hei vaan Gishu, morjes, mukava perjantait.
How are you going to explain to the media why you dropped a nuke on American soil?
Don't worry, there's a cover story ready. A band of terrorists took over the Shadow Moses facility, and we were extremely careless with their nuclear missile.
You'll be killing your own genome commandos. All the researchers too.
Donald is already dead. Hausman suddenly said with genuine sorrow in his voice.
So, you didn't plan on killing the DARPA chief after all?
Snake asked. He was my closest friend.
And the rest of the poor bastards stranded here aren't. So to hell with them, is that it?
That depends. If you transfer the contents of the optical disc over to me, there may be a room for negotiation.
What disc?
Snake feigned ignorance, but Hausman was not so easily put off. The disc that contained the full exercise data. Donald was supposed to personally bring it back.
I don't have it.
That's unfortunate, Hausman said calmly.
The fact remains that the two of you are a liability. You belong to an age no one cares to go back to, and you have the potential to needlessly embarrass this great nation. No, you cannot be permitted to ever leave that island. Take the time until the airstrike to catch up, then rest in peace. You are a ghost of the Cold War after all. The transmission ended.
So, there's no way out for either of us, I heard Liquid laugh as he approached Snake. We'll settle the score before the cavalry arrives. Snake rose to his feet. You've taken everything from me, Liquid said, and I will reclaim it all, including my rightful biological heritage, right here. The two snakes closed in on one another. The final battle was about to begin. Snake and Liquid had engaged each other in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, but Richard had other things to attend to. He had one of his men open a radio channel. Yes, what is it? I realized with surprise that the person he had called was none other than the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman. An airstrike was an unwise decision, Richard sounded displeased. With a nuclear-armed stealth bomber airborne, a complete cover-up is no longer an option. They are not happy with this. It is the only way to destroy the evidence. The results will bear out the correctness of my decision. There will be no results. I've already aborted the airstrike. How dare you? Houseman started to roar, then suddenly petered out. He no doubt had remembered the powers that be that stood behind Richard. What do you intend to do then? He asked with barely suppressed rage. There is another viable way to salvage the situation. Make me take the fall? I don't think so. Houseman's voice shook with fury. Richard sighed exaggerately. You don't think so? It seems, Mr. Secretary, that Colonel Campbell is not the only one who truly... Perkele. That Colonel Campbell is not the only one who truly believed that he had any real say in this mission. What are you saying? I heard the sound of scuffling on the other end. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get your hands off me! Houseman had apparently been restrained. It was exactly the same scenario that had played out during Campbell's arrest. You have several choices, Richard explained with something resembling pity. It's up to you which ending this particular story has. I myself would suggest a quiet retirement from Bubbly Clive. You'll pay for this, Ames, I swear to God! Houseman spat out as he struggled vainly against his captors. Personally, I don't condone rough measures. I hope you'll come to the same decision. Richard ended the call. The transmission from Shadow Moses was still active. Liquid's dying scream tore through the speakers. Looks like things are wrapping up nicely over there, Richard murmured. Richard cleared all of the personnel out of the study. We were now alone. I could hear Snake and Merrill over the wires. It seemed that he had succeeded in rescuing her in time. Now the question is, what am I going to do with you? Richard said as he turned away from the radio. The time had come for me to make my move. I walked up to my computer.
This machine has been recording everything that went on in this study and relaying it to a remote location. Once there, the data was immediately backed up on an optical disc.
It was no bluff. It was just a more covered version of a real-time remote conferencing system. Because of my work, I frequently must acquire information from such unsavory types as black market arms dealers and mafia members who specialize in plutonium smuggling. The recordings were my standard insurance policy.
I've already sent a message to the collocation administrator. He'll give the disc to my media contact if he can't get in touch with me by a certain time.
That had been the mail I'd secretly sent from my BDA earlier.
If anything happens to me, the contents of the disc will be all over the world.
But Richard was unfazed. I started to feel apprehensive as he calmly lit another cigarette. You mean this disc? He took out a shining optical disc from his inside jacket pocket and slid it into my PC's drive. A few quick clicks of the mouse and the playback started. I stared at the slightly grainy footage, horrified. The audio seemed overly loud in the silent room.
You should be hearing from him soon. You are clear on how to use the radio? Richard's voice was raspy in playback, but it was definitely the data I had secretly collected and sent out. How? You shouldn't underestimate me, Richard said as he ejected and pocketed the disc. Everything in this house has been vetted and monitored since the operation started. Nothing got in or out without my knowing about it, including electronic signals. That email you sent from the bathroom never got to its destination. He'd seen right through me. With that realization, I felt strength leaving my body. The game was up. But even if you had managed to get this data out into the world, that wouldn't have guaranteed your safety. No one would have believed yet another conspiracy theory, least of all the press. Your people would have made sure of that, I'm sure. Instead of answering, Richard stubbed out his cigarette and slid his right hand inside his jacket. There was an awkward bulge there, in the clean line of his tailored jacket. It was where he kept his gun holstered. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I was slowly backing away from Richard, and I did not even realize the fact until my back hit the wall. There was no way out. Are you really prepared to kill me? I could not hide the tremor in my voice. You should know the answer to that, he said quietly, looking me straight in the eye. Then he pulled his hand out from under his jacket, and I instinctively shut my eyes. But even after what felt like an eternity, the muffled shot and the pain I was expecting did not come. I warily opened my eyes and saw what was in his hand. It was not a gun, but a disc. Everything you ever wanted to know about Fox Die. Richard walked up to me and placed the disc in my hand. As I said, a recording of what took place in this room won't guarantee your safety. There's no solid proof, just talk. It can easily be denounced as a fabrication and covered-up story. But the Fox Die data is a different story, he continued. This disc contains everything about that project, from its origins to the names of every individual involved. As long as you have this as an insurance, they won't be able to touch you. Why, Richard? He did not answer my question. You'd better get out of here quickly. Your car's just out back. What about you? That's not something you need to worry about. But you don't need me, Nastasia, and I have things to take care of. Why are you doing this? I asked again. You'll figure it out someday. Do what you have to do, all right? He suddenly held me close and put his lips on mine. Romantica. As we broke apart after a long kiss, he whispered in my ear. I wanted to do this again. Just one last time. Then he gently eased me away. Now go! Hurry! There was gravity in his voice that allowed only one response. I nodded and sped out of the room. That was the last I ever saw of Richard Ames. After I fled from California, I went into hiding. There has been no sign of pursuit for now. The terrorist incident on Shadow Moses Island came to a conclusion with the destruction of Metal Gear and the death of Liquid Snake. The United States government, however, has not yet officially acknowledged the incident. The roster of the dead included Liquid Snake, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Decoy Octopus, and Vulcan Raven. Revolver Ocelot's body was never recovered, but his personal file was closed with the notation, missing in action. Foxhound had, in effect, been decimated. The survivors from the Next Generation Commando unit were all removed to the Peace AFB in New Hampshire, ostensibly for training. As far as I know, they remain prisoners there to this day. The government has repeatedly denied allegations of genetically engineering super soldiers, but rumors that the research continues remain persistent. The deaths of Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief, and Kenneth Baker of Armstech ended the development of a new Metal Gear. The Metal Gear Rex unit itself had been all but completed under Hal Emmerich's leadership. But my source at Lawrence Livermore indicated that the railgun warhead delivery system had not been fully operational. Apparently, there had been some serious issues with the railgun's targeting accuracy. This was no doubt the reason Baker had entrusted Snake with the exercise data, and Jim Hausman, the Secretary of Defense, had so aggressively pursued its whereabouts. The data is now lost,
and the development program has been closed down. I dare to dream that the new nuclear delivery system will never see the light of the day. A few days after the incident, I heard on the news that Hausman had shot himself. The suicide was attributed to a temporary nervous breakdown related to job stress. Supporting statements from family and subordinates were widely aired. The airstrike order for Shadow Moses was glossed over as an unfortunate evidence of the late Defense Secretary's unraveling mental state. I remembered Hausman's words from the final hours of the mission, and thought I knew what had really happened. He had refused to take the fall and paid for the defiance with his life. The record of the Shadow Moses incident and the Fox-Die data disk that Richard gave me are still under my vigilant guard. The Fox-Die program data covers Naomi's careful analysis of the unauthorized reconfiguration she had made of the virus. The information showed that Snake was indeed one of the targets for the deadly retrovirus, but the incubation period had been changed to a wildcard value. Even Naomi herself did not know when the virus would awaken within Snake. It must have been the best revenge she could think of, condemning him to live in this fearful limbo. Colonel Roy Campbell was released after the Defense Secretary's own arrest, and is once again enjoying his retirement. Mei Ling also made it safely out of the mission and is back in academia. Dr. Hal Emmerich did not return to Armstead following his rescue from Shadow Moses. His whereabouts are unknown, but there is some indication that he made his way to England, where he has family members. Snake and Merrill appear to have successfully made it off Shadow Moses Island. I could, however, find no trace of them. I hope that the same is true for those who have an interest in seeing them silenced. Naomi Hunter was formally taken into custody after the incident's conclusion. 3 weeks later, as she was undergoing debriefing in a certain facility, she escaped. She has not been heard of since. Officials were close-mouthed about the circumstances of the escape, but inquiries into other quarters elicited the fact that someone had broken Naomi out of the base. I knew of only one person who could have breached the base's tight security and successfully led someone to freedom. And then there was the matter of Richard Ames. I called in a favor that had an inquiry made to the DIA about one Major Richard Ames. The agency's response was that there was no DIA personnel fitting that name and description. Buying my safety and freedom had been a costly act for Richard. It was then that I decided to go public with what I knew. By exposing the conspiracy, I may be putting myself in renewed danger, but I am true with being a spectator, an objective bystander. The powerlessness I felt watching Snake's solitary war on Shadow Moses has been a bitter wake-up call. This time, I am determined to make a stand. This is my war now, to tell the truth about what happened on that island. That is my responsibility and privilege as a survivor, and a cause for which I am prepared to give my life.
Voi vittu. Vieläks tuli yksi kirja? Voi helvetti, olisiko ollut kovaa vielä? Mä olisin oikeasti toivonut, että se tulee vielä tois strigoimaan niitä vaan 1000-sivuinen kirja. Pieni haaste kyllä höpistä se kokonaan läpi. Huhhuh. Tiukkaa settiä. Oli hyvä kirja. Hyvä kirja, mitä se sitten tehdään? Onko tässä videopeli kanssa? Mikä on transferring? Mikä tää on? Jaa, täällä on joku tämmönen. Niin jo pystyy siirtämään Vitalle jotain tallennuksia kun... Joo. Huhhuh. 5/5 setti kyllä. Katoin kanssa yhden irlantilaisen live-lähettäjän lukemana. Okei. Irlantilainen hypätään varmaan paremmin kaikki sanat ja muut vastaavaa. Onko tässä oikeesti videopelikin jossain piilossa? Tanker ja tanker bland. Eikö bland. Huhhuh. For confident player. Mä en oo kyllä kauhean confident. Mennään normaali, kun se on defaultti. Radar Type 2, eikö se oo se ihan perus? Joo. Hésu. Onko tässä videopelikin?
This story is fictional. Any and all similarities to characters, groups, and other entities are entirely fictional. Dudao.
Jotain. Höpöllä.
Hudson River.
2 years ago.
Whoa.
We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
Hei, tässä toimii kaikki efektit. Wow. PC-versiossa ei toiminut aikoinaan. Wow. Legendaarista. Sitten oli motion blurit ja kaikki nämä efektit ihan täysin paskana. Voitko lukea uudestaan? Sori, se VODi kyllä löytyy sit myöhemmin ihan YouTuben puolet, jos sä haluat kuunnella sen läpi uudestaan. Semmonen kevyt 3,5 tuntia pelkkää höpinää. Melko tiukka setti kyllä. Live on live. Niin sä haluat interaktioa. Jaa.
Director of Program, Kazunobu Uehara. Main Technical Programmer, Kunio Tagabe. Main Programmer, Enemy AI.
Tässä on kyllä kova ohjelmoija. Tässä on kyllä hyvä AI, jos mä oikein muistan.
Shigeo Okajima. Yoshikazu Matsuhana.
Onko muka Hideo Kojima tarvinnut jonkun avustavan ohjaajan? Mitä on tämä peli? Heikki Kojima. Wow, tämäkin efekti toimii. Wow. Ai vittumainen päivä. Tänään tuli vuosi siitä, kun Visisko lähti. Joo, noin vuosipäivät on kyllä aina rankkoja. Aivan helvetin järkyttäviä. Voin uskoa kyllä, että on vähän vittumainen päivä. Mua hämmentää, että Norihiko Hibino ei edes mainita ollenkaan niissä säveltäjinä. Se on kumminkin valtaosa musiikista säveltänyt itse tähän peliin, niin hämmentävää. Onko se vaan niinku loppukrediideissä sit siellä jossain viilossa? Joo, kato, tyyli ennen kaikkea. Ei siinä väliä, jos menee vähän joku paskaksi, mutta kyllä pitää tyylikkäästi laskeutua. Mutta ei niin tyylikkäs kuin Twin Snakesis.
Boy, he's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
Mua ei kauheasti Miro Rantti kiinnosta noi astraliihottoma jutut ihan kauhean paljon. Ei ainakaan siinä muodossa mitä kaikki ennustajat ja sun muut harrastaa. No tuntuu olevan pelkkää kusetusta. Ne on ihan puhdasta paskaa kyllä suurimmaksi osaksi. Mikä se on kiinnostaa? Ei tällä hetkellä mikään kyllä. Tällä hetkellä kyllä oikeastaan kiinnosta mikään.
David Hayter. Who the fuck is that? Where is Kiefer Sutherland?
Kieferi.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
Astrali kiihottomat. Ei kun ihottomat.
Landing impact.
We must have
Astrali ihottomat
overused
on
it.
karreseita.
Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed.
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it's sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
Soka. HD-versiot pääset pelaamaan japaniksi enkkuteksteillä. Niistä puuttuu kokonaan se
The
tuki.
mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic
Se on kumminkin ihan hyvä se
But I want you first to go up
alkuperäinen
to the top
Solid
level of the
Snake.
infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
Se vähän pätki, mitä on nähnyt sieltä on täältä nimittäin. Tekee kyllä helvetin huikea ääniroolin kyllä. David Hatteri on lähellä omaa sydäntä, mutta kyllä toi Akio Otsuka kyllä tekee.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Se on kanssa pirun vähä. Vaikka ei sit ymmärräkään mitään.
Our goal is to collect
Hei vaan Gretyyli,
Metal
morjens.
Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe.
Fringe. Hyvä sarja. Hyvä sarja kyllä. Ainoa oikein Snake, kukaan muun ei sitä pysty vetämään yhtä komeesta. Eiks Kiefer itse paremman Snakein kuin?
Converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake? Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
Se kameraan pitää ottaa kaikkien tyttöjen kuvat ja mitä vittu kaikki olikaan. Mitä se kaikki olikaan? Se on easter egg niin perkeleessä tässä pelissä. Milloin ohjelma pelaat? Pleikkari 3. Pelataan Pleikkari 3 peliin, niin pelataan Pleikkari 3.
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor,
Voisittekin voinut olla erilainen nuori ja pelata Pleikkari Vita-versio. Se olisi aika kokemus varmaan.
The waterline is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Toimii oikein hyvin. Mä voin uskoa kyllä joo. Eiks nekin ole Blue Pointin tekemät kumminkin ne porttaukset kanssa? Kyllä ne varmaan Vitalla toimii ihan vallan mainiosti.
See the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters.
Komentajas kuvi, niin Otakinilla on ihmeteltävää. Jaa. Mitä vittu, onko se väkivaltainen peli? Eikö se olekaan tekstiseikkailu? Minua on kosetettu.
Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
KS 740.
Not me.
Kurtukovitsi.
Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair.
Siinä on joku Raidenin näköinen äijä.
I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Ba. Whoa.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. Ka-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Cam-off chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the Ka-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses.
Oi helvetti, tämmönen kyllä tumpuloinen pari kuin koko...
Frequency's 141.12.
Tämmönen kyllä niin tumpuloiniksi tää.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry,
Okay.
no Mei Ling this
Voi
time.
helvetti, Mei Ling.
Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Mistä mä saan Mei Lingin itselleni?
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Mites tää, kuis herkät nää ohjattavuudet on niinku täällä Pleikkari 3 ohjaajalla? On tää kyllä aika herkät. Jaiks. Tosta tekee ton liikkeen, juu. Toi on toi on lyönti, okei. Pitäisikö kolmiosta ei oo mitään ajoa, tolla on esineet, juu. Tossa oli First Bedisoni, joo. Itse se tekee sen hienon liikkeen, että se pystyy tähtämään ja liikkumaan samaan aikaan. Onko se sit se kolmiopohjaa? Ei. Ai se on X-pohjaa, okei. Ui, ai se olikin vihollinen. Ai se olikin vihollinen. Voi perkele, mä katsoin yhtään. Mä menee oikein tumpuloitin pariksi oikein kunnolla. Hetkinen, mä napit oikein vitustuun kanssa. Vittu, ei oo kyllä yhtään osaa tätä. Ai. Apastit jo. Tää meni niin persille koko juttu. Bye bye. Eikö bye bye? Se sanot bye bye mielellä. Xää vai? Oho, hukkusin.
Snake, you okay? Snake!
Tim. Jos me palataankin se vaan kirjan lukemiseen takaisin, kun mä en osaa pelata videopelejä. Tommosen 3,5 tunnin lukuhetken jälkeen. Mites me tehtäisikin semmonen temppu? Mihin suuntaan se oikein menossa?
Freeze. Huh?
Vittu. Miten tää? Ei. Onko se ympyräpuolella? Voi vittu tää liikkuminen kanssa.
Don't kill me.
Don't kill me. Annas mun vähän dogitäkin.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
No niin, mä ajattelin kanssa, että onko se enemmän taskaa siellä. No kiitos. Eikö se jostain tullut lyönti? Joo, ympyrässä hakkaa, mutta mä en muista mikä nappi oli, mahtoi olla se, että Animal control, mitä vittua?
Snake, go through that door into the ship's
Pasifistina tää, ei tulisi kyllä mitään.
in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go.
Ei tulisi kyllä
If you need
yhtikäs
to open the
mitään.
door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door is open.
Oliko 3 minuutin action buttoni? Okei. Se olisi pitänyt kyllä tutkia toi ulkoalue eka, jos siellä oli jotain tärkeää. Ei muistakaan. Tämä on kyllä hämmentävä sulava. En oo tottunut tämmöisen sulavuuteen. Jumalauta. PC-versio toimi niin perkeleen huonosti silloin aikoinaan.
Freeze.
Onko se semmoinen, että tästä ei pääsekään lähteä liikkeelle vai? No voi munna. Kolmiosta ei ota tyypeistä kiinni vai? Mikä nappi ottaa sit? Jaa. Tää on myös sulavahan Pleikkari 2. Jaa. Mä en muista yhtään nimittäin, kun mä pelannut se kerran Pleikkari 2:llakin, mutta mä en tiedä, se varmaan toimii jotenkin pää helvettiin, kun mun Pleikkari 2 on niin paskas kunnossa. PC:ltä on ainakin ihan vitu hirvittävä. Aivan super hirvittävä peli. Animaatioiden kautta.
Freeze.
Oi jumalauta, mikä nappäyhdistelmä toi on tässä liikkuu? Help! Helppa mei. Ja kaappi. Kaappi Snaken kanssa. Hurtlocker. Tulee jotain randomia achievementteja. Tätä roffia koko aikaa. Hei, pisti tyypin kaappiin. Hurtlocker. God damn it. Hitto, tässä olikin hyvät musiikit. Niin tää pääsee yläkertaan, okei. Dogtech ei saa, jos ne ei anna niitä itse vaikka nukuttais. Juu, sehän pitää saada just nimenomaan ton kautta. Surveillance camera. Holy cow. I need to go outside. Alun myrskyefekti oli aika helvetillistä emuloida, kun se on tehty jollain ihmekonstilla. Joo, se taitaa olla kunnon pyrkkaviritelmä, mitä mä oon itsekin ymmärtänyt. Sä olet lukos. Voi muna. Se ei ainakaan alkuperäisessä PC-versiossa toiminut ei tipan tippaakaan mikään noista efekteistä. Se oli kyllä ihan hirvittävä versio tästä pelistä. Aivan järkky.
Freeze.
Oliko sulle mitään muita herkkuja? Okei, kiitos. Kuinka kauan nämä nukutusnollet mahtoi toimia? Daniel V. Dennison. Jääpalo ihmettelemään, niin kuin ne sulaa reaaliajassa. Se on kyllä, tässä on kyllä tämmösiä ihan älyttömiä detaileja laitettu, joo. Mitä kaikkea muuta oli? No pullo ei pysty yksitellen tuhoamaan ja... Mitä hemmetti kaikkea tästä nyt olikaan? Tässä oli ihan käsittämättömiä juttuja. Eikö nää nimenomaan lähtenyt niinku sulamaan niinku pikkuhiljaa taas vaan niinku didididididid. Ja kanssa niin, että sitä nopeammin mitä kauempana ne on muista jääpalla. Juu, tässä on ihan käsittämättömiä pikkudetaileja.
Ooh, rations.
Hei, toi sama lehti oli Red Steelis. Pystykö tässä käsken ne maahan toimassa niinku nelosessa ja niin se elläkin niitä joku pystyy jeesimään? Mun mielestä se ei oo mitään semmoista systeemiä, ei. Siihen on laitettu vaan lisää mausteita. Lisää mausteita noihin. Me MGS4. MGS5 taitaa olla kyllä niinku parasta, mitä niinku pelattavuuden puolesta löytyy, mutta... Ai niinku nää muuttuu invertiksi tossa kohtaa. Voi pyllö. Nyt mun tassut on märät. Ei. Ei se tullutko näin pitkään? Perkeläsi. Rations. That's a real honey bunny baby. Eikö se kulu näin pitkään? Voi perse. And that bullet's nice. God damn. Eikö sä pitänyt soittaa tota Otakonia ja se kysyy, että mitä helvetti sä duunat?
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
God damn. Hädäski Snake, kun muistuttaa.
You can also hide enemies you've knocked out in the locker.
Whoa.
Just open the locker, then drag the body to the locker.
Wow. Piti painettaa nappia. Mitäkö se mahtaa olla se? Ei aika kolmia. Mitäköhän siinä pitää se painaa? Ai sit tulee tommosia ääniä kun... Tommotte. Kissing bow.
You can also hide enemies you've knocked out in the locker. Just open the locker,
No,
then drag the
ihan
body
tyhmä
to
juttu.
the locker.
Pitääkö se mennä kyykkyyn sit, että se niinku...
Push the action button once more to get out of the locker.
Kiitos,
You can
Otako.
see out from the slit in the door.
Joo,
Make
thank you.
sure you check the area using first-person view before you go out.
Monta kertaa putkeen. Kuinka kertaa monta kertaa? Tää on laatustriimi. Laatustriimiikin. Joko riittäisi? On se varmaan. Kokeillaan.
Push the action button.
Nopee. Ihan paska juttu. Mitäkö se pitää oikeesti tehdä? Tässä pitäisi melkein varmaan katsoa sitä netistä joku easter egg tai gagi tai joku lista, koska semmonen varmasti löytyy, että mitä kaikkea tästä löytyy nyt. Olisi kiva nähdä itsekin kaikki mahdolliset.
If you open the locker,
God damn. God damn it. No ei sit mitään. Jatkakaa. Pitikö siinä olla mukaan kaapissa ulkoa vai kaapissa sisään? No, anyways. Anywho. Misäs mun kamera on? Nyt tuli kyllä liian zoomi. Mikä sä osaa? Ei kun ei. Näin.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Hammus on penikseen.
If you're going to do it, then do it.
No ei sit. Ei sit. God damn it. Pitikö se olla mun joku toinen pistoli, millä pitää ampua käteen? Eikö pitikö se ampua radio tai tommonen paskaksi? Onko se semmoinen? Tolla ei varmaan pystynyt rikkomaan niitä ollenkaan. Miten se mahtaa mennä? Ei muista. Täällä on jyystetty vaan 4 tuntia. No ei, meillä oli Lorelluku hetki, jos oli mitä kuimmat 100 sivusia luettiin yhteensä tekstiin. Niinku tän pelin sisäistä sivua, ei siis oikeit kirjasivuja. Mut me luettiin vähän. Kuimmat 100 sivua sit siinä olikaan? Oli siinäkin varmaan melkein 500 varmaan sivua, sitä tekstiä mitä luettiin. Tyyppi on herännyt jo, ei kun nollatukset on noinkin äkkiä nää tyypit. Stunno granaatto. Näin mä kun vieläkin täällä. Juu, siis se oli pitkä, se meni 3,5 tuntia meni tekstien lukemiseen. Se oli pitkä bläjäys. Todella pitkä bläjäys.
Malkin Raven.
Raven?
On kyllä nyt niin hieno figuurit, pakko ottaa kuva. Ehdottoman tärkeä kuva. Wire. No siinä ei olekaan varmaan mitään kiinnostavaa. Minä haluan vaan lisää Oh! Jesus! Olikin Resident Evilin zombi siellä. God damn. Onks tässä näin kova biisi? Mä en vittu muista enää, mitä Norihiko Hibino tähän oli tehnyt. Tulee tommosen kunnon kommandovipoi. Du.
2 days till retirement.
Tässähän musat on tehnyt pääosin jenkkisäveltäjät. Eikö Harry Gregson Williams ollut tehnyt noin kaikki välianimaatioiden tai cinematic-musiikit ja Norihiko Hibinon kaikki gameplay-musiikit? Harry Gregson on tehnyt kyllä valtaosankin taas semmoinen päin tuunia joo. Jaa. Okei. Vitun kova. Onks tähän liukasta? Miksi tässä mennä niinku oikein helvetin nopeasti, kun tosta päästi irti?
Freeze. No! Please don't.
I know you have something more honey for me. Thank you. Now go to sleep. It's time for Sandman.
Yusi Higuchi.
Nighty night.
Muistaakseni testasit paljon noita kuulia tulee, jos jää vaan odottelemaan niin aika paljon. Niin, siis mä voin olettaa ainakin, että koska noita taitaa olla vain 2D-objekteja, niitä varmaan mahtuu aivan perkeleesti. Eihän noin mitään 3D-objekteja taida olla. Niitä voi varmaan suoltaa niinku loputtomiin tohon. Loppujen lopuksi. No se olis just Higutsi Jussi tässä moro. No mitä Higutsi? Mitä Higutsi tietää? Ui. Higutsi. Älä viitteis. Ai ehtikö se painaa vittu rabio? Ei perkele, mä luulen, et se ei ehtinyt. Mä menen piiloon. Onko ne varmaan toi tyyppikin tosta piiloon? Man, ehdit mä ottamaan sen tosta. En tänä muuten ehti. Ei kyllä nyt mene vituiksi. Ei, me ollaan täällä vaan pimeässä nurkassa yhdessä kivasti. There is nothing special in here. Don't worry about the tinkitongi. Ei vaan laki lukeekin mukavaa perjantaita. Tosi haluatko tänne jo nyt? Mä tiedän vaikka kuinka paljon helvetin ulkotilaa tutkimat ja kaikkea muuta kivaa, niin aivan helvetikseen. Muistatko, että hämmetin koko paikka ihan mysteerin peitos, koko tankkeri. Niin tää on nyt taas täällä, joo. Mennään sieltä toiselta puolelta. Onko sä lukos? Sä olet lukos, okei. Okay. Niin sä olet aina vaan niinku se parhaita puolta. onpa villi. Ja nää tulee tietenkin takaisin totta kai. Muistatko mä oikein muuten, että oliko se semmoinen, että viholliset näkee sun varjonkin, niin ne periaatteessa niinku reagoi siihenkin?
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Missä sun radio? Oi perkele, onko se toi?
If you're going to do it, then do it.
Kelpaako väkivalta? Ai kun sä nukahdit tohon jo, okei. No ei se mitään, jatkakaa. Saanko tää luettu kaikki 350 sivua loppuun? Siis siinä oli enemmän kuin 350 sivua, se oli vaan se kolmas kirja, missä oli 350 sivua, ei kun 324 sivua. Siinä aikaisemmassa kirjassa oli joku 120 jotain sivua ja sit sitäkin aikaisemmassa oli joku... No siinä oli kyllä huimasti vähemmän. Onks te muuten Pasi? Ei. Ei. Mut mä yritän mennä niinku mahdollisimman pitkään semmoitteen, että... Mut ei tuu olemaan pasifistiruni.
Freeze.
No! Please don't.
Don't. Mitäs Maukalle kuuluu? Eipä tässä oikein, siis aika perusnormaalia, ei oikein mitään ihmeellistä. Ei niinku oikeesti mitään ihmeellistä. Melko perus meisingillä mennään. Työviikko taas paketissa täällä päin. No se on ihan mukavaa, että löytyy sitä duunia, koska tuntuu, että viime aikoina on kuullut suurimmalta osalta tyypeiltä vaan, että ne potkitaan pihalle. Syystä tai toisesta, säästösyistä tai mitä ikinä, niin ihan mukavaa, että kuuluu tätäkin, että oi, on ihan niinku ihan rehellisesti vielä duunia. Sielläkin olisi räsö, mutta räsöneitä oli kuinka paljon saatettu maksimissaan? 5, okei. AP-sensori. Ai se veriset, ai se on tommonen. Mikä vittu AP-sensori? Ai se on tommonen. Heartbeat sensor. Mä muistan, kun persestä on tähdätä Pleikkari 3 ohjelma, kun hetken aikaa taas pelannut mitään semmoista, missä joutuu vähän tarkemmin tähtäämään, niin se tuntuu vähän omituiselta tää puoli kyllä. Oi muna. Rations.
Kaikki runit on pasifistiruneja tiettyyn pisteeseen asti, sitten menee hermot ja alkaa konekivääri laulaa. Ei siis hiippailla niin pitkä kuin päästään ja sitten mennään uudestaan piiloon ja sitten kun tulee oikeasti semmosia hetkiä, että tulee paljon vihollisia, niin sit voidaan ehkä räiskiä vähän konekiväärinkin kanssa. Muuten nyrkit viuhuu ja akkanen paukkuu. Okei. Alkuun tomaattia, basilikaa, juustoa, pääruokana, mustikaalaa, risotto, katso... Mitä te puhutaan? Kokkaus... Ai, kokkaushommi, jaa, naapurit tulee syömään. Syöks te naapurit vai... Sellainen Hannibali-meininki. Syödään naapurit ja sitten jälkeen olla iloisia. God damn. Too much force. Takaisin kiinni, just näin. Hyvin toimii. Otakon, I broke a fucking door. Otakon.
Snake, that door is probably busted.
Oh, busting makes me feel good. God damn. Busting makes me feel good. Tomaatti, basilika, juustoa, pääruokana, mustikalla, risotto, katsudon kanalla ja possul. Jälkiruoksi karamellisoituu päärynne ja vaniljajäätelö. Oho, jumalasi kunnon setit kyllä naapureina. Onko muka naapurit oikeasti ansainnut tämmöstä herkkuruokaa? Oikein kunnon pitkän kaava. Vähän kuulostaa siltä, että ei. Ai siellä on nyt 2 tyyppiä. Not good. Thanks, Satan. Thank you, Satan. Sä missasit eeppiset kirjanlukuhetkettään, kuule saatana. Ja luettiin joku 500 sivua jotain tekstiä tossa pelin aluksi. Oli hieman häkellyttävä. Pääsikö sitä talva mihinkään? Ei muuten päässyt. Nyt toi tummuloida. Ei, maukka, ei. Ei täällä oo ketään. Ette kuullutkaan mitään. Ehtii varmaan soittaa hälytyä. Ei ehtinytkään. Oikein meni pihalle, joo, en mä sinne halutakaan. Tää oli tää... Eiku hetki, niin oliko tässä 2 varastohuonetta vai? Eiku mitä vittua? Nyt saas samassa paikkaa kuin äsken. No otetaan nyt rationit. Oikein suuntavaista ihan päin helvettiin. Oi voi. Back to the engine room. Ai niin se ei pääse takaisin tästä tietenkään, joo. Isolla kirkolla. Mä edelleenkin totesin sitä, että helsinkiläiset ei saa ajaa autolla. Nopeusrajoitukset ovat hyvin omituinen mentaliteetti, ja jos tulee ahdas katu, missä... Oho. Perkele. Juokse jo. What's going on in there? No voi muna, paskaluupi. Me ei haluta varmaan jäädä tänne. Ne tulee vastaan, eiks tuo? No vittu, totta kai ne tulee vastaan. Oi vitun kevät. God damn. God damn. Ai kun täällä on vittu ovi, kun mikä on paskana. Vittu. Niin. En mä pääse toisen puolen mihinkään, kun vittu ovi paskana. Jos siinä olisi ollut Andri Jokitan kuvan, niin olisi voinut harrastakin 4 tuntia. Oi vittu. Oi vittu. Andri Jokitan, oi vittu.
No vittu, onko säkin rikki? Kaikki ovet on rikki heti kun niitä tarvitaan. Oi saakeli, mä menen tänne piiloon. Pentatse-miini mukaan ja let's go. God damn. God damn. Kaikki käy liian hiljaa vaan päin vittua. Siis on hämmentävä, kun niitä ahtait katuja on tuolla siellä paikassa, missä Johannankin se fysioterapeutti oli, niin... Jos me ollaan niinku ensimmäiseksi siellä, kun molemmilla puolilla on kävelykatuun niinku pistetty ahtaasti, niinku, että autoja on parkkeerattu, ja siinä on vaan niinku yhdellä autolla tilaa, ja sä olet itse ajamassa siinä, ja sit sieltä joku puskee vastaan semmoista niinku, että miksi et sä väistä mua? Mä oon niinku, että vittu, me oltiin tässä ekaan, niin totta kai sulla on väistövelvollisuus, voi jumalauta nyt. Kun ei oo mitään liikennemerkkiä, kaikki vaan, mulla on isompi auto kuin sulla, vittu pitää väistää. Mä tulin tämän jälkikäteen, en mä tiedä, että sä tulee suu vaaras vittu ihmettelee. Mä oon nyt vittu apina. Vittu älytön kyllä. Miks kaikki on niin saatana idiootteja? Autoajamisessa otteen. Tikki. Älkää tuu vaan. Älä nyt tuu tänne. Älä viittees. Älä nyt oikeesti viittees. No tule siitä. No vittu ja... Älä sitten. Napit sekaisin. Älä sitten. Älä sitten. Vittu liian lyhyet nyrkit ja... Kaikki on paskaa. Helsinkiläiset kuskit sai mun aivot vittu sekaisin. Ei osaa pelata videopelejä. Tämän takia me käy isossa kylässä, koska kukaan ei vittu, kaikki on vittu sekaisissa. Säätänä. Totta kai se oli märkä tai vittu. Totta kai siinä on joku lammikko jossain. Missä helvetin kohtaa se oli lammikko? No, on se jossain kohtaa. Mulle lupailtiin, että saa kunnolla rahaa noista viikonloppuhommista, mutta no jaa, ainakin saan yhden vihdoin päivitetty luuri. Onks chatilla mielipidettä OnePlus 13 liittyen? Eiks OnePluset ole ihan hyvin? Kyllä on muuta aika paljon sakkia. Voi muna. Stunnogranaatto. Ei. Tiedätkö sä vanha vakio, kun toi lähtee takaisin pitkin maita ja mantuin, niin tulee tänne yläkertaan? Mulla on ainakin itsellä ollut OnePlus Nord 3 nyt muutama kuinka kauan aikaa, niin se on ainakin ollut varsin mallikas. Monet myös kehu niitä Nothing Phoneja. Monet kehu Nothing Phoneja mun mielestä ihan hyvin kyllä. Kiinteän Kärmeksen, missä sä olet? Pitikö se sit just jumalauta? Mä ajattelin, että mene siihen eteen, että pitää tää valmiiksi. Säätän. Ei kun tää meni taas sitten paskasuolta. Ei! Vaikka ei osaa ampua. Mä päästikö 4 pois? Ei sitten. Tästä ei kutu yhtään vittu mitään. No voi vittu. Vittu tää tähtää nyt perseestä. Onks tää pikkusen yliherkkä tää? Oh. Joo, kiitos. Pikkusen yliherkkä. Ai sä herätit sen jo. Okei. Oh, amatööri hour. Native on plussan perustajafirma, kun juu, niin on, juu. Sen takia kaikki varmaan sitä kehuukin, kun se on semmonen vähän niinku vielä... Miksi sitä nyt sit kutsuukaan, mutta... Miksi se saa kiipeä siellä? Mikä vitun nappi on kiipeämisnappi? Ahaa. Sä oot niinku tosi niinku nihkeä kiipeämään siinä. Okei. Niinku täällä on tämmösiäkin tyyppejä. Ota kiinni siitä. En mä muista, kun tässä oli jotain kilpiheepoja. Kolmi oli se pitäis kiipeä, mutta et se jostain kumman syystä aina näköjään vähän niinku tottelee huonosti mua näköjään tänään. Tänään tottelee kaikki vähän mua huonosti. Eikö sun pitäis pyörtyä jo? Oot joku megamies. Eikö sä mukaan pistää niskat nuriin? Joko sä aina toit? No niin, kiitos. Voi kattoo kyllä vähän huonoa suuntaa toi yksi kaippari tossa. Niin se herääkin noin nopeasti. 8-9 vuotta käyttänyt OnePlusia ja tykkään kyllä, vaikka edellinen oli kiveempi. Mikä sulla edellisempi sit oikein oli? Kellään tunnu olevan tätä mallia? Niin 13. Mikä on tällä hetkellä uusin OnePlussa? Mä en edes tiiä. Onko se 15 tyyliin? Onko se niinkään pitkään numeroissa? Tammikuussa julkaistaan 15. Okei, eli 14 on sit uusin tällä hetkellä, joo. Okei. Skippaavat 14, koska Kiinassa on huono numero. Niin on, juu. No voi muna! Oi muna. No joo, mennään sit. Joo, bye. Vitut, mennään game overin kautta. Bye. Vittu. Ai se kattois just sopivasti siihen suuntaan. Jaa, sä olet tuo. Morjes. Ai sä katsoit sopivasti just sit siihen suuntaan. Voi kulli jyvä, mä sanon. Mikä? Vittu. Jumalauta. Ei. Pysy pystyssä, kiitos. Ei sitten. Mäkin heitän sit on paana. Pääs vituttaa yhtäkkiä. Lähetän sun toisen kerran maan. Bye. Ammu sua kulkusillakin tästä hyvästä. Noin. Nukuttaa hyvin, kato, kun piikki kulkusissa. Säätänä. Jos tumpuloidaan, tumpuloiset toki tommotte tyyliin. Ammuta kaikki vaan kullia. Otetaan Johanna ohjekirjasta malliin. Saatana. Tämän takia Maukka ei pelaa Europea Extreme minkään tämmösten pelien takia, koska mä tiedän, että se menee tumpuloinniksi niin pirruusti. Jos olla peli oppii niinku periaatteessa ulkoa, niin sitten ehkä saisi ottaa iloa loppujen lopuksi. Brutal PS3-aikakauden kunniaksi. Brutal Legend. Peli, joka vaikutti siistiltä, mutta sitten se onkin strategiaa, niin menikin vituiksi. Ethän sä kato tänne suuntaan ollenkaan.
Freeze.
Just try to pull the trigger.
Oo sit tommonen. Oliko tuolla alakerrassa joku hemmetin huone jossain?
Freeze.
There's somebody there.
Joo, ei kun tähtämaukka. Vittu. Come on. Kui voi olla niin sopivasti, että se tulee aina joku tyyppisiä, että nyt mä tulenkin katsomaan tossa muuten niinku, että morjes. Nyt pitää tulla katsomaan, että ai joo, tossa sopivasti kuin äijä. Onko aikaisemmin pelannut tätä? Viimeksi 2000... Milloin Metal Gear Solid 3 tuli pihaan? Eiku 4, anteeksi. Metal Gear Solid 4 tuli. Leikkari 3 valtakautta. Hetken, milloin se sit oikein on? Silloin oli kyllä niin perkeleen särkylääkkeessä, kun tätä viimeksi pelannut, että mä en yhtään muista mitään. 2008, eli mä sit 2006-2007 pelannut tätä viimeksi. Helvetinmoisissa särkylääkkeissä. En muista yhtään mitään. Sitä aikaisemmin mä oon pelannut kusipaskaa PC-versiota, mikä ei toiminut kirveelläkään, ja näppisiirikomboa, mikä oli vielä hirvittävämpää. Niin mulla on vähän huonot semmoista kokemukset tästä pelistä. Loppubossi on tosi mielenkiintoinen tuolla. Jaa, se tutakka tosta hommatta, joo. No ei sitten. Ajattelin, että se pelästyttää ja tosta kädet ylös, mutta ei sit näköjään. Ei sit näköjään. What the hell?
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete.
Nice.
We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Nainen. Totta kai sä menet sinne vai? Vittu, mene sit. Et mennytkään, okei, no perkele. Please. Hei, miksi se nyt toimi? Miksi? Miksi et sä nyt vitu Snake voinut sitä asioita please? Jumala, kyllä mä sitä pysty ite manipuloimaan. Perkele. God damn it.
Snake, wait! Don't move.
What?
Look at the walls on both sides of the hall.
I see something.
Infrared sensors.
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic
Onneksi ne
explosives.
vartijat odottaa kohteliaasti ennen kuin tää dialogi
You trip
loppuu.
the sensors.
I'll be sleeping with
Nelonen oli eka
fishes
mitä
along
pelasi, tarinahan
this
ymmärsi tosi
entire
hyvin.
ship.
Ihan varmasti
That sounds
kyllä.
about right.
I'm not
Kuka
going
vittu
to
toi
sleep with
hahmo?
the
Miksi
fishes,
tommonen,
but
kuka tää
there
hahmo?
are
Mikä
too
tää
many
tyyppi, joka
sensors.
ripuloi koko
Looks like I'll
aika?
have to
Mitä
find another
vittu?
way.
No need to worry. There's a way
On
through.
varmaan kyllä mielenkiintoinen aloittaa kyllä Metal Gear Solid 4.
Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives?
Se on varmasti kokemus kaiken puolin.
That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out.
Right.
But your M9's knockout rounds won't work. Find a gun somewhere.
Ai ne herättelee niitä tyyppejä siellä vasta, okei. Kärpämies hävis, okei.
Jaa.
Täällä on saatu romani luettu, joo, kyllä. Se oli kyllä. Ehdottomasti lukemisen arvoista, totta kai.
Freeze.
Se on huono idea. Ei ollutkaan vai? Mä aloitin, että tulee niinku tännekin suuntaan vielä. Aika saman toi, siis siinähän periaatteessa kiteytettynä niin ja pikkusen lisämaustella käytiin läpi Metal Gear Solid 1 juttu. Eihän siinä oikein mitään sen kummallisempaa loppujen lopuksi olla. Ai niinku nyt on kärpäset seuraa mua, no voi munna. Pistoleero. Niin jos ei seuraa sitten tietenkin tosta huoneesta lisää enempää mihinkään, okei. Pistoleero, onko se sitten alakerras vai yläkerras? Joo niin, lain rai. Eikö oliko tässä muuten semmonen juttu, että pitikö tohon päälle mennä makaamaan ottaa otakon ja se kysyy, että mitä vittua sä duunaat?
You're using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. It measures the electromagnetic fields and heartbeats of life forms and converts the data into vibration. If an enemy draws near, it will vibrate. The stronger the vibration, the closer the enemy is. But remember, when using the anti-personnel sensor, you'll only be able to feel the vibrations coming from the sensor.
Kiitoksia vaan Sarudakki 31 kuukaudesta. Tunsitko sä oikein, kuka veti tunteella toi kärmeshomman toi jutu? Oho.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. There are stairs in the north block that will take you up. Head north for now.
Ei sit. Muistin vähän sitten varmaan väärin. Et oo se täällä tarpeeksi. Onko se sit niin pikselin päällä taas niinku... Koska tässä oli joku juttu. Onko se vasta sit kun pelaa Raidenin kanssa?
Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry, he'll call in reinforcements and there will be an attack. Even you're no match for that level of organized assault. They have better weapons too, remember? We aren't terrorists, okay? Avoid unnecessary confrontations and go for total stealth, alright?
Joo. Mut mä halusin vaan saada kommentoimaan tätä juttua, mutta ei sitten.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
Missä sun radiosta toikin oli? Oh. Ei se vieläkään kelpaa vai?
If you're going to do it, then do it.
Ei sit. Mikä juttu siinä oli, että noi sai niinku periaatteessa se, että niinku, nyt pitäis siinä olla uspi periaatteessa niinku ampua sit käteen niinku oikein kunnon aseella. Mikä tos oli jokin juttu? Moi perse. Moi perse, kun ei muista. Johonkin noi mun mielestä se reagois kyllä. Perse. Ei vaan muista. Ei kun niin tää meni taas sit tänne.
Freeze.
Don't kill me.
Don't kill me. Niin kun noilla on tommonen ihme sähköefekti silloin, kun niillä on noita dogtageja, mitä pystyy keräämään vai?
Don't kill me.
Ei täällä oikeastaan ole mitään muuta kuin toi dogtagi nyt vai? Ronan Kim, okei. En oo pelannut Phantom Painia, se on kyllä työmaa. En oo itekään pelannut ikinä loppuun saakka. Mä oon sen ensimmäisen pelattavan alueen siitä pelannut ja... That's it oikeastaan. That's it oikeastaan. Mä en oikein tiedä minkä takia se jäi vähän niinku kesken, mutta se vaan jostain kumman syystä niin ei vaan jaksanut kantaa itseään. Tuli tämä Sons of Liberty aikoinaan pelattu läpi ja seuraavat jäi jo hyllyyn. Kyllä ainakin toi Snake Eateri kannattaa pelata, se on kyllä huitsin kova tekellä. Security camera. Missä suuntaan tomahtaa toi yksi tyyppi zoomalla tässä? Ei ollut sopivaa konsoli Snake Eateri. Se oli varmaan yksi harvoin pelejä, mitä tuli kokeiltua pikkuveljen Pleikkari 2 ja totesi vaan, että ei mun kädet ei taivu tähän. Sitten tuli jossain kohtaa, kun tuli toi Metal Gear Solid 4 silloin pihalla jossain kohtaa, niin silloin tuli pelattu kaikki Solidit läpi. Muistaakseni myös pelasin Metal Gear 1 ja 2 ekaa kertaa silloin läpi, ne MSX-versiot, Niin. Silloin tuli hankittu se Substance-versio. Vai onko se Subsistence-versio ja... Sitten tuli ahmittu Metal Gear Solid 3:nkin siinä samassa syssys.
What's that?
Ja sä supes soit... Jaa.
Snake, that's the pantry where they keep the food supplies.
Pelaatinkin Xboxille enemmän, joo.
Lots of cardboard boxes.
En oo koskaan omistanut Xboxia. 360 tuli jossain kohtaa hommattua vaan Darkness 1 ja Fable 2 takia, mutta et... Vähän on tullut huonosti kyllä niitä hakattua. Mitä sieltä sai? Pahvilaatikon vai? Now I'm safe.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer rounds. A direct hit will knock the target unconscious. Think of those rounds as tiny syringes. The impact of the round causes the mixing of two chemicals in the shell. The resulting gas compresses a tiny piston and injects the tranquilizer in the bullet's tip into the target's
mikä muutti
skin.
Pleikkari 2 outputin VGA-kaapeliksi. Ahaa, just. No siinä on kyllä vänkyrää käytetty kyllä.
A head or heart shot will take effect immediately.
Vai semmonen adapter.
Like feet or hands will take a while. Use the first-person view attack for maximum accuracy. The gun is fitted with a suppressor, so there's no need to worry about alerting the enemy with the noise. But since it is a tranquilizer gun, the M9 has its limitations. All it can do is knock the enemy unconscious. Keep that in mind. Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either, and I recommend you keep it dry.
Mikäs siis muuten oli, jos sen kosteuttaa, niin mitäs sit siinä tapahtuu? Aha, sä skippasit jonkun taktisen jutun tossa. Oliko se vähän niinku tänne nukkumaan vai? Et voi väittää, että olisi IRL nähty märkää pahvia. Märkä pahvi on muuten ihan perseestä. Aivan paskaa materiaalia. Se on ihan hirvittävää materiaalia. Pitäisikö vähän kiksauttaa? Miksauttaa ja kiksauttaa.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot
Voi munaaks säkin tämmönen tyyppi? No ota sitten kulliin osumaan. Voi persikka. Minä tulin tänne nukkumaan, mutta mä olen kovaa jätkä. Nonni, hyvä yhdistelmä. Minä olen kovaa jätkä, minä en antaudu. Hei, mikä? Nyt? Hei, mikä?
Snake, there's another set of infrared sensors in place. If you touch that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives.
Märkä pahvi painavan sohjisen lumen alla. Lähtee vaan palasiko sitä yrittää kerätä. Juu.
You can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher.
Sä oot varmaan etenkin retkun päässyt nauttimaan siitä just nimenomaan märän pahvin ihanuudesta just vanhassa duunissaan. Se on varmasti ihan vitun persekkä. Olisiko toinkaan tänne päin? Kai se kattos.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Voi vittu, oliko se liian lähellä vieläkin? Nyt oli perspektiivi vikaan. Oi vittu. Mamma mia. No se oli kato GG, huono ending. Bad ending lappu saada. GG. Mitäs me sitten pelataan? Vittu, liian iso perse. My ass cheeks are clapping together when I'm sneaking. Oi vittu sit. Vai silloin. Liian iso perse on kyllä huono kombo. Too big ass. I get a too big ass. Reagoita mun Disco-viestiä, että oletat taas pukannut. Onks taaskin lähettää mun jotain viestiä ja se ei toimi? Mä nimittäin asesin jo kertailee uusiksi, mutta onko se sit taas jokö? Voi vittu mä sanon, mikä siinä Discordissa oikein mahtaa olla? Mikä se mahtaa rikkoa ne privaviestit? Ois kiva tietää, koska siitä kun yrittää tutkia asiaa pitkin netteriin, niin ei kenelläkään vastaavaa ongelmaa. Ei ainakaan kukaan dokumentoinut, että jollakin olisi samanlainen ongelma, että hei nyt muuten tää tiputtaa viestejä jonnekin hevonkuuseen. Aivan perseestä kyllä. Meikäläinen voitti retkun voitot täyteen, nyt on sullakin mahdollisuus. Ei siis sille mitään vaikutusta. Vaikka siellä mä olin sen ainoa osallistuja siinä retkun rafles, niin, tai siinä nyrkkiottelussa. Mä todennäköisesti niin se bukittaisi, se vaan koko raflesysteemi kaatuisi, koska maukkatuuri. Ei ole mitään uutta auringon alla. Hetki, mahtaako toinen tyyppi reagoida meitä Jaffiin? Meillähän on se if-sääntö, if Maukka wins tokasin ja Bigs the game, juu, ja mä saan arvioida vaan pelkästään sitä, että mikä on mysteerilaatikossa, jos sitäkään. Se on kyllä ihan normi meininki.
Badangadonk, I got the two... Colonel, I got two big badangadonks. What the hell am I supposed to do? My ass clips are chafing together.
Missä seikkailuhetki? Ai tuliks taas muutama päivä lisää seikkailuhetki pois olemiseen? Voi hitsin pimpul. Se tulee varmaan näkymiin ensi vuoden joulukuussa takaisin, kun kaikki kysely sen perään koko aikaa. Mitä mulla niille kanavapisteet tekis? Mä voin laittaa sinne kanavapisteet, että... Pistä sinne roskatunkio kanavapiste. Just systeemi. Joka kyselyssä tulee aina kuukausi lisää, että milloin se tulee takaisin. Ei kun paljonko se muutama päivä, kumpi se mahtaa ollakaan, se on mysteeri. Mysteerikö.
Kasatkaa.
Kasatkaa mitä? No en minä tiedä.
Kasatka, baby.
Misalign textures. 0/5.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
No, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Nani? Nani? A woman.
Ai niin, tästä tuli tämä tappelu. Voi vittu, mä tämmöstäkään muistanut.
A woman.
En mä tämmöstäkään muistanut yhtään, että se oli joku tämmönenkin vähinä. Melkein tulee sen olo, että mä en oo pelannutkaan tätä sittenkään. Kuin vitun kännis mä oon ollut. Mistä tota hakaan?
Karlakovich.
Onneksi Project Zero tulee seuraavaksi, kun ei seikkailuhetki vie aikaa siltä pois. Ei toimi mun koneella ikävä kyllä, ei sitä PC:lle taida löytyä. Harmillista kyllä.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secure.
Harmillista kyllä, kun ei toimi mun koneella.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot?
Vehicle's pilot?
Underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong.
Kuka toi? Hetkinen, onks toi miesääninäyttelijä toi? Kuka toi? Tuttu ääni. Nyt sitä nimeä päällä.
There is no choice to make
God
here,
damn.
Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Monkey Island, onko se Earl Boweni? Ei se varmasti Earl Boweni oo kyllä, mutta se on vähän semmoista samanlaista äänensävyä kyllä. Toinen, joka tuli mieleen, oli tää mikä on Soul Reavereissäkin ja kaikista näistä Elder Goodi, mutta ei se varmaan kyllä sekään.
Hands over your head, now!
Ees pääsee tumpulemaan bossitappelu.
Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Onko se Earl Bowen? Okei, jumalauta. Mä ajattelin, että sillä on niin samalla äänisävy, että... Perkeles.
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans, so you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing.
Jäi. Patti perkele. Juman kautta. Kuiva hetki. Framerate.
Shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
Framerate nousi saman tien yli 60.
Whoa, Matrix.
Vittu mikä kainalokarvat. Mulla on tuuheemmat.
And that brings us to its conclusion.
No ihan vielä lasten nyt on vielä ihan naisten. On niinku lasten määrä kyllä kainalokarvat.
No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice either.
Pumpula hetki. Let's go. Pumpul dumpul.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything.
Hirvittävän tarkka tähtääminen kyllä.
I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Missä kohta sulla alkaa damagepeissi uudestaan? Ei näkee kauhean usein. Perkele.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Kauhean pansikkahillot saakeli. Ai. Jumala, sillä on hyvä autoaimi kyllä. No verkele, vittu. Verkele. Ei mullakin olisi tunnigranaatti. Haluatko se pitäisikö kokeilla mitä tunnigranaatti tekee tota vastaan? Mä en oo kokeillutkaan varmaan näitä granaatteja tässä kauheasti pelissä. Hyvin heitetty, 5/5. Nyt oli kyllä snake. Täydellinen heitto. Nyt sä heitit sen voi vittu lapiin. No, nyt tämä paremmat suunnat. Ottaisit damagea, ottaisit jonkun verran damagea, okei. Ei ku ammu. Noin. Saakeli, mikäköhän mun pleikkari 3 napis mahtaa olla, kun päästään napiin ylös, niin luulisit, että se ampuis, mutta ettei se aina ammukaan. Tätä näin. Lights out, okei. Sitten pistoli käteen ja... You made a... Eikö mitään? Tuleeks time paradoksi, josta on ampu? You're a monster. Sen takia tässä on vaan pelkät tranquilizerit. Outlasin päätarina läpi. No se menikin yhdessä huikauksessa. Hyvä, se oli nopea. Se on joku 8 tuntia. Oho, no se on kyllä aika hyvin ulkomuistista.
Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man.
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the Gru Colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the cipher.
A Marine cipher T?
No, Army.
Oliko Unfinished Business mistään kotoisin muuten Baasero? Oliko se ihan yhtä hyvä kuin se Rogue City Babelikin?
You're right.
Jäänyt vähän niinku pelaamat itse, tai kokeilemat se lisälevy. Babeli oli kyllä pirun kova.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
Riippuu mistä tykkäsit Babelista. Kaikesta oikeastaan. Ei siinä oikeastaan ole mitään heikkoa osuutta oikein mitenkään.
Why would you start now?
I have a
Se on ihan kiva tutkittavaa ja...
stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
Räiskintäkin oli ihan ok ja dialogitkin oli vähän ihan ees ja tunnelma oli kohillaan ja...
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know. I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
I hear you. Onko se niinku periaatteessa vähän kuin estetty, että tota ei pysty edes periaatteessa tekemään mitään aikaparadoksia ton kanssa vai? Aivan. Joo, että se on vähän niinku estetty kaikin puolin. Näppärä. Mä ajattelin, että ihmettä ei tullut koskaan kokeiltua, että kun toi nyt osaan tajuttomana, niin olisi oikeasti kokeillut, että mitä tapahtuu, kun se ampuu. Time to take a picture. Smile. Oliko tässä nyt sitten joku juttu, kun ton päälle menee ja soittaa otakoneen, että mitä, se kysyy, että mitä vittua? Oliko se sitten semmonen juttu? Joku siinä oli jossain kohtaa joku piilotettu dialogi.
She's not dead, is she?
No.
Just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it.
Sorry, I'm extremely horny.
Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Mitä? Eikö Meri oli maistunut?
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
No shit, me just puhuttiin siitä.
Decent one. USP.
That gun can take out the infrared
USP.
sensors you just saw.
Aina kun sä yrität laittaa sen porttiin, se ei mene ikinä oikein päin sinne. Mikä juttu siinä on?
You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either.
USP.
If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay?
You got it.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer rounds.
Eikö me puhuttu tää jo? Joo, ei, tää on höpö, joo, kyllä. Oliko se joku juttu, kun ton no, stuntti seis, mut... Oliko se joku tämmönen?
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck.
Aika paljon merkkejä, kuinka se on DLC, jonka skaala kasvaa ja heittää suoraan niitä vaikeampia vihollisia olettaa, että muistat miten tää on pelti, mutta ihan hauskaa se oli. Okei.
Take out the trap and head further down.
Joo. Otako niin vetää herneen osaa? Oliko se semmoinen päin, että sitä piti niinku ampua vähän niinku, että... Jumala, mitä sä duunat? Onks näin päin vai? Jaa.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What
are
you, some
you?
kind of a monster?
Some kind of monster. Yes, I am. Some kind of monster. Yes, I am. Ui. Voi vittu, kääntyisiks just ympäri? Vittu, miten voi olla mahdollista? Voi perkele, just niinku millisekunti. Voi vitun millisekunnit mä sanon. Wetbox. Noniin, let's go. Miten voi vittu olla mahdollista? Just kun pääset painaa sen, rupeaa tähtäämään, sit saman tien vaan ding, jaha, ja mä käyn ympäri. Mä oot, voi vitaalis. Nyt kun on uspiammoksi, mitä sit tapahtuu, kun sen ampuu muuten? Mitä siinä tapahtuu oikeesti? Eiku häviikö se täältä muuten? Niin muuten häviikin. Mä ajattelin, että tässä oli joku juttu, että mutta ei pysty edes testaamaan.
I got a wet box. Just for you, baby.
Dippa-dabba-doo-da. Mitäs täällä olikaan? Dippa-dabba-doo-da. Että jos semmonen tosi pitkäksi vedetty pääpelin episodi kuulostaa ihan kivalta, niin varmaan Unfinished Business on nautittava. Siinä onkin pari kivaa yllätystä myös. Okei. No se oikeastaan... Koska... Se oli ehkä ihan passelin pituinen kyllä toi Rogue City, mutta paikoitelle ehkä tuntuu vähän venytetyltäkin tietyllä tavoin, mutta... Mä tiedän jotenkin silti vähän jotenkin hampaankoloisin, että voi maistua vähän uuttakin Robocoppia. Vielä lisääkin ihan hyvin. Ja täällä ei ollut mitään muuta kuin Thermal Cocktails. Okei. Thermal Cocktails. Väkiefekti toimii tosi kuin PC-versiossa.
USB.
Pirehose. Mä sulle Pirehosen näytän. Täällä ei varmaan mitään muuta sit ollutkaan. Ei varmaan. Eiks tosta... okei, se blokkaa. Pysty hyppäämäänkään tosta suoraan alasta. Vai sit... What a thrill. Itellä meni tosiaan tuntiin mennä se. Toi varmaan tunnin pari lisää, kun pari kohtaa piti hinkata, kun pelasin hard modella. Niin et se on oikeesti varmaan pistetty vähän vaikeasta käydään kovemmaa, kun verrattaa alkuperäiseen. Rogue City oli kumminkin... No oli siinäkin vaikeita kohtia, ihan siinä mitään, mutta... Jos toi heitti Jaffiin, niin mitä sit tapahtuu? Tuleeko vähän liian tuhti toi? Vähän liian tuhti toi ajan. Vauhti tuossa edestakaisin mentäis. Eiku tuleeks toi joka vitun kerta tänne? Ei kai. Onks tää tämmönen? Onks toi skriptattu? Onks toi joka helvetin kerta toi jätkä tulee tuolta? Hyvää yötä. Jos tonne huoneeseen meni. Oi perkele. Jaa.
Rations are full. God damn.
Loppupuolen viemäri, jossa saa olla pikkusen tarkkana. Robocopis vai? Miten mä unohtan koko helvetin loppupuolen viemäri? Miten ihmeessä? Tää on tämmöis, kun yhden pelin lopettaa, sit hävii niinku kaikki 100 yksityiskohdat saman tien pois. Voi kullervo kyllä. Ärsyttävä ominaisuus.
Jeff G.
Kukkuluru. Ai sä potkasit samaan tien, että mä en pysty tekemään yhtään mitään. Ole pyllystä. No, miksi mulla on niin lyhyet nyrkit? Sun pitää kasvattaa pidemmät nyrkit, Mr. Snage.
Nobody here, just a plastic box.
Eiku taako tosta pääse alaskin, oi perkele. Oi. Uhuhuhu.
Nothing but boxes here.
Pitäisikö vaan tainnuttaa kaikki? Olisiko se helpompi vaihtoehto mennä tosta ohi? Kamera vaan näkee ton toisen tyypin. Ehkä. Sulla on bandages, okei. Kirjattu selvästi luettu vihdoinkin. Joo, siinä meni vaan 3,5 tuntia. Oli pikkusen tekstiä, joo. Eikä vielä edes pahaa, tuommoista hyvää harjoittelu sit jossain kohtaa siihen Planescape Tormenttiin kohtaan. Se nimittäin tulemaan pitkä tekele, kun sitä ruppee lukemaan. Siinä on teksti. Oikein niin maan perkeleistä. Ei niin paljon tekstiä kuin jossain disco, mikä toi olikaan? Ensemble, ei kun Inferno, ei kun mikä tää oli. Mutta se on sentään puhuttuun tekstiä, mikä on Disco Infernos. Disco Elysium, ne on joku semmonen kumminkin. Sinne päin kumminkin, ihan sama, joku semmonen. No voi vittu. Hei, peli! Peli! Mitä vittu, miksi et... Sä olet kyllä nyt jokin tosi vitun raukea tuulelta, helvetin. Tän jutun kanssa, et... Perkeles. Freeze. Ei se oo sitä freezea enää ollenkaan. Miten tää edes toimii, kun eikä Pleikkari 3 Six-Axisissa on persurue sensitive face buttons? Kyllä se jotain tekee. Joo, on se jonkun näköinen, joo. Kyllä Pleikkari 4 ei taida enää olla kyllä. Eikä Pleikkari 5 ainakaan taida olla. Mut mulla on näköjään sen verran jotenkin pölös kunnos kyllä tää mun Pleikkari 3 ohjaaja, että toi napinpainallus toimii vähän miten sattuu. Oi vittu, mä unohdin miten sinne... Eiku niin, täältähän päästäkin sinne yhteen koloon, kun se ovi oli korjattu. Sori, mä en nyt jää kyllä sun pelleilyyn mukaan. Mitä vittua? Mitä vittua? Sulla onkin, ei kun niin kypärä pääs, niin aivan ei se siis mitään osuma otakaan. Vitu on maukka. Mä en tiedä mitä vittua nyt. Kaikilla on liian kovat päät ja... No ei säätänä. Vitu maukka.
The orange. It's better than original orange. The best kind of orange.
Melkein osuisin muuten pommiin. Jumalauta. Tässä musiikissa on joku todella jotain James Horner-maista kyllä välillä. Voi helvetti. Se aiottaa tuommoista pientä instrumentaatiohommaa, mikä... Yksin kaikki 3. Lukitut kaapit on hienon tarkoituksellasi vittumaisesti. Koita hakata auki, jos et ole jo. Juu, ne menee semmoista niinku, että ne kaatuu ne ovet sinne sisäänpäin. Eikö se pysty jotenkin, jos sä lyöt niitä kulmassa, niin se saattaa kaatua ulospäin, mutta onnea vaan siihenkin. Eikö niihin ollut joku keino, millä tavalla saa ihan semmoista niinku auki. En muistakaan. Joku juttu siinä nimittäin oli. Vai onko se vaan tuurista oikeesti kiinni? Ei muista. Ai niin mä olen ottanut naisesta kuvaa. Voi perkele. Horny Snake.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed.
Verrazano Bridge.
All essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes time for the scheduled briefing session with the commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Rations. Täydellinen piilopaikka. Kukaan ei näe tuolta takaa. God damn. Naisesta kuva. Mulla on jäänyt varmaan joku kuva jäänyt ottamat, mutta ei se haittaa. Soul Reaverin mieleen. Jaa. Tosta musiikista vai? Soul Reaver... No en mene ehkä sanomaan. Kyllä siinä varmaan jotain sitäkin on. Much. Sorry, I'm a horny snake. No more solid. I'm hard solid. Hard snake. Muistikuvat, että olisi ollut vastaan joku tyyppi. Ainoa muistikuva, mitä tästä käytävästä löytyy. Mitä helvettiä? Miksi Snakein persoonat on noin seksikkääksi? Pitää olla seksikäs pylly. Sen takia se on niin monkey. Monkey. Mä luulen, että se lähti poispäin, mutta se on kääntyisikin ympäri perkele.
Somebody there?
Mitä vittua? Mitä vittu siinä kävi? Mikä toi putki? Mistä sä nyt tulit? Voi perkele. Voi vitun kevät. No voi vittu. No meni. Mikä vitun putki? Mitä vittu? Missä sä tulit? Mitä vittua? Tää peli vihaa nyt kyllä mua ihan totaalisesti. Voi jumalauta. Voi perkele. Mä menen tänne piiloon. Nyt tuli pahaa mieli, kun ammusinkin ton vielä väärän laseen. Oi säätänä. Vittu putket vaan kolisee. Voiko se tappaa mut nopeammin? Voiko se tappaa mun nopeammin? Freeze! Ei sit. Onks tässä tämmösiäkin yksityiskohtia vai? Ei nää toiminut PC:ssä. Mitä vittua? Ei nää toiminut PC:ssä ollenkaan nää efektit. Oi vittu kerran. Kiitos. Säätänä. Tosi toi varmaan lasketaan tapauksessa kerran kun syyt. No ei se mitään. Se on voi sit. Siinä meni pasifistausrunit pois. Pasifista ja vittu, mistä helvetistä perkele? Mistä helvetistä se vitun putki tippus? Nyt mä jäi häirittämään. Mikä helvetin juttu tää on? Missä se oli kiinni? Tää vittu peli vihaa mua. Kun mä keksin joku helvetin kommelluksia, että yhtäkkiä vaan niinku klong klong klong. Mä voi perkele, onks siinä mukaan seinässä kuin putki? No tossahan jumalat putki on. Oi saatan. En huomannut yhtään, että siinä on joku 3D-objekti. Eikö se mukaan näe mua täältä? Liian kuumat putket. Liian kuuma snake, liian kuuma putki.
Freeze.
Kasvekin jos ampuu, niin saa lehdet yksitellen irti. Joo, semmoisenkin mä hämärän muistikuvan muistelisin jostain nähneeni joku video, että kaikkia omituisuuksia mitä löytyy Metallogearo Solidio Gagosesta. Eikö te saat niinku paljon hemmetisti paljon enemmän tommosia kikkailuja, mitä tyyliin Metal Gear Solid 3:ssakin ja 4:ssakin oli jotain ihmeen jännää pientä, mutta tästä tuntuu olevan niinku kaikista eniten niinku kaikki näitä juttuja. Ei kuuliks nää kaikki thermal-sensorit muuta? Niin taas muuten ollakin. Jätkä pärski. Eiku jammaileeko se? Mikä vittu, onks se on Volkmanin päässä? Mitä sä oikein jammailet siellä? Jätkä vetää oikein kunnon jamit. Eiku on siellä jamit päällä? Eikö se mahtaa popittaa?
Freeze.
Mut sen se kuulet vai?
Don't kill me.
Don't kill me.
Don't kill me.
Time to get nutty. Ooh. Kieran Keegan. Locked. Nothing to report.
Mihin suuntaan sä muuten kattelet?
Nothing to report.
Kiitoksia nesteytyksestä.
Freeze.
No! Please don't.
Please don't kill me. No time for nappy nap.
Please
I'm gonna shoot you in the balls.
Sulla ei mitään herkkuja. No ei mitään. Sori.
Hirokatsu Takahassi. Locked.
Oliks tämä täysin blindin muuten vai saako spoilata? Ei siis tää on viimeksi pelattu, milloin PC-versio tästä on mahtanut tullakaan alunperin pihaan, niin silloin mä oon pelannut tämän täysjärkisenä ja sitten kipulääkkeis vuonna 2007. Jotain sitä luokkaa. En muista kauheasti mitään, mutta tästä saa kyllä puhua ihan vapaasti. Saa kertoa kaikki easter eggit ja kaikki tommosia juttuja, että jos tulee vaan mieleen jotain, niin tästä saa kyllä ihan puhua. Ainoat Metal Gearit, mitä ei ole tullut pelattua, niin Phantom Pain ei ole tullut pelattua läpi asti, eikä näitä käsikonsoli Metal Gear ei lukuun ottamatta Peace Walkeria. Itelläkin PC-versio, mutta en saa sitä toimimaan. Joo, se PC-versio on ihan, ainakin se alkuperäinen on ihan hirvittävä. Se on ihan vitun järkyttävä. Siihen löytyy fanipäivityksiä eikä helvetistä nykypäivää, mutta se on aivan käsittämättömän huonossa kunnossa. Nykypäivä se saattaa jopa toimiikin kyllä kieltämättä.
More rations.
Kyllä sitä mulle tunkee hipareita paljon. PC-versio kun ohjelmoja oli tehnyt 3 third personin kameraa ja kiinnostaisi vähän se. Ai semmoisen samalle mikä on Subsistences. Semmoinen vapaasti pyöritettävä kamera. Se voisi olla kyllä siistiä omalla tavallaan tässäkin pelissä. No. Se voisi olla ihan oikeesti siisti.
Ooh, nice ass.
Oh no. Et oo kuitenkaan omasta mielestäni kovin paljon elvistelty, että olet Metal Gear-fani. Mä en oikein osaa lukea itteni Metal Gear-faneiksi. Faniksi itseäni niin kyllä, ei millään tavoin. Niitä on paljon kovempikin faneja, jotka oikein hengittää ja elää sitä tätä Kojiman pelejä etenkin, niin tietää kaikkien nippelitietoa kuin saatana siihen. Mä olen tosi huono kyllä Metal Gear-fani sisuhteessa.
Sir, the Marine commander has started his speech already. All communications to the halls have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the halls until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Iso osa niistä ei tiedä, että Metal Gear 1 ja 2 on juttu. Niin, no siis tää on vähän sama juttu kuin Retkutin jo eilen sanoi, että ihmiset puhuu, että kun pelaa GTA-pelit, niin ei ne kaikki GTA-pelejä pelaa. Niinku GTA 1 ja 2 ja just ne kaikki Londonit ja Liberty City Stories ja Vice City Stories ja tämmöset niinku unohdetaan välittömästi. Niinku sä ajattelit, että voi perkele. Mä ajattelin, että sä oot siinä turvas. Mä voi perkele. Pitäisikö heittää vasta tuntigranaatia? Eikö ois helpoin? Eikö ois helpoin? Voi vittu, mennään siellä. Paitsi, että se lenti vähän helvetin huonosti kyllä. Pitääkö se vaan mennä räiskeen? Kun ne räiski takaisin, nää saa räiski periaatteessa itekin takaisin. Mä olen kyllä niin saatanan huono tähtämä tää pleikkariohjaamme. Mikä siinä mahtaa olla? Se olikin hyvä. Oho, näet tulikin näin perkele. Oi vittu, granaatti. Viisi voi perkele. Mä opetan jo. Ai siinä on joku näkymätön seinä, että tonne ei pääse. Jaa, voi moro. Oi perkele. Jaa, se olikin semmonen juttu. Oi munna. Developer streami Destiny. Voi ei. Tää tulee se tähtien sota lisäri. Hibi. Olen niin innoissani. Tähtien sota lisäri. Ei oo sellaista bullshittia kuin suurin osa ekan tehtävissä. Mä rakastan sitä ekaakin. Niin aivan, joo. Mä olen tosi huonosti pelannut kuin GTA 1. Cheat codeja mä oon pelannut sen joskus läpi, mutta... GTA 2 ei oo melkein ollenkaan kokemuksia ja... 3 ja Vice City on sen tullut pelattu läpi, mutta San Andreaksesta mä en oo pelannut jonkun matkaa ja... Tämmösiä.
Who goes there?
Lali lulelo.
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
Sisus, mansikkahilloa. Chinatown Wars vai onkohan se joku muu? Kyllä mä sen jotenkin tällä kanavalla striimasin. Joo, silloin kun mä pelasin PS Vitalla sen. Joo, kyllä se on ainoa GTA-peli, mitä on tällä kanavalla tullut pelattua.
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Comrade. Voi ei. Voi revolveri Oselotti. Hyppäisikö te muuten nyt saman tien sinne hemmetin aulaan, missä on ne kaikki pitämässä sitä ihme konferenssia?
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
Right off the fringe. Joo, niin päästiin tänne, joo.
Men down here are definitely Marines.
Sealed off. They have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons
Siberian Suni ja GTA 2 itelle joululahjaksi. Oho!
No, I'll have to go around to the bow.
Siinä on ainakin ollut ihan hyvää pelattavaa.
They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent rivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed.
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Eikö Tiberianin Sani oli tää, missä oli James Earl Jones ja Michael Biehn? GDI-puolella. Muistaaks mä ihan väärin?
Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed.
Ai niinku tää on tää
I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Oi muna.
Arrangements?
Niin joo. Tännehän niinku laitettiin tuolle kuvia, sit se on kyselee aina, että mitä helvettiin nyt näkee.
Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
Missä tiesit me katsotaan? En tiedä, siis se on... Tai niin metapeliä kyllä.
Stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will
Hideo Kojima on vähän kuumees, kun kirjoittanut tän pelin.
Split the files and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Action button, best button.
Oh, sure, if you put it that way.
Hell yeah.
And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
Täälläkin oli joku ihme juttu tässä huoneessa, mitä niinku sai, että oliko se oikeisen yläkulma joku videopätkä pyörimään jostain naisesta vai mikä helvetti olikaan. And 9 bullets. Hell yeah. Hei. Hei, nyt. Rauhoitu mies.
And it will be the Marine Corps and our raid that will accomplish this.
Vetänyt vähän parempaa möyhyä. Ei siis alas saa mennä toki. Mitä olisi ihan kivaa kyllä. Ihan kivaa kyllä.
So do a number of rogue states.
That's a doing that.
They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of raid. The opposition from the Navy is an
hyvä kuin ei mitään muista. Hetkinen, mistä kaikkea se piti ottaa kuvaa ja muut vastaavaa. Front, left, front, right, jne. Ja täällä on vaan ammuksia, joo.
But this project is vital to
Hei, mitä sä nyt teet?
The enemy is sometimes
Peli
closer to
perkele.
home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete.
Oliko se niin, että se pitää mekkalla, jos kävelee tämmöitten päin noitten päältä? Näköjään joo, okei. Okei. Sit piti mennä ihan niinku maissa. Okei. Että sinne keskelle vähän granaattiin, eikö se ole hyvä? Pullamassa. Massaa pulla. Oho, siellä on paljon klooneja. Jumalauta.
Snake, respond! Snake!
Vai pullamassa siellä? Aikoinaan solukämpäs pelattiin GTA 1 joku sarjakaapelin välityksellä kaksinpelin ja kysyin chatilta kaverilta, että mistä napista se chatätään ja sit se sanoi sen napi. Alt F4 vai? Vanha kunno. Alt F4 chattaa. Okei, kiitos. Ja let's go. Nothing but us boxes, herre.
Every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially and air background.
Poista Systems 3.2, jos haluatte tietokone toimii nopeammin. Sen jälkeen muuten kone toimii oikein helvetin nopeasti. Se pitää kyllä ihan paikkas. Ei puhunut paskaa. Kone toimii oikein saatanan nopeasti, kun pistää System 3.2 poikki ja pino. Joo, Windowsissa ei saata toimia kyllä sen jälkeen, mutta kone toimii oikein helvetin nopeasti.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire.
Okay.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the
Holy cow, it's Metal Gear in a Metal Gear game.
Proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Jäi Bikini Baby näkemään. Voi vittu, eikö Bikini Baby siinä kohtauksessa vai? Pitikö siihen odottaa oikein helvetin kauan, että se Bikini Baby lähti? Jostain, mä olen jossain kohtaa nähnyt sen.
Metal Gear? Can't be. Why is there a Metal Gear in the Metal Gear Solid game? God damn.
Love Snake's ass. Best ass in the video game industry. The best ass.
That players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own raid.
Ai se kato. Se lopettaa toi höpinät tosakin. Ei kun napista rämppäni projektor. Niin siinä on joku semmonen juttu. Okei. Loading MGX. FPU-savet ja kaikki. Konami jotain.
Best damn ass in the whole industry.
Root ja Root. Scott ja Root. Kuuden kirjaimen salasana. Mikä se mahtaa? Oho, Policenaut se mainittu. Oho. Din.
Sprite version 2.21. Sensibility programmed image telegraph engine.
Jesse kissa on paras salasana mitä voi olla. Foto vievärässä, let's go!
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? Okay, first up. Sorry, but this doesn't work.
Oh,
I
man.
hate to ask, but can you try again?
Onks huono kulma ja huono valaistus vai? Voi pöllä.
Next up is... Oh, I don't think we can use this.
God damn it. Eikö sun pitää mainita
What
näissä
am I
jotain?
seeing now? Isn't this that soldier on the deck, Olga? I can't believe you took a picture of her, all things considered. The next image is...
It
man. Needs to be a little more clear. What we need is top-notch quality.
Sorry, I'm a bit horny.
Okay, last one's coming up.
Didn't
think Gerlukovich was involved, of all people. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Okei. Ehkä mä yritän paremmin. Disconnect services.
But I promise you that they will not succeed.
Haluatko ne ylhäältä vai alhaalta? Kiittikö se alhaaltakin vai?
Good.
Good.
Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
Stretching. No stretching.
Left.
I got a plastic box.
Down.
Alas. Ah niin se niin, joo. Mä otettiin
Getting back to the topic at hand.
Ja se granaatti keskellä.
I have a daughter.
Good.
It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the power of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty.
Time for some action.
Good.
Good. Okay. What else do I need?
Unlike the
Tässä vielä oli, niin kuin se pärintäkin vain.
It can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy. It takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard.
Siellä on Marines logo, no niin. 3 taitaa pitää tosta hepusta ottaa, että saa kaikki Kotakonin kommentit. Aha, okei, niin monta kuvaa vai? Voi perkele, pitääkö ottaa niin helvetistä kuvia? What's wrong with you, Snake? Vapauden mukulat voisi olla uusi perunalahja. Kuulostaa ihan aika vitun hyvältä kyllä. Kuka semmoisen nimikki on kehittänyt? Voisi olla ihan hyvää kieltämättä. Mut hei vaan Flapjappi. Mukavaa perjantaita.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. This new model of Metal Gear
Freedom Fries
is codenamed Ray, after the great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that nature never gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never
Mikä
have
oli se
before.
paskakuva? Eikö mä otin toi oli paskakuva. Eikö mikä oli? Turhanpäiväinen. Voi monna.
In the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include
Marines.
the development of Metal Gear Rex and Next Generation.
Joo, eiköhän se... Mennään tuolla vaan. En mä tiedä. Mukaan vittikö siellä ylittää mitään noita juttuja Suomessa.
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up costed his...
Laskiko se ton mukaan etukuvaksi? Kai se laski se sit, joo. No ei se mitään, pakit. Mennään täällä sit vaan. Sanna Marini Henkko Metal Gear.
Let's stretch those neck muscles again.
Neck muscles. Ei mitään neck muscles. Nyt pitää laittaa kuule kuvaa pönttään. Valo Jesse ja Valo Mooses. Kumpi voittaa, jos ne lähtis tappelemaan? Molemmat kuulostaa pelottavalta kyllä. Sanna Marini henkilökohtainen Metal Gear. Olisi se parempi varmaan kuin yksikään niinku nää Kojiman Metal Gear.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is...
Oh.
Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something?
Se on kato komia mies.
And the next one is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. What's next? This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well.
Nice.
The next image is... What is this? Snake, this isn't a game we're playing here.
Eikö? Mitä vittu me se pelataan?
What's next?
Eikö oliks tässä niinku tää oli tekstisimulaattori?
Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. So, what's the last one gonna be? Okay, this works. It's a great front view.
Sanna Marin tulevaisuuden
Okay,
Metal Gearin
now we have
pahikseksi
all the
tiukas nahkapuus. Juu, ja kissa noilla.
Forget the photos and get out of there now.
Kissa korvilla. Täällä olisi vitun kovakin. Tiukka nahkapuku. Onko se jossain kohtaa ollut tiukas nahkapuussakin vai? Mitä helvettiä? Missä kohtaa se on lateksiin tai nahkaan pukeutunut? Ai. Pelaisin ja häviäisin Sannalle aina tahallaan. Juu, melkein olisi kyse Narvastakin kyllä. Puhut minun pyörykseen, babu. Kuka taputtaa? Kauhea kaiku.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Oi hei, hidastus Oselotti.
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
Oh, miten siinä on noin pikselinen naama tuolla? Nopea kädennosto. Spagetti Cinema. Oho, tässä on omituisin troffinimi kyllä tässä pelissä.
What do you want?
Spagetti Cinema. Oho.
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back.
Hämärä ääniefekti kuuluu jostain vasemmalta puolelta. Ring ting ting, ring ting ting. Lukwitch. Voi kurluttaja sentään. Hyvin tehty, näytti vaan paskasilta sanomalehtikuvit eikä vanhat pelikuvat. Joo, se oli ihan tyylikkäästi, joo. Miksi ne ottaa Twin Snakesista niitä kuvia? Aukka se tuli myöhemmin. Ei voi pitää paikkansa. Paras Metal Gear, Twin Snakes.
This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points
Holy
to blow
cow.
it out of the water at the touch of this button.
Mä räjäytin jo yhden kerran Semtexiin jo kuulee, että mä oon jo upottanut paatin kerralla. Sä olet myöhässä Ocelot. Snakeilla oli niin iso perse, että se on sun lasere. Liian hyvä pöllö. Mega hyll. Blitzkrieg pop.
We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
Jesus.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
Nuclear research outpost.
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Not you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back.
Tuleeko huomenna tai sunnuntai riimiin? Huomenna ei varmaan tuu, kun kaverilla on vapaapäivää, niin se varmaan haluaa pelata Borderlands 4, kun siihen tuli joku ihme lisäri, niin haluaa sitä pelata.
The Lale Lule Low. How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Kulukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her.
Ei meillä ollut Metal Gearit välissä joku Lordin takia. Mitä? Mikä Lordi? Onks huomenna Lordin keikka vai? Mitä, mistä? Mihin tää nyt viittaa?
Metal Gear only has room for one.
Send your Lorden.
Kulukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Mä en tiennytkään, että ne on aktiivikeikkailut vielä. Joo. Onks johonkin erikoisen kellonaikaan, jos se niinku... Vai jouduuko lähtemään pidemmän matkan päähän, niin sen takia, niin olisiko ne missannut? On se tarkka. Voi hei, Earthboyn kuoli. Nyt myös videopelissä, voi saakeli.
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Oulus, mut menen aamulla jo. Okei. Jo Euroviisut oli kyllä varmaan semmonen kyllä, että siinä meni varmaan kyllä Lordilta aika hyvin kaikki. Wow. Kamalan paljon kuuluu biisujen jälkeen uutisista missään. No en ole kyllä kauheasti kuullut itsekään kyllä Lordista pitkään aikaa. Mä en edes tiedä, onko ne tehty pitkän aikaa edes mitään levyjä. Täysin vieraaksi kyllä jäänyt koko bändin toiminta.
This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
Ui. Älä mahka lähdetä. Voi vittu, sä tuli Arnoldi ja räjähti koko paati. Lukko sulla perkele, kiitoksia 34 kuukaudesta. Helvetin vaan kiitoksia.
Nani?
Ai niitä käsijuttu oli jo tässä pelissä vai? Mitä helvettiä? Mä muistin, että oli vasta paljon myöhemmin. Ei kun totta kai joo, niinhän se olikin joo.
It's been a while, brother.
Brother?
Who are you? You know who I am.
You think this is the real Mauri? It is.
Leonardo.
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake?
Brasa. Insane Fin palkitoksen 7 kuukaudesta. Thank you very much.
Like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Get out of my mind, liquid!
Hetki, onko siinä 3 ääninäyttelijä tossa vai? Siinä on Liquidin, Ocelotin ja sitten oli joku kolmas, joku nuorempi äijä vai? Onko siinä 3 eri ääntä yhtä aikaa höpöttämässä tässä äskeisessä kohdassa? Mitä helvettiä?
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm.
Liquid's on.
Liquid's on. Can't be.
Olen nyt Liquid, paitsi en ole, koska hypnoosi. Oliko se semmonen? Mä en tommoista muistanutkaan, että onko se joku tämmönen juonikuvio. Voi perkele. Kojiman juonikuviot tässä pelissä jotenkin on kyllä aika huikeet. Mitä loppuun kohden mennään enemmän, niin sitä hulmaksi se muuttuu. Voi perkele. Kerätä 5 vaikeusasteella melkein kaikilta vihuilta dogtagit ja menee kaikki hyi helvetti. Joo, ei tulisi kyllä koskaan tehty platinatroffi. Ei saatana. Eikö ei saatana. Mut ei voi mukaan hattua nostaa, jos tommosen jaksaa vääntää kyllä. Herran peksut, siinä on kyllä työmaa. Ei oo mikään helppo. Tai ainakaan mikään nopea. Yli 80 tuntia. Ihan, ihan varmasti. Ja sekin on melko nopeasti tulosta semmoisen. Vaikka skippas kaikki animaatit ja tommosetkin, niin kyllä siinä silti on työmaa. Leonardo on olla niin vihainen. Oho, siellä oli joku varjopuki äsken. Blue pointti, mitä te olette tehneet?
Hyvä perse.
We have a problem.
Look, look. I have my pants on. Otacon.
Tästä kyllä mielenkiintoinen nähdä se versio, että kun tässä olisi oikeasti se kohtaus, missä pitää oikeasti juosta tästä uppoavasta tankkerista karkuun. Olisi varmaan kiva nähdä, että miten se mahtaa pelillisesti toimii, mutta Voi. Itse hakannut nyt Silksongia alle 5 tuntia, achievementtiin varmaan 10 tuntia. Mitä helvettiä? Niin kuin joku speedrunin achievementti vai? Voi Harry Gregson Williams. Joo, Lukko, sulla tuli itsekin huomattu, että se toimii vähän jotenkin on tosi omituisesti toi. Maineherkkyys näin lapeen. Tuliko tässä muuten tallennuskohtaus näiden kahden osuuksien välillä vai? Mä ajattelin, että tässä olisi hyvä sauma lopettaa tähän kohtaan, jos se vaan niinku loppuu ja antaa tallettaa. Olikohan se semmonen?
Yes. I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful.
Cipher.
I look forward to tomorrow morning's.
Oli, no hyvä.
I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold.
Täydellinen paikka lopettaa nimittäin, koska turhaa aloittaa sitä Raidenia osuutta syytti. Jumala, miten voi ajatella? Jumala, puolet striimistä meni, yli puolet striimistä meni saatan kirjan lukemiseen. Eikö? Hurja kyllä striimi siinä suhteessa. Hän ottaa kyllä kurkun päältä tommoset höpinät sessiot. Hei vaan Tebbo! Mukavaa perjantai-iltaa. Kato, siinä oli tallennuspiste. Juu, no perkeles. Täydellinen paikka kyllä lopettaa, ei siinä mitään. No. Pelataan koko peli alusta sitten sunnuntain. Luetaan koko kirjatkin uudestaan sunnuntain. Oli kyllä silloin shokki, kun joutuikin pelaamaan Raidenia. Joo, se tuli vähän yllätyksenä kyllä itselläkin silloin, että mitä helvettiä tää juttu on. Mitä on luettu? Tämän pelin, siellä on se previously that happened, niin siinä oli joku kuinka sivua tekstiä. 400 jotain. Oliko se 500 sivua tekstiä vai mitä siellä olikaan? Yli 400 ainakin. Luettiin kaikki pois. En ole nähnyt Master and Commanderia, ei ole tullut nähtyä. Raideni on kova, ei mua ainakaan haittaa yhtään, mutta... Ei mua haittaa Raidenit, mutta... Oli se silloin vähän semmoinen, että mitä helvettiä, että miksi mä pelaan Snakea tässä, mutta siinä onkin ihan hyvä tarkoitus. On sekin hyvä hahmo. Taitaa olla vähän parempi hahmo, vaan sitten vähän myöhemmässä kohtaa. Metal Geariin. Minä kiitän ja kuittaan tässä kohtaa. Tosiaan huomenna ei nähtävästi tuu striimiin, koska mä vähän luulen, että kaveri haluaa pelata sitä Borderlands 4 uutta DLCtä. Mulla on kyllä digis seurattuna, mutta minkä takia se näyttää taas linjoilla? Mulla ei kyllä näy taas ketään mitään linjoilla. Miksi mulla on kaikki rikki? Discordit on rikki ja Twitchit on rikki ja kaikki on rikki. Mitä digis pelaa? Mitä helvettiä? Ai se pelaa Hit and Runia vai? Eikö mikä tää on? Skateboardingi. Onko Simpsonin skateboardingi tehty vai? Miksi ei oo tehty? Voi moro. Menkää katsomaan skeittailua. Ette pääse näkemään Metal Gear skeittailua, mutta pääsette näkemään Simpsonit skeittailua, niin sekin on jo aika hyvä mun mielestä. Minä kiitän ja kuittaan. Mukavaa viikon loppua kaikille. Me näemme todennäköisesti sunnuntaina kello 12. Toivon mukaan ei ollut mitään. Jatketaan silloin tähän Raidenin osuuteen ja tumpuloidaan silloin vähän hiippailun kanssa isommissa merkeissä. Nuoremmat on petty, ettei päässyt Snakeillä pelaamaan, mutta vanhemmit ei harvita silloin onneksi. Ei mua ainakaan harmita yhtään. Kyllä se silloin oli vähän eka shokki, mutta ei mua sillai ärsytä kyllä. Millään tavoin. Metal Gear-pelien Jar Jar Binks tai mikä onkaan. Mut hei, nähdään sunnuntai. Pitäkää hauskaa. Se on morjes.